Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
2:40 p.m. A residence in western Kyoto. The convoy entered the residential area very smoothly this time. Although there were numerous armed security personnel patrolling along the way, these personnel did not inspect the convoy. Instead, they saluted and gave way. At this moment, Shen Jun had a general understanding of the Shen family's background. Putting aside everything else, just based on those two uncles he was still unfamiliar with, he understood why Shenmu dared to kill Lei Xian in the Jiang and Watertown instead of handing him over to the relevant departments. Sometimes it's better not to be too explicit. It's better to play dumb sometimes. As the convoy slowly came to a stop, Shen Jun immediately spotted several young men and women standing at the entrance of the residence through the car window. The car door opened, and the three of them got out at the same time. "Hello, Shen Jun and Shen Nan. I am Shenin, your eldest brother. My father is your uncle." Upon seeing the three get out of the car, the person standing at the front of the group of young men and women immediately walked over and extended his hand to Shen Jun to introduce himself. The young man named Shenin was about 30 years old, with a scholarly air about him. Shen Jun didn't need to ask to know that the man worked within the system. His demeanor was too obvious. "Hello, I'm Shen Jun." Shen Jun politely shook hands with the other person. "Hello, big brother, I'm Shen Nan," Shen Nan greeted softly. The two people's completely different ways of addressing each other made the young men and women pause for a moment, and then they all turned their gazes to Shenmu, who was standing aside watching the commotion. Shenmu didn't say much, he just shook his head slightly. "This is..." Shen Nan has acknowledged her family, but Shen Jun hasn't? Why? Given the Shen family's power, how could Shen Jun possibly refuse? Or is it that the old man doesn't want to acknowledge these two siblings for the time being? No, if the old man didn't want to acknowledge these siblings, they wouldn't have come here in the first place. He wouldn't have made them wait here specifically. The most likely explanation is that the old man acknowledged Shen Jun, but Shen Jun still has reservations about the Shen family. After all, they haven't spoken to him for over 20 years, so it's normal for him to harbor some resentment. With this in mind, the young men and women exchanged glances, and then another young man stepped forward. "Third brother, little sister, hello. I am Shen Heng, the fourth child in the Shen family. Shenmu is my older brother, and my father is your second uncle." Hearing this, Shen Jun smiled and said, "I don't deserve to be called third brother. Just call me Shen Jun." Really? The group immediately understood that, just as they had guessed, Shen Jun harbored resentment. But he truly didn't know what his father had done to cause the old man to ignore them for over 20 years. Based on what his father did, in other families, even if the father died, the child would never be able to return to the family. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished, and family rules cannot be challenged. This is the bottom line. If it weren't for the old man's soft heart, the siblings wouldn't even have had the chance to enter the Shen family. How dare they still harbor resentment now? The group exchanged another glance and immediately made their judgment about Shen Jun. A person who is ungrateful and extremely foolish. Shenin immediately gestured to the two young and beautiful women standing behind him. Upon receiving the message, the two women immediately stepped forward. Just as they were about to speak, Shenmu suddenly leaned over and introduced them, saying, "Shen Jun, this is your eldest sister. Shen Wan, this is your second sister, Shen Yuan." Shenin and the others exchanged glances. As a key figure in the family, Shenmu was not someone to be trifled with. He couldn't possibly be unaware of what they were about to say, so his stopping them from speaking meant they had guessed wrong. "Hello, I'm Shen Jun." Shen Jun naturally noticed their subtle actions, but he didn't take them seriously. When you first arrive, before you know the temperament and personality of the Shen family, you must be like a hedgehog to guard against any ill-intentioned people. Shenmu is the best example. He is ruthless and cruel. Although the other party was helping him take revenge, one should always be wary of others. Shen Jun especially didn't believe his statement that there are only 2 or 3 people in the Shen family like him. If such a large family only had 2 or 3 ruthless individuals, it simply wouldn't have survived. It would have been wiped out long ago. After Shen Jun finished speaking, the 2 women who had been interrupted by Shenmu instantly came to their senses. Shenwan smiled brightly and said, "Hello, Xiaojun. Stop with the you all. We're all family. Just call me big sister and second sister." After saying that, without waiting for Shen Jun's response, Shenwan turned to Shen Nan and said, "Little Nan, hello. This is our first meeting. How about I give you a gift?" Huh? Shen Nan was a little at a loss. She looked up at Shen Jun, hoping that her brother would make the decision for her. Shen Jun didn't speak, he just nodded. "Hello, eldest sister." With Shen Jun's nod, Shen Nan immediately felt relieved and then sweetly addressed Shen Wan. Okay. After Shen Nan finished speaking, Shen Wan pulled her to her side and took out a small box from her pocket and placed it in her hand. "This is a gift from your older sister to mark our meeting. You can't refuse it," Shen Wan said with a smile. "Thank you, elder sister." Shen Nan didn't refuse and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Why are you being so polite with your elder sister?" Shen Wan scolded playfully, then turned her gaze to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan smiled and took Shen Nan's hand to give her a gift, but her smile seemed somewhat forced. The others knew her personality, so they didn't take it seriously. After Shen Nan finished expressing his gratitude, everyone turned their attention to Shen Jun, who was standing still. "All right, now that we've all met, let's take a break. Today, our family is truly complete. When we have time, I'll take Shen Jun to meet the people from second grandfather's and third grandfather's sides." Seeing that Shen Jun didn't intend to speak, Shen Mu stepped in again to smooth things over. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun was slightly taken aback. Second grandfather? Third grandfather? He then realized what was happening. That makes sense. How could the family be supported by just one old man if those 2 uncles could have reached those positions? If it really was just the old man alone, then Shen Chang'ong wouldn't have stayed in Chongqing for over 20 years. A powerful and influential family. Without refusing Shen Mu's offer, Shen Jun stepped into the residential hall, led by the group. But he didn't stay there for long. After a brief conversation, he left with Shen Nan. This time, Shen Mu didn't escort the 2 of them. Instead, he told Shen Jun that he had already prepared accommodations for them and that the driver could take them there. Shen Jun did not refuse. Since he had already arrived at the Shen family, he would follow their arrangements for the time being. He was not in a hurry, nor could he be. He would consider the next steps after he had become familiar with the Shen family. It wasn't that he was overthinking things, but rather that he simply couldn't believe there wasn't intrigue and backstabbing within such a powerful and influential family. Maintaining stability is the top priority. The Shen family's living room. "Second brother, what's going on?" Shen Luan asked impatiently after Shen Jun left. Shen and the others also turned their gazes to Shen Mu, waiting for his explanation. Shen Mu shook his head and said, "Don't underestimate Shen Jun. He's not some country bumpkin, nor is he ungrateful. He's quite clever." "Then what he just did?" Shen Yuan asked, puzzled. "He hasn't yet figured out how the Shen family treats him, so he's like a hedgehog, not allowing anyone to get close to him, or rather, he's guarding against certain family rules," Shen Mu said softly. "Like arranged marriages. After all, his father, our third uncle, left the Shen family for that reason." "Huh, he's dreaming. A marriage alliance? Does he really think marriage alliances are that easy? Even if he's capable and intelligent, so what? The women from the other families wouldn't even look at an outsider." Shen Yuan said disdainfully. "Shen Yuan, if you're not thinking straight, shut up and stop making a fool of yourself." Shen Mu reprimanded him with a gloomy face. "Did I say something wrong? So, what if Shen Jun is Uncle San's son? He didn't grow up in that circle. Look at who pays attention to him." Shen Yuan roared. Shen Mu was so angry he laughed. He pointed at Shen Yuan and warned coldly, "Shen Yuan, you remember this. If I hear you say that again, I'll smash your mouth in. You know what I'm capable of. If I want to take action, no one can stop me." Shen Yuan was immediately frightened. Although it wasn't the first time she had seen Shen Mu lose his temper, this was the first time he had ever been so angry with her. She couldn't help but be afraid. At this moment, she realized that Shen Mu was not only her second brother, but also the person in charge of their generation. I understand." With tears welling in her eyes, Shen Yuan lowered her head and yielded. Shen Luan and Shen Heng were also startled by Shen Mu's sudden outburst. Neither of them dared to speak up to stop him, for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Only after Shen Yuan gave in did Shen say to her, "All right, stop crying. No matter where Shen Jun grew up, he's a member of the Shen family. You have no right to look down on him, much less say such disrespectful things." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan, tears streaming down her face, choked out, "I understand, elder brother. Okay, you can go back now. And you're not allowed to meet with Shen Jun and Shen Nan alone anymore," Shen instructed. Shen Yuan didn't dare to move, but instead turned her gaze to Shen Mu. Shen Mu didn't speak, but waved at her instead. Having received the signal, Shen Yuan immediately turned and left. Watching Shen Yuan's departing figure, Shen asked, somewhat puzzled, "What, is Shen Jun that much that you fear him? That kid is really something else, and he's incredibly petty and ruthless. I'm worried that if Shen Yuan offends him, things will get complicated. You all know Shen Yuan's personality. She likes to flatter the powerful and belittle the weak. Just to be on the safe side, it's better to shut this up completely to avoid trouble," Shen Mu explained. Hearing this, Shen nodded. "Xiao Mu, how should we treat Shen Jun from now on?" Shen Luan asked softly. "No need for special treatment, just treat him like family," Shen Mu instructed. "But whatever you do, don't bring Shen Nan into your circle. I feel Shen Jun isn't worried about himself, but rather about that child, Shen Nan." "I understand," Shen Luan nodded in agreement. After saying that, Shen Luan sensed that the atmosphere was still a bit off, so she got up and left the living room. At this moment, only the three Shen brothers remained in the living room. "Brother, should I leave too?" Shen Hung couldn't sit still any longer. The atmosphere in the living room was indeed quite oppressive. Shen Mu glared at him and then scolded, "Get out. And you're not allowed to go see Shen Jun and Shen Nan on your own initiative." "Oh." After replying, Shen Heng took off running. His gaze shifted to Shinnen, and Shen Mu said softly, "Shen Jun has a secret, and something seems off about it." "How so?" Shinnen asked. Shen Mu explained, "You should know why the old man brought Shen Jun and Shen Nan back this time." Shinnen nodded and said, "Some scoundrels are scheming against the entire Luo family and even want Luo Luqing dead. Shen Jun, for some reason, is deeply involved, to the point that he's been targeted by those rats in the gutter. The old man was afraid he'd suffer the same fate as third uncle, so he brought him back." "What if I told you that all of this was Shen Jun's scheme?" Shen Mu said softly. "What?" Shinnen gasped, somewhat incredulous. "You're saying Shen Jun schemed against the old man and the others?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Shinnen shook his head vigorously. "Leaving aside whether he knows about the strength and background of my Shen family and our attitude towards him, how could a native of Chongqing have any information channels to know that those rats in the gutter are plotting against the Luo family? And even want Luo Luqing dead? That's also a question I haven't figured out." Shen Mu shook his head and said, "But Shen Jun had already made many preparations before Luo Luqing encountered danger, and all those preparations were to protect Luo Liuqing's life. I've investigated too. He not only went himself, but he even deliberately left some traces, as if afraid we wouldn't know he was in danger." "You mean he has someone backing him?" Shinnen asked, his eyes dark and unreadable. "I'm not sure, but that's exactly what I can't figure out," Shen Mu said softly. "If Shen Jun really has someone behind him, whether it's those rats in the gutter or some other person, how did they know Shen Jun's identity? You must understand, third uncle's information is top secret. Not only them, but even we only learned about his two cousins, Shen Jun and Shen Nan, during this period. Could it be someone from Shen Jun's mother's side? After all, his maternal grandparents also know some information about my Shen family," Shinnen guessed. "Impossible. My father said that when he sent people to avenge my third uncle, he did not reveal any specific information about Shen Jun. Those two old people do not know anything about my Shen family." Shen Mu shook his head. "No, it's not impossible, it's possible." Shinnen suddenly thought of something, and under Shen Mu's questioning gaze, he explained, "The person who ran over and killed Uncle San with his car is no ordinary person. The Fu family were like local tyrants in Chongqing. For such a behemoth to be dealt with by my Shen family in such a short time, his maternal grandparents must have doubts about the strength and background of my Shen family." "You mean that after Shen Jun's maternal grandparents learned of the Shen family's power and background, they leaked the information to outsiders that he was a member of the Shen family, and then someone started targeting Shen Jun?" "Boss, your brain seems a bit out of sorts," Shen Mu chuckled. How could two old men over 70 possibly have contact with those people, let alone leak information about my Shen family to them? Hard to say. Shen shook his head and said, according to my second uncle, although the Fu family's matter was handled discreetly at the time, some information was still leaked out. That's the loophole. Perhaps someone followed the clues to Shen Jun's maternal grandparents and eventually contacted Shen Jun. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain Shen Jun's source of information. Murdering Luo Luqing, that's a huge deal. How could those scumbags possibly leak the information? Especially not to an ordinary person like Shen Jun? If Shen Jun hadn't been in contact with them, I really can't imagine how he received the news that Luo Luqing was about to be attacked. Shenmu nodded and said, everything else can be explained, but Shen Jun's source of information is unclear. If he hadn't contacted those scumbags, he wouldn't have known Luo Luqing was about to be attacked. But if he did contact those scumbags, then your explanation would make sense, though it's a bit far-fetched. However, Shenmu suddenly frowned and said, I still think this was all a scheme set up by Shen Jun himself. This cousin of mine has left a particularly deep impression on me. Upon hearing this, Shen suddenly laughed. Then let's wait and see what choice Shen Jun will make. Well, if Shen Jun chooses a career in government, then there's a lot to talk about. But if he chooses freedom, then we really need to avoid him. Shenmu nodded in agreement. It all depends on his choice. If he chooses wrong, then. If he really has powerful backers, my Shen family won't be so easily outmaneuvered. The 12 Palaces Villa District. Inside the living room. Brother, will we ever be able to go back to Chongqing? Shen Nan murmured absent-mindedly. Why do you say that? Shen Jun asked, amused. The Shen family is obviously a prominent and wealthy family, and they must have a lot of rules. If we accept this marriage, they definitely won't allow us to travel freely anymore, and they might even prevent me from going to university, Shen Nan explained earnestly. Shen Jun. Smack. Ouch, brother. Why did you hit me? Shen Nan cried out, clutching her head in pain. Read less melodramatic female-oriented novels in the future, and don't use your own understanding to speculate about real aristocratic families. They won't restrict your travel, much less prevent you from going to university. Shen Jun said irritably. Huh? Shen Nan muttered blankly, isn't that how it's always written in novels? Smack. Brother, please don't hit my head. It'll make me stupid. Shen Nan pleaded, her face contorted with misery. That's why I told you to stop reading those brainless novels. Shen Jun said to Shen Nan after sitting down on the sofa, I really don't know what's going on in your stupid head. Are college entrance exams this easy now? How did someone with such a stupid brain manage to score over 700 points? What do you mean? Shen Nan retorted angrily, I'm smart enough as it is. Just because you didn't do well on the exam doesn't mean you can slander me like this. Shen Jun retorted sarcastically, did I slander you? You could say something as stupid as preventing you from going to university. What else is there to slander me about? I just didn't react for a moment. You can't keep harping on this, okay? Shen Nan explained, her voice lacking confidence. Stop talking nonsense. Just stay here and relax. Go wherever you want. Don't worry or feel burdened. I'll take care of everything. Once school starts, just go straight to school. Don't worry about anything else, Shen Jun instructed. Okay, but what about my driver's license? I'm about to take my driving test. Shen Nan suddenly asked. Can you drive? Shen Jun asked casually. I know how, Shen Nan nodded, then added somewhat sheepishly, but I'm not quite proficient yet. Then don't worry about it. I'll take care of it for you before school starts, Shen Jun said, waving his hand. Oh. Shen Nan nodded and then ignored Shen Jun. Shen Jun also ignored Shen Nan and instead wandered around the villa. The villa is very large, with an indoor area of 1,800 square meters, 4 floors, 9 suites, and an outdoor garden of 2,000 square meters. I searched for the price of this villa online, and wow, another villa in the same complex is for sale for 280 million yuan, and it's even smaller than this one. In other words, the price of this villa alone exceeds Shen Jun's entire net worth. This is absolutely outrageous. No wonder that damn system kept pushing him towards the Shen family. Background, wealth, the Shen family has everything he could want, really. After casually strolling around the villa, Shen Jun lay down to rest in the east-facing suite on the second floor. He encountered too many things today, and the amount of information was overwhelming. He needs to take a break. The next day at 8 a.m. After a night's rest, Shen Jun walked down the stairs. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw several women in matching outfits cleaning the living room. "Who are you?" Shen Jun asked casually. Hearing the sounds coming from the stairwell, the women immediately stopped what they were doing. Then one of them explained, "Hello, Mr. Shen. We were sent by Mr. Shenmu. From now on, we will be responsible for your and Miss Shen's food, clothing, and lodging." Shen Jun nodded and didn't ask any further questions. "Mr. Shen, would you like some breakfast now?" "There's a chef in the kitchen waiting for your orders," the aunt suddenly asked. "Then let's make something." Shen Jun didn't stand on ceremony. "Okay, please wait a moment." After replying, the woman got up and went into the kitchen. The other women continued cleaning. About 10 minutes later, the woman and 2 other women dressed as chefs came out of the kitchen carrying food. After a quick breakfast, Shen Jun got up and left the living room. Upon arriving outside the villa, a Rolls-Royce Phantom and 2 Maybachs were parked at the main entrance, along with 6 security personnel in black suits standing beside the cars. It seems that someone inside the villa notified these people outside. However, this level of initiative is indeed quite impressive. But Shen Jun felt a sense of unease. The stark contrast and disconnect made him feel uncomfortable. Well, from the Shen family's perspective, there's absolutely nothing wrong with expelling Shen Changyang from the family. Noble families have their rules. If they make a mistake, they must admit it and bear the consequences. From Shen Jun's perspective, the Shen family is truly cold-blooded and ruthless. They ignored him for over 20 years. If Shen Jun hadn't been in danger, the Shen family might not have brought him back yet. But this feeling came and went quickly. After all, the current Shen Jun was not the original owner of this body. He couldn't understand the original owner's grievances, but he did understand the benefits of having a background. He just felt a little emotional about this approach. Of course, if he had been in charge of dealing with Shen Changyang, he might have acted even more ruthlessly. To be honest, there's no such thing as enjoying resources without wanting to pay the price. "Hello, Mr. Shen. My name is Gao Lai. I was sent by young Master Mu to protect your safety." Seeing Shen Jun walk out of the villa, the young man in the suit standing at the front of the group came over and greeted him. "Where's my sister?" Shen Jun asked. "Miss Shen has already left, but you don't need to worry about her safety. She has 2 female security guards protecting her," Gao Lai explained. Shen Jun nodded and then asked again, "Where is Shen Mu?" "Young Master Mu is on his way here. He'll be here in about 15 minutes, Gao Lai replied immediately. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun was slightly taken aback. Such quick action. Thinking of the maids and servants in the villa, Shen Jun understood. These people, who claimed to take care of him and Shen Nan's food, clothing, and shelter, were probably Shen Mu's spies. However, Shen Jun didn't take it seriously. In fact, he felt it was perfectly normal. The Shen family is no ordinary family. Although Shen Jun and Shen Nan are members of the Shen family, they were not raised and nurtured by the Shen family from childhood, so it is inevitable that they will have some minor conflicts. After learning about Shen Mu's situation, Shen Jun stood still and waited. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and soon Shen Jun saw a convoy of vehicles slowly approaching. After the convoy stopped, Shen Jun walked over. "What do you plan to show me today?" Shen Jun asked directly as Shen Mu got out of the car. "Why do you ask that?" Shen Mu asked in return with a smile. "I don't believe the Shen family will just abandon me after finding me," Shen Jun explained casually. "Smart." Shen Mu nodded and said, "The rest of the itinerary is up to you." "What do you mean?" Shen Jun asked, frowning. "Get in the car." Shen Mu didn't explain, but instead sat back in the car. Seeing this, Shen Jun did not hesitate and immediately got into the car. After the two were seated, the driver drove the car out of the residential area. Throughout the journey, Shen Jun did not ask any further questions, nor did Shen Mu offer any explanation. The two remained unusually quiet. Until, looking at the 3 characters Xinhua Gate on the plaque, even Shen Jun, with his strong heart, couldn't help but tremble. Although he knew the status of his 2 uncles, he never expected Shen Mu to bring him here. Is this a place he's allowed to enter? What? You get nervous too. Noticing Shen Jun's unusual behavior, Shen Mu teased. Shen Jun rolled his eyes and said irritably, "I'm just an ordinary citizen born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze. How could I not be nervous about coming here suddenly without any prior notice?" Huh, this isn't like the Shen Jun I know. Where's the spirit you had when you were angrily confronting the old man? Shenmu mocked. Shen Jun. That guy is a real jerk. Shen Jun ignored him and instead peered inside. This is a place that ordinary people can never enter in their entire lives. If not now, when? Shenmu didn't push his luck. He was content with taking revenge. A small courtyard inside the building. After undergoing multiple checks, Shenmu led Shen Jun inside. Uncle, Dad. As soon as the two entered, Shenmu greeted the two middle-aged men sitting in the middle of the courtyard. Shen Jun didn't speak, but simply nodded to the two of them. Upon seeing Shen Jun and Shenmu enter, Shen Chongxiu and Shen Chongzhou both turned their gazes to Shen Jun, seemingly unconcerned about his rude behavior. Shen Chongzhou chuckled and looked at Shen Jun, asking, "What? Because your grandfather hasn't personally acknowledged your identity, are you still worried that my Shen family won't recognize you?" Shen Jun shook his head and said, "I understood his intentions from the moment the old man asked me to meet with the other people, but I need a definite answer. So young, yet so burdened with worries." Shen Chongzhou sighed. "Your father's responsibilities were taken care of by the old man, so your concerns are unnecessary." Shen Jun didn't say anything, he just breathed a sigh of relief. "Do you know why your uncle and I called you here?" Shen Chongzhou continued to ask. "I don't know." Shen Jun was genuinely unsure why the other party had called him here. The main reason was that this place was too mysterious and stressful for him. "Your grandfather gave you two paths. One leads directly here, and the other is the path your father wanted to take but didn't." Shen Jun. Shen Chongzhou's words were like a thunderclap, leaving Shen Jun's mind blank, and he could even feel goosebumps rising all over his body. What did he hear? Is there a road that leads directly here? Are you kidding me? He? Shen Jun? A child who grew up in a foggy city. Are we allowed in here? You wouldn't even dream of doing this, would you? But if one could actually get inside, then one could control everything with a flick of the wrist. To put it bluntly, words are law. But Shen Jun doesn't understand politics. I don't understand a single thing. If he were really forced to take that path, Shen Jun felt he would be played to death. Think about it. What kind of path would someone who needs to interpret current events take? Just kidding, you won't even know how you died. Not to mention, are the Shen family so confident that they can lead him to this path of success? He doesn't have any maternal clan to back him up. Then there's the second option that Shen Chongzhou offered. The path Shen Chongyang wanted to take but didn't? What's the meaning? Isn't this forcing him to fulfill his deceased father's wish? Seeing the uncertain expression on Shen Jun's face, Shen Chongxiu suddenly spoke up. "Don't worry, choose whichever path you want to take. The Shen family will do everything in its power to help you." Shen Jun. Do they really think he's an idiot? How could a child who didn't grow up in the Shen family receive their full support? That's not how you joke. Even if they wanted to make up for all the years they ignored him, they couldn't do that. How important are those resources? Shen Jun would never believe that the Shen family would pour all those resources into him. Raising his head, Shen Jun looked at Shen Chongxiu and Shen Chongzhou and asked softly, "What was the path my father wanted to take but didn't?" The two were slightly taken aback. Then Shen Chongzhou said, "If you choose the first path, then there's no need to understand the other one." Shen Jun said solemnly, "I still want to know what the second path is." Upon hearing such affirmative words, Shen Chongxiu and Shen Chongzhou exchanged a glance before turning their gaze to Shenmu. Shenmu immediately explained softly to Shen Jun, "Some of the family's businesses need someone to manage them. The second option is to be a leisurely member of the family. If you're interested, you can take a position in one of the businesses, or you can just wait for your annual dividends." "What businesses does the Shen family own?" Shen Jun asked again. "Real estate, energy, finance, pharmaceuticals, technology, food, and so on, except for certain monopolistic industries. The Shen family has every industry you can think of," Shenmu explained softly. "Can I choose any industry?" Shen Jun asked, somewhat surprised. As a direct descendant of the Shen family, you can not only choose any industry, but if you have the ability, you can even control that industry, Shenmu replied solemnly. Hearing this, Shen Jun turned to look at the two powerful figures and said decisively, "I choose the second path." "Do you know what choosing the second path means?" Shen Chongzhou asked. "I know, but that path isn't for me." Shen Jun's emotions remained completely unchanged. "How do you know you're not suitable if you haven't tried?" Shen Chongxiu said gently. "Your father rejected this path because he didn't want an arranged marriage, but you're different. You don't need an arranged marriage to take this path. This is your grandfather's compensation to you. I don't have that kind of ambition. Shen Jun shook his head and refused. Power is indeed fascinating, but for someone like me from a small town, its allure isn't that great. Shen Jun, once words are spoken here, there's no going back. You need to think this through, Shen Changshu said sternly. I've thought it through. I'll walk the path my father wanted to take but didn't. I don't care about the things he didn't care about, Shen Jun said with unusual seriousness. All right, since you've made your choice, let Shamu show you around here. After all, you might never come here again in your life, Shen Changshu said meaningfully. No need, I don't belong here, and there's no need for me to stay. Elders, I'll take my leave. With that, Shen Jun turned and left the courtyard. Cough cough. Before Shen Mu could react, Shen Jun had already walked quite a distance. Upon hearing Shen Changzhou's voice, he immediately snapped out of his daze and turned to run out of the courtyard as well. After the two left, Shen Changzhou finally smiled. Judging from the situation, this kid should be fine on the big picture. He's just a bit too calculating. Shen Changzhou's lips curled into a smile. Since he's chosen the second path, his source of information is no longer important. Let him be. We can at least report back to the old man. Luckily, this child made the right choice. Otherwise, I'm afraid I might find something out about him, and things wouldn't look good then, Shen Changzhou sighed. I don't want to think about it anymore. It's all in the past. Shen Jun, aren't you a little too brave? Aren't you scared at all? Shen Mu asked curiously after catching up with Shen Jun. What's there to be afraid of? I haven't done anything wrong, Shen Jun said dismissively. You don't know who your eldest and second uncles are? Then you talk to them without feeling any pressure. Shen Mu was speechless. So, what if they have high status? Weren't those two standing next to the old man yesterday? I'm not even afraid of the old man, so why should I feel pressured in front of them? Shen Jun chuckled. Shen Mu, listen to this. Is this something a human being could say? Yesterday, one could call it ignorance is bliss, but today, he's just a complete brute. Of course, he was just a reckless man, not a fool, because Shen Jun chose the path that best suited him. If he were a fool, he would never have been able to resist the temptations of the two big shots. But those who succumb to temptation pay the price, especially Shen Jun, who has a secret. Fortunately, he made the right choice. In that case, they would have nothing to fear. Of course, he was referring to Shen Jun's identity, not his personal status. Shen Mu still had some reservations about Shen Jun. After all, the prerequisite for the other party to enter the Shen family was. I'd give my life for it. Inside the car. Which industry do you want to choose? Shen Mu asked. Finance. Without any hesitation, Shen Jun immediately gave his answer. Finance? Shen Mu asked with some curiosity. Your major in college wasn't finance, was it? Why did you choose this industry? Shen Jun gave him a deep look. He thought the other party had thoroughly investigated him, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't even know about his stock trading. It's better not to know to avoid trouble. He blurted out, because finance makes money. You know, I grew up in Chongqing, and I'm terrified of poverty. Shen Mu. Is that even a reason? This might be a valid reason for an ordinary person, but for someone as cunning as Shen Jun, it's utter nonsense. Furthermore, does he really not know what 50 million means to ordinary people? They're so afraid of being poor. What a load of rubbish. But there's not much to say. As long as he doesn't pursue a career in politics, Shen Jun poses no threat to the Shen family. It's just a little money, let him be. Shen Mu immediately replied, where do you want to go? The financial companies controlled by the Shen family have branches in Kyoto, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Hong Kong. You can even go abroad if you want. We have branches in London, New York, Frankfurt, Tokyo, Singapore, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Paris, and other places. Shen Jun. Damn it, he knew the Shen family was powerful, but he didn't expect them to be this powerful. However, I feel it's better for you to stay in Kyoto. After all, you've just arrived at the Shen family, and there are some things you don't understand yet. It's not too late to leave after you've become familiar with the Shen family. Before Shen Jun could make a choice, Shen Mu spoke again. After a moment's thought, Shen Jun asked, if I stay in Kyoto, what position would I hold at the company? It's up to you. If you have ambitions, I can arrange a position with real power for you. If you just want money, I'll arrange a position where you can earn money, Shen Mu explained patiently. Heh, so blatant? Shen Jun chuckled. You underestimate your status as a direct descendant of the Shen family. If you're really short of money, I can give you 100 million yuan in cash right now. That should be enough for your expenses, right? Shinmu said seriously. Shen Jun, 100 million? Who do you think you are? He shook his head and said, I still prefer the feeling of earning my own money. Then I'll arrange a position as the deputy fund manager for you. Whether the fund makes money or loses money, it has nothing to do with you. If it loses money, the fund manager will take the fall. The custody fee company won't take a single penny. It's all yours. How about that? Shinmu said casually. Shen Jun, this guy is really something. He said he wanted to earn his own money, so why was he given a job that only pays him? But they were doing it for his own good. But Shinmu's words made Shen Jun feel somewhat emotional. It's one thing for stock investors to not make money, that's their own fault, but for mutual funds to be so unreliable is truly. Fund investors are truly pitiful, even more so than stock investors. Shen Jun shook his head and refused, saying, I don't want to earn that kind of money. Please assign me to the investment department instead. Shinmu had initially intended to dissuade Shen Jun, but considering the man's apparent lack of resolve, he nodded in agreement, saying, Okay, I'll set up a separate investment department for you. But how much investment capital do you need? How much can you give me at most? Shen Jun asked. Shinmu didn't answer immediately. He pondered for a moment before slowly saying, 10 billion. I can only give you a maximum of 10 billion. Any profits are yours, and losses are fine too. But if you lose all the money, then you'll have to obey my every command from now on. Okay, but I want it all in US dollars, Shen Jun nodded in agreement. US dollars? Shinmu murmured before saying, Okay, I'll exchange it for US dollars for you directly. When can I start work? Shen Jun asked again. And where is the company located? Tomorrow, I'll make the arrangements for you today. The address is Tianyun Building on Financial Center Street. That building belongs to my Shen family. I'll let you know the specific floor after I've arranged it, Shinmu explained. Okay, then take me back. After saying that, Shen Jun suddenly remembered something and said to Shinmu, by the way, Shen Nan is still missing 2 parts of her driver's license test, but she can drive. Do you think you could get her a license? No problem, I'll have someone send her driver's license tomorrow. Thanks. You're welcome. When Shen Jun returned to his current home, it was already 11:30 a.m. Shen Nan hasn't come back yet. I wonder where she's gone to play. Mr. Shen, what would you like to eat for lunch? The aunt who spoke first this morning immediately came over and asked when Shen Jun returned. Auntie, what's your name? Shen Jun asked. My surname is Gua, and my name is Gua Xiaoai, the aunt replied immediately. Aunt Gua, could you ask the kitchen to make me some sweet and sour pork ribs, stew some beef, and then stir-fry some greens? Shen Jun instructed. Okay, Mr. Shen, please wait a moment. After receiving a response, Aunt Gua immediately turned around and went into the kitchen. Shen Jun then sat down on the sofa in the living room and began investigating Tianyun Group. Information about Tianyun Group can be easily found online. Tianyun Group Limited, or Tianyun Group for short, was formerly known as Tianyun International Trust and Investment Company. It was founded by Shen Anqing 50 years ago and is headquartered in Kyoto. Tianyun Group has a wide range of business areas, including finance, real estate, energy, infrastructure construction, healthcare, and advanced manufacturing, and its business scope covers many countries and regions around the world. Tianyun Group Limited's investment scope covers multiple industries and enterprises, including domestic and foreign engineering design, construction, contracting and subcontracting, industry investment business, and financial enterprises. Energy, transportation infrastructure, minerals, forestry resource development, raw materials industry, machinery manufacturing, real estate development, information infrastructure, basic telecommunications and value-added telecommunications services, environmental protection, medicine, bioengineering and new materials, aviation, transportation, warehousing, hospitality, tourism, international and domestic trade, commerce, education, publishing, media, culture, and sports. In addition, it provides asset management, capital operation, engineering bidding, surveying, design, construction, supervision, contracting, subcontracting, and consulting services. It can dispatch overseas engineering workers who meet the requirements of strength, scale, and performance. It can also carry out import and export business and internet information service business. Upon seeing the lengthy introduction of Tianyun Group, Shen Jun's eyes widened immediately. Holy crap! Such an amazing company. How come I have absolutely no recollection of it? What's going on in his head? No. Shen Jun searched for information about Tianyun Group's stock again. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. Who would believe that such a behemoth, Tianyun Group, is not actually listed on the stock exchange? How the hell is this possible? I searched for the listed companies controlled by Tianyun Group again, and it's even more frightening. The combined market capitalization of the listed companies controlled by Tianyun Group exceeds 2 trillion. This is Guang Holdings. If Tianyun Group goes public, how high will its stock price have to be? No wonder Shenmu offered him a 1 billion renminbi investment quota so readily. For someone of his size, 1 billion renminbi is nothing. Just as Shen Jun was shocked by the sheer size of Tianyun Group, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Bite. America Bank, August 1st, $37.16. JP Morgan Chase, August 1st, $154.80. Berkshire Hathaway B, August 1st, $375. Shen Jun. What's going on? He had just confirmed some things with the Shen family this morning, and the system appeared at noon. Is it really that realistic? That be asterisk D's starting to be a snob. But this thing seems to be making him rich? Oh, well, there's nothing more to say then. I glanced at the time. It was exactly 12 o'clock. Shen Jun opened his trading software and immediately began searching for these 3 stocks. At this time, the share price of America Bank was $29.02 per share, with a total market capitalization of $45.1 billion. According to the system's prompts, Shen Jun could earn a maximum of $8.14 per share on this stock. At this time, JP Morgan Chase's stock price was $131.80 per share, with a total market capitalization of $398.4 billion. This stock could potentially earn up to $23 per share. Berkshire Hathaway B, at this time, had a share price of $328 and a total market capitalization of $496.8 billion. This stock could potentially earn up to $47 per share. Of the 3 stocks, America Bancorp saw the highest increase, but it had the lowest market capitalization. A low market capitalization means Shen Jun cannot invest too much money in this stock, as it is likely to attract attention. While the other 2 stocks didn't rise as much as America Bancorp, they have higher market capitalizations. If you have enough capital, the returns from these 2 stocks will definitely be higher than those from America Bancorp. Hehe. The system really knows how to time its appearance, because it actually has plenty of funds right now. $100 million isn't a huge amount, but he can leverage it. TSK. Mr. Shin, your meal is ready. Would you like to eat now? Just then, Antqua suddenly came over. Eat now, bring it over. Shen Jun immediately ordered. Okay. After saying that, Antqua went into the kitchen, and then she and 2 other aunties came out carrying the food. After setting everything out, the 3 of them left at the same time, leaving Shen Jun to eat quietly alone. Shen Jun ate while looking at the specific information of the 3 stocks. He needed to prepare in advance. Brother, I'm back. Just as Shen Jun was eating and checking stock information, Shen Nan suddenly walked in. Have you eaten? Shen Jun asked casually, putting down his chopsticks. I ate out before coming back, Shen Nan said, sitting down next to Shen Jun. After responding, Shen Jun resumed eating. You didn't even ask me what I did this morning? Shen Nan asked unhappily, resting her chin on her hands. Shen Jun gave the girl a disapproving look inside. So, what did you do this morning? Let me tell you, Shen Nan said excitedly. I went to see the car I reserved this morning. It's so beautiful, I love it to death. If I hadn't already got my driver's license, I would have driven it home today. Then go drive it back. I can bring it over to you tomorrow. Shen Jun waved his hand and urged. Huh? Shen Nan was stunned for a moment, then she grabbed Shen Jun's arm and shook it vigorously, saying, How could this be? Brother, you're not lying to me, are you? I haven't even taken my driving tests yet. Shen Jun said helplessly, Why would I lie to you? I said I'd bring your driver's license tomorrow, and I definitely will. What you need to do now is practice your driving skills a bit more, so you don't crash the car as soon as you get it. Yay! I love you so much, bro. Upon hearing such affirmative words, Shen Nan jumped up excitedly. Go quickly, don't disturb my meal. Okay, I'm off then. After saying that, Shen Nan ran out again without waiting for Shen Jun's reply. After the girl left, the living room became quiet again. Putting away his phone, Shen Jun began to think about his future path. With the system's strong push, his entry into the Shen family was surprisingly smooth. Although there were some inexplicable things along the way, judging from the old man and the other two, they shouldn't be considered problems. After all, Shen Jun is Shen Changyong's son, and that cannot be denied. Secret? Everyone has secrets. As my second uncle said today, although Shen Changyong's choice back then cost the Shen family a huge price, the old man has already taken responsibility. In other words, Shen Jun has no burden in the Shen family. As long as he can maintain his composure and has the backing of the Shen family, there will be no one or nothing that he can be afraid of. The system's reappearance just now confirms this. What puzzled him was why the system hadn't predicted anything about A-shares, even though he was now backed by the Shen family. Could it be that the A-shares market is involved in some unspeakable matters? But that shouldn't be the case. After all, so many institutions and companies are making a fortune in the A-share market. Why can't he? Or is it that he didn't gain a foothold in the Shen family, which is why the system didn't predict the A-shares market? After pondering for a long time, Shen Jun finally decided to take it one step at a time. Anyway, he didn't care about the meager profits from the A-shares market. He would make money in the US stock market first, and then decide what to do when he had enough money. Time flies. July 6th, 8 a.m. After finishing breakfast, Shen Jun took a car to Tianyun Building. Shin Mu messaged him last night, saying that the investment department he wanted had been arranged, with all the staff and funds in place. The office was located on the 21st floor of Tianyun Building, and all he had to do was go there. Although the US stock market opens in the evening, Shen Jun definitely wants to go there today. Besides getting familiar with his future workplace, he also wants to experience the prosperity of Kyoto's financial district. Kyoto Financial Street is located on the east side of the Second Ring Road in the west, starting from Fuxingmin Inner Street of Chang'an Avenue in the south and ending at Fuqingmin Inner Street in the north. It extends from the Second Ring Road in the west to Taipingqiao Street in the east, stretching approximately 1,700 meters from north to south and 600 meters from east to west. The planned area covers a total area of 103 hectares, with a planned new building area of over 3 million square meters and more than 40 plots of land designated for construction. At 9 o'clock, Shen Jun took a car to Financial Street, but the scene there disappointed him greatly. It's not bustling at all. There are hardly any cars passing by on the entire street, and as far as the eye can see, it's desolate. How could the scene not disappoint him? Isn't it said that all areas around the financial district are extremely prosperous? Why is Kyoto's financial district so desolate? Special treatment? It's like a joke. After taking out his phone and searching, Shen Jun immediately understood why Kyoto's financial district was so desolate. This street is called Financial Street, but it's not actually a financial street. Countless company headquarters are indeed located here, but the people working here are all clients. A true client-side big shot. There's a saying that goes like this. Kyoto's financial district is the leader, Shanghai's Lujiazui is the intermediary, and Shenzhen is the hardworking bricklayer. Having witnessed it firsthand, Shen Jun could only say that this statement was all too true. It's so real it looks like a fake. As the convoy drove to the entrance of the underground parking lot of Tianyun Building, Shen Jun finally felt a glimpse of the prosperity of Financial Street. Why do you think that is? The road into the underground parking lot of Tianyun Building is blocked. Damn, there weren't many cars on the main road, but there were more than 10 cars waiting at the entrance to the underground parking lot. It's really speechless. Fortunately, the traffic jam didn't last too long, only about 10 minutes, and the convoy entered the underground parking lot smoothly. After getting out of the car, Gao Lai and the others immediately surrounded him, remaining vigilant even though this was Shen family territory. Shen Jun understood this perfectly. After all, it had only been 2 days, and it wouldn't be long before all the spies were found. For their own safety, having a few bodyguards was nothing unusual. Who knows where those bastards will come from? If even a member of a powerful family like Lei Xian could be infiltrated, what about ordinary workers? Putting aside other factors, just look at the remote farming technology of countries like America. Who wouldn't admire it? If those idiots don't care about money or fame and are just eager to do things for others, then Shen Jun won't be able to avoid them. It's better to bring a few bodyguards. However, it must be said that Shen Mu is very thorough. He has indeed considered everything, and even Shen Jun could not find a single fault with him. Escorted by several bodyguards, Shen Jun arrived smoothly at the elevator entrance of the underground parking lot. You're Shen Jun. Just as Shen Jun arrived at the elevator entrance in the underground parking lot, a young man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I am Shen Jun, and you are? Shen Jun nodded and asked casually. Shen Yao, the third son of Shen Jun, is the director of the investment banking department at Tianyun Group. The investment department you requested was personally set up by me, the young man said, extending his hand to Shen Jun. Hello. Shen Jun immediately extended his hand to shake hands with the other person. I heard from Brother Mu that you gave up the position of deputy fund manager? Shen Yao asked with interest. Shen Jun nodded. Although he wasn't familiar with the other party, they had arranged for him to set up his own department, so he had to give them the respect they deserved. Can you tell me why? Shen Yao asked curiously. As a direct descendant of the Shen family, you could have easily taken that money for free. Why didn't you take it? Shen Jun. This guy talks like an idiot. Does he need a reason for not wanting to take the money for free? Do you really think highly of yourself? Shen Jun said expressionlessly, there's no reason, I just don't want it. Huh? Shen Yao was even more surprised. He pointed to his head and asked, is there something wrong with you? Why wouldn't you take money that's free? Don't you know what it means to refuse something that's free? Shen Jun. I see. They've come looking for trouble. Although he didn't understand why the other party was so hostile towards him, thinking of Shen Changyang's situation, Shen Jun suddenly smiled and asked, may I ask, what are the main responsibilities of your third branch of the family? Heh, Shen Yao scoffed, what? Trying to intimidate me with your grandfather's influence. Shen Jun shook his head and explained, since you know my name is Shen Jun, you should understand my identity. I'm just curious, since I'm new here. Upon hearing this, Shen Yao instantly hardened his stance. He smugly said to Shen Jun, Shen Anfeng, the founder of Tianyun Group, is my grandfather and also your third grandfather, understand? Understood. Shen Jun nodded and asked again, how old are you? How many years have you worked at Tianyun Group? Huh? Shen Yao was completely dumbfounded by the question. How come Shen Jun wasn't angry after he spoke like that? Does that mean the other person is a coward? But if he really was a coward, why would Shen Mu have created a separate investment department for him? Somewhat puzzled, Shen Yao scratched his head and looked at Shen Jun, asking, what do you want to do? Shen Jun smiled and said, what can an outsider like me do? It was just a casual question. Shen Yao thought it over and over, making sure that Shen Jun's question was no problem for him, before slowly saying, I'm 23 this year, and I've been working at Tianyun Group for a year and a half. So, you took a short break after graduating from university and then came to Tianyun Group, right? Shen Jun asked softly. What's it to you? Shen Yao asked, frowning. Do you know what this is? Shen Jun suddenly asked Shen Yao, holding out his palm. What do you want to do? Shen Yao suddenly took 2 steps back and threatened. Do you know where you are? If you dare to make a move, even your great-grandfather won't side with you. Shen Jun. I'm certain now he's an idiot. An idiot who's been used as a pawn. What exactly is the situation with the Shen family? How could such a prestigious family produce such an idiot? Didn't the elite education reach him? Doesn't this kind of person affect the Shen family's reputation? No, that's not right. Shen Yao's current position is the director of the investment banking department, which means he hasn't entered the core of the Shen family, and he's still from the third branch. Then there's nothing more to say. As long as the children who don't enter the core family are a bit stupid, so be it. The Shen family can afford to support them. With a long sigh, Shen Jun asked somewhat helplessly, tell me, who sent you to cause me trouble? Shen Yao. That guy is so clever. How did he know that he was being targeted because someone else had told him to? But this is something we can't admit. Shen Yao retorted, what do you mean? How did I cause you trouble? I was just asking. If you don't want to tell me, fine. He won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin, Shen Jun said coldly. Gao Lai, hold him down. Yes. As soon as Shen Jun finished speaking, Gao Lai, who was standing next to him, immediately made his move. Holy crap. Gao Lai? Your name is Gao Lai? Do you know who I am? You can't listen to him. I'm from the third branch of the family. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my father and grandfather won't let you get away with it. Upon hearing Gao Lai's reply, Shen Yao immediately took off running, threatening the other party as he ran. However, Gao Lai ignored him, and in just a moment he pinned Shen Yao to the ground, using both hands and legs to hold him down so he couldn't move. Shen Jun, are you crazy? Do you know who I am? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Seeing that he couldn't persuade Gao Lai, Shen Yao lay on the ground, gritting his teeth as he looked at Shen Jun. Should I call you stupid or impulsive? Shen Jun stepped forward and teased. There must be quite a few people in the third branch of the Shen family, right? Knowing my identity, why did you still step forward? Shen Yao, enraged, shouted, I don't understand what you're saying. Tell your men to release me right now, or you'll regret it. TSK tisk tisk. Shen Jun asked with a smile, I just won't let you go. What can you do about it? Shen Yao, don't push your luck. Shen Yao shouted. I did bully you, so what can you do about it? Shen Jun asked again calmly. You. Shen Yao was momentarily speechless. He truly never expected Shen Jun to dare to lay a hand on him. What do you mean? What do you mean? Shen Jun squatted down, reached out and patted Shen Yao's cheek teasingly. Didn't you ever think about why Shen Mu specifically arranged an investment department for me when I asked for one? Shen Yao, who was about to explode with anger, suddenly froze after hearing these words. Right. Why did Shen Mu create an investment department for Shen Jun as soon as he returned to the Shen family? Forget about compensation. In the Shen family, if you don't have the ability, you can take a job in a dead-end department. The dumber ones can just stay at home and wait for their share of the profits. How can someone who is both incompetent and incredibly stupid want to seize real power? 2 words, dream on. But Shen Jun, a newcomer to the Shen family, managed to get Shen Mu to agree not only to create a new investment department for him, but also to invest 1 billion renminbi. What does this signify? Shen Yao, who had been somewhat confused, suddenly realized after Shen Jun's reminder that Shen Jun was capable, and that this had been personally verified by Shen Mu. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't dare treat him like that. Then thinking of this, Shen Yao said with a face full of frustration, tell your men to release me, and I promise, from today onwards, we'll keep to ourselves. Shen Jun reached out and gently tapped Shen Yao's forehead with his finger, teasingly saying, this isn't the time for you to call the shots anymore. Shen Yao, I'll ask you a question and you answer it. If you don't tell me, I won't kill you, but I can make you stay in the hospital for 10 days or half a month, understand? Shen Jun threatened. Shen Yao nodded, his face full of resentment. At this moment, he was under someone else's roof and had no choice but to bow his head. Speak, who sent you to cause me trouble? Shen Jun asked immediately. Without. Shen Yao was interrupted by Shen Jun before he could finish speaking. Think carefully before you speak, or I'll break your legs. Shen Yao almost suffocated. Looking up at Shen Jun's cold expression, Shen Yao swallowed hard and said with difficulty, my third sister sent me here. She said that you, a simple-minded country bumpkin, have just joined the company and are already in charge of an investment department with an investment amount of 1 billion. This is the eldest branch of the family bullying the third branch, and we must fight back. She told me to teach you a lesson. Shen Jun. Upon hearing such outrageous remarks, Shen Jun was completely dumbfounded. Heavens above, earth below. This guy is so stupid. Why would the Shen family still appoint him as the head of the investment department? Aren't you afraid this idiot will cause losses to the company? Although the Shen family is large and powerful, if there are too many fools like this, it will be a serious problem. Even the largest industries can't withstand this kind of disruption. With a long sigh, Shen Jun asked somewhat speechlessly, what's your third sister's name? Is she your biological sister or your cousin? My third sister's name is Shen Ming, and she's from my uncle's family, Shen Yao quickly replied. One more question, Shen Jun asked with particular curiosity, what exactly does the head of the investment banking department do? Do you manage investment funds or something? Upon hearing this question, Shen Yao suddenly became dejected. He muttered, "My job is to manage the staffing and equipment allocation for the investment banking department, such as desks, chairs, computers, laptops, and mobile phones." Shen Jun, isn't this the job of the human resources and logistics departments? Before he could finish speaking, Shen Yao shouted in embarrassment and anger, "I can do whatever I want. What's it to you? You're going too far." Shen Jun, "Okay, I get it. He's just a bored, incredibly stupid, and restless young man. He actually thought it was that complicated. It's just a company job title, not a position with real power. Giving a family member a nice-sounding job title isn't a big deal. TSK, TSK, TSK. Young people who care about their reputation." Shen Jun said with some disappointment, "I thought you had some big shot backing you, but it turns out to be like this? Really?" These sarcastic words immediately enraged Shen Yao, who shouted back, "My third sister is right. Your eldest branch of the family is bullying our third branch. Why do you get to control an investment department and have a billion RMB investment quota the moment you arrive? I've been here a year and a half longer than you. Why can't I use a single penny? I refuse to accept this. I just refuse to accept this. Are you sure you don't agree?" Shen Jun teased. "I refuse to accept this. I'd rather die than accept it." Shen Yao retorted defiantly, his neck stiff. "Fine, I'll call Shenmu right now and ask him how he handles things. He can't even handle this little thing properly. His words are worthless, and he even bragged to me that he got everything done. What a load of crap. I'm going to curse him to death." As he spoke, Shen Jun took out his phone. Shen Yao. Seeing Shen Jun actually start looking for a phone number, Shen Yao panicked. Forgetting his earlier words, he shouted, "Don't call. Absolutely don't call." Shen Jun asked with interest, "Why won't you let me make this call? Shenmu didn't keep his promise to me, and I'm not even allowed to hold him accountable." Shen Yao. After a long silence, Shen Yao finally stammered and admitted his mistake. "It was my fault. I shouldn't have listened to the slander and come looking for trouble." Shen Jun suppressed a laugh and teased, "Weren't you determined to never admit defeat? Why are you suddenly convinced?" Shen Yao, looking embarrassed, said, "I'm not afraid of you, I'm only afraid of Brother Mu. Don't push your luck." "Oh." Shen Jun asked with interest, "Afraid of Shenmu? What's so scary about him?" Upon hearing Shenmu's name, Shen Yao immediately perked up, but he first said to Shen Jun, "Tell your men to release me first, or I won't tell you anything." Shen Jun didn't reply, but instead gave Gao Lai a wink. Upon receiving the notification, Gao Lai immediately stood up and released Shen Yao. Hiss, Shen Yao slowly got up, supporting himself with his hands on the ground. He rubbed his body and complained, "You hit me too hard. I'm a member of the Shen family." Cough cough. "Well, I was just saying." Shen Yao was startled when he heard Shen Jun cough. "Tell me right now." Shen Jun snapped irritably. "They're Brother Mu's men. Are you sure you want me to say that in front of them?" Shen Yao pointed at Gao Lai and the others, trying to sow discord. "They're mine now." Shen Yao. Is this person really from the countryside? His cousin is such a jerk. I've really been ripped off this time. With a long sigh, Shen Yao explained in a hoarse voice, "Brother Mu is the person in charge of our generation. He has the power to punish all of us. If we are punished by him, it's useless to go to anyone else. Moreover, Brother Mu is particularly ruthless. None of the younger generation from the first, second, and third branches of the family are not afraid of him." Shen Jun. He could indeed sense Shenmu's status in the Shen family, but he never expected that the other party's status would be this high. This cannot be achieved simply by being ruthless. After a moment's thought, Shen Jun asked again, "What does the second wife do?" "You didn't know?" Shen Yao asked, somewhat surprised. "Just answer whatever I ask you." Shen Jun rolled his eyes. "Oh." Shen Yao lowered his head again and explained, "The second branch of the family are mostly in the military, and they rarely see us." Shen Jun's lips twitched. He really hadn't expected this answer. "I thought the second wife's family had also entered politics, but I never expected. Their reach was so far. I underestimated the Shen family." Shen Jun glanced at Shen Yao, who was hunched over, digging his toes into the ground, and smiled. "All right, get lost, you idiot who's being used without even realizing it." Shen Yao immediately raised his head angrily and said, "Don't go too far. If you s me off, I. What do you mean I?" Shen Jun scoffed. "You won't admit you're stupid? Even if you're coming to cause me trouble, you should know the situation. Who gave you the guts to come all alone to cause me trouble? If you don't get yelled at, who will? I haven't hit you because you're stupid. Otherwise, I really would have broken your leg, believe it or not. You. What do you mean you? Get out of here. Don't let me see you again, or I'll curse you every time I see you. If you dare talk back, I'll break your legs. Shen Jun threatened, raising his hand. Shen Yao was indeed frightened. When he realized that Shen Jun really wanted to hit him, he immediately turned and ran away, not even daring to take the elevator. After dealing with Shen Yao, Shen Jun and Gao Lai took the elevator to the 21st floor. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, a middle-aged man in a suit and two young men walked towards me. Judging from this, the other party must have been waiting for quite some time. Hello, Mr. Shen. I am Yao Zhangquan, the general manager of the investment banking department of Tianyun Group. The middle-aged man in a suit immediately extended his hand to introduce himself as he approached Shen Jun. Hello, Manager Yao. Shen Jun smiled and shook hands with the other party. Mr. Shen, the investment department you requested has been set up. Shall I take you there now? Yao Zhangquan didn't waste any time with pleasantries and went straight to the point. Good. This way, Mr. Shen. With that, Yao Zhangquan led the way to the east side of the 21st floor. A moment later, an office came into Shen Jun's view. Hello, Mr. Shen. Hello, Manager Yao. As soon as you enter the door, the two pretty young ladies at the front desk greet you. Yao Zhangguan then spoke up to explain. Mr. Shen, these two are your department's receptionists, Liang Jiajia and Zhang Yidi. Director Shen Yao personally arranged for them to work for you. Shen Jun casually asked, do I still need a receptionist? You're joking. Your investment department is independent of the group, and no one within the group can manage it. Naturally, we need to provide you with all the necessary staff, Yao Zhangquan quickly explained. All right then. Shen Jun understood. No wonder Shenmu said that if the investment department made money, it was his, and it didn't matter if it lost money. It turns out that he was in complete control of this investment department, which was not managed by Tianyun Group. The only difference was that the office was located in Tianyun Group. After nodding to the two receptionists, Shen Jun stepped into the office. There were already 7 people waiting for them in the office, 4 men and 3 women, all young people, and judging from their faces, none of them were over 30. Upon seeing Shen Jun and his entourage enter, everyone greeted them in unison. President Shen, Manager Yao. Shen Jun nodded in response to the others before turning his gaze to Yao Zhangquan. Yao Zhangquan immediately stepped forward and introduced the people one by one. The 4 operators were all men, led by Yan Zhong. The other 3 were women, 2 of whom were back-office staff, responsible for various miscellaneous tasks. The leader of the group was Zhang Yilan, and the other woman was a financial auditor named Zhang Xintong. Although Shen Jun didn't have enough funds to employ so many traders at the moment, Shenmu still arranged it for him, which shows that the other party really knows how to get things done. After a brief introduction of the 7 people, Yao Zhangquan then showed him around the office. Mr. Shen, this office is 240 square meters in total, divided into 4 parts. The first part is where the employees work, which is here. As he spoke, Yao Zhangquan pointed to the workstations in front of him. He then led Shen Jun to an office and continued, this is your office. The 2 rooms behind it are a conference room and a reception room. After finishing his tour, Shen Jun nodded in satisfaction. Although his department had few people, it was well equipped with everything it needed, and the office space was large enough that even Shen Jun couldn't find any fault with it. Mr. Shen, is there anything else you need? Yao Zhangquan asked softly. No, I'm very satisfied with this place. Thank you, Manager Yao, Shen Jun replied. You're too kind. It's my pleasure. Please go ahead with your work. I have some things to take care of, so I'll head back now. If you need anything, just have the front desk call me, and I'll arrange it for you. Yao Zhangquan said politely. All right, then Manager Yao, go ahead and get busy, Shen Jun said, waving his hand. After receiving a response, Yao Zhangquan immediately left the office with his 2 subordinates. Shen Jun returned to the staff office area, where the 7 people were still standing in the same spot. Seeing the tense expressions on their faces, Shen Jun waved his hand and laughed. Don't be nervous, everyone. I don't eat people. Everyone. Seeing that the others were still somewhat hesitant to speak, Shen Jun didn't mind and spoke again. You should know what our investment department is like, right? We know, everyone answered in unison. Shen Jun nodded and said, I have only one requirement here. Once I give an order, you must carry it out without any problems, understand? Understood. The crowd responded loudly once again. They were incredibly astute. They could tell from every angle that this Mr. Shen was someone of immense influence, ridiculously so. As for why? Well, this office is 240 square meters. Where is this? Kyoto Financial District. It's still the headquarters of Tianyun Group. In such a prime location, where every inch of land is precious, this person casually claimed such a large office, and yet they only have 7 employees. Who would believe they didn't have some powerful connections? As employees of Tianyun Group, they were all too aware of the Shen family's position within the group. However, the Shen family members are also divided into different ranks within the group. The lowest rank is in the logistics department, the middle rank is in middle management positions, and the highest rank is in senior management positions where they hold real power. Shen Jun's position was even higher than those in senior management positions because their investment department was currently independent of the group. However, this investment department belongs to Tianyun Group. What's the meaning? It means they can use Tianyun Group's resources without being managed by Tianyun Group. What kind of treatment is this? Even your own son isn't treated this way. If it weren't for the department's lack of funds, they would have even begun to doubt whether Shen Jun was the heir to the Tianyun Group. Zhang Ilan, go and print 7 copies of the confidentiality agreement. The content must stipulate that you are not allowed to disclose your work details to any third party. Shen Jun issued his first order. Yes. After replying, Zhang Ilan immediately stepped out of the group. The others didn't seem surprised either. Shen Jun made it very clear that the confidentiality agreement stipulated that their work content could not be disclosed, which was unquestionable, because they had signed even stricter contracts than this confidentiality agreement. After Zhang Ilan left, Shen Jun looked at everyone and asked, what were your previous working hours? Mr. Shen, we used to trade U.S. stocks, and our working hours were determined by the opening and closing times of the U.S. stock market, Yan Zheng replied immediately. Hearing this, Shen Jun became even more satisfied. Shen Mu was truly a person who made people feel at ease when he did things. That's fine. Your working hours will remain the same from now on. After speaking, Shen Jun brought up the question that everyone was most concerned about. I won't ask about your previous salaries, but starting today, everyone's salary will increase by 20%. However, remember this, you are not allowed to reveal your job duties to anyone otherwise. Everyone was startled and quickly replied loudly, we understand. As people working in the financial industry, they certainly knew the consequences of leaking secrets. Drowning, jumping off buildings, car accidents, dying while jogging, those are truly. There are far too many. Given the strength and influence of the Shen family, they had no ability to resist. Although they were taken aback, no one felt any resentment. After all, that was a 20% pay rise. What's the point of going out into the world? Money, money, money. It's all about money. As long as you pay enough, whatever the boss says is right. Even the wrong thing is right. Not to mention that this person in front of us has an incredibly powerful background. Not long after, Zhang Ilan came running over. After everyone had signed the confidentiality agreement, Shen Jun let the 3 women leave first, leaving the 4 traders behind. Leading the 4 people into the conference room, Shen Jun went straight to the point. The department's funds should have arrived by now, right? The money has arrived. A total of $150 million US, Yan Zheng replied, standing up. Shen Jun wasn't surprised to hear the number, knowing that Shen Mu had rounded it up for him. After nodding, he instructed again, after the US stock market opens tonight, use this money, leveraged 5 times, to buy shares of America US Bancorp, JP Morgan Chase, and Berkshire Hathaway B within 5 days. How you manage the trading is your responsibility. Any questions? In fact, Shen Jun also wanted to personally take charge of the operation, but as a newcomer, he didn't trust these 4 people that much yet. He could only give them a general direction, and the specific details of the operation would depend on their abilities. No problem. The 4 of them immediately nodded in agreement. Although they were all itching to complain, after all, who goes all in with 5 times leverage right from the start? Do they even know how to trade stocks? No one dared to speak up. As Shen Jun had just stated, he had only one requirement for them, to do exactly as the other party said, and not to offer any opinions. With that assertive attitude, they believed that anyone who dared to speak up would be fired. Those assigned to Shen Jun's team are all shrewd and capable individuals. They wouldn't be foolish enough to offer opinions after their boss has spoken. That would be courting death. Obeying orders and following instructions is always the right thing to do. You won't even have to take the blame. All right, then you can go and get ready. If you have any problems, just call me. Then, those who need to rest, take a break. You'll officially start work tonight, Shen Jun waved his hand and said. Yes. The four of them stood up and left the meeting room at the same time. After the others left, Shen Jun returned to his office. After a quick look around, he turned on the computer. After turning on the computer, Shen Jun was instantly dumbfounded. Instead of work tools, the computer screen displayed nothing but games. League of Legends, Crossfire, Naraka, Blade Point, JX3, Fantasy Westward Journey, Taoist Online, Moonlight Blade, Genshin Impact, etc. Is this supposed to be an office computer? Tempt him? What kind of person do you take him for? Without a doubt, this was arranged by that idiot Shen Yao. Shaking his head, Shen Jun sighed and opened League of Legends. 11:37 a.m. After playing games all morning, Shen Jun stretched and got up to leave the office. The entire office area was now deserted. Mr. Shen. The two receptionists greeted him as soon as he came out. Aren't you going to eat? Shen Jun asked casually. We've already eaten, the two receptionists said in unison. Shen Jun. I glanced at the time. It was 11:40. The company doesn't let people leave until 11:30. How could they possibly have time to eat? Shen Jun asked with some curiosity. Did you eat here? Yes. The two receptionists nodded, then quickly explained, but we're eating bread, so there's absolutely no strange smell. That's not what I meant, Shen Jun waved his hand and said, why eat bread instead of going to a restaurant? This. The two receptionists immediately lowered their heads and dared not speak. Huh? Shen Jun asked, somewhat confused. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The two receptionists exchanged a glance, and then Liang Jiejie explained softly, Mr. Shen, the company's employee meals are free, but Manager Yao said our department is independent of the company, so we didn't eat in the employee cafeteria. Shen Jun. This reason left him speechless. Seeing the two looking slightly aggrieved, Shen Jun smiled and said, don't think too much about it. Go back to where you ate before. Don't worry. But we don't have employee badges yet. We need to swipe our badges to eat in the staff cafeteria, Zhang Yidi said in a low voice. Shen Jun. Do you have Shen Yao's phone number? He's the head of the investment banking department. Shen Jun asked, frowning. Yes. Liang Jiejie nodded quickly. Call him. Okay. Liang Jiejie immediately started making a call on the landline. Shen Jun stepped forward and put the landline to his ear. After a few rings, Shen Yao answered the phone. Hello, this is Shen Yao. Shen Yao, what kind of work are you doing? Don't you know how to make name tags for my employees? Are you trying to starve them or are you trying to sabotage me? Shen Jun reprimanded coldly. Shen Jun. Shen Yao was startled. You have 3 minutes to bring me your employee ID card right now or I'll break your legs. Shen Jun ordered. I understand. Shen Yao replied, his voice trembling. Shen Jun hung up the phone after hearing a reply. However, his words startled Liang Jiejie and Zhang Yidi quite a bit. They had heard that their new boss was someone important, but they really didn't expect him to be this powerful. Who is Shen Yao? That's the managing director of the entire investment banking division. Although the other person's job had nothing to do with investment, it was still a middle management position, not to mention that their surname was Shen. But their new boss is so domineering, constantly saying things like, I'll give you 3 minutes or I'll break your legs. What does that even mean? They finally found a real powerhouse to rely on. A few minutes later, Shen Yao came running over, panting heavily. For minutes, 1 minute over time. Looking at Shen Yao, who was still panting heavily, Shen Jun smiled and said, so, which leg do you not want anymore? As he finished speaking, Gao Lai, who had been silently following behind him, strode towards Shen Yao. Shen Yao. Seriously, is this guy out of his mind? Didn't he realize Shen Jun was joking? Shen Jun. No, brother Jun. No. Third brother, Third brother, after you called me, I really rushed over immediately. There's surveillance video to prove it. Whoever lies will die a horrible death. Shen Yao immediately held up his finger and swore. Shen Jun ignored him and instead took off the employee badge hanging around his neck and handed it to Liang Jiajia. You two should go get something to eat. Just bread won't do. Huh? Liang Jiajia and Zhang Yidi were taken aback for a moment before quickly saying, "No need, Mr. Shen, we're really full." All right, if you get hungry, you can take turns eating, but make sure there's someone at the front desk. Shen Jun didn't force them. Yes, Mr. Shen. The two nodded in agreement quickly. Turning to Shen Yao, Shen Jun asked, "Where do you usually eat?" Also in the staff cafeteria, Shen Yao replied softly. Shen Jun asked curiously, "Are the group's management team this easygoing?" No. Shen Yao shook his head, his voice becoming almost inaudible. It's just that I prefer to eat in the staff cafeteria. Shen Jun. This person led him astray again. He had truly forgotten that Shen Yao liked to show off. The fact that a senior manager in an investment banking department is in charge of both human resources and logistics shows just how much this guy cares about his reputation. Where does his sense of shame come from? Friends, classmates, and employees. Although Shen Jun felt that Shen Yao was a bit childish, it wasn't a big problem. He had the right to act arrogantly. Let's go then, take me to eat. With that, Shen Jun stepped out. Shen Yao. This is unbearable. Didn't this be D say he never wanted to see me again? He even said he'd break my legs if he saw me again. But why do I have to take him to eat again? Will he still be able to stay in the company after this? But the thought of offending Shen Jun sent a chill down Shen Yao's spine. This is outrageous. Why can the other side bring so many bodyguards while he doesn't have a single one? The first wife's life is precious, but the lives of the third wife's family aren't? What are you thinking about? Hurry up and come here. I don't know where the cafeteria is. After walking a short distance, Shen Jun suddenly noticed that Shen Yao hadn't moved, so he called out loudly. Oh. Startled, Shen Yao immediately ran toward Shen Jun. 6th floor. After arriving here by elevator, Shen Jun experienced the bustling atmosphere of Tianyun Group for the first time. The restaurant was packed with people, and young people were walking around everywhere carrying plates. That's right, it's young people. Looking around, at least 80% of the employees who come to eat are young people. Has the company also started implementing the younger workforce standard? Shen Jun asked casually. Yes, my older brother Shen Hao is now in charge of the company. He likes the operating principles of some big internet companies, so he started implementing those standards a couple of years ago. Shen Yao nodded. What about the old employees? Shen Jun asked curiously. We'll follow the same standard as those big companies. N+1 severance pay, Shen Yao replied again. Shen Jun shook his head and stopped talking. There was nothing more to say. After all, he was new to the Shen family and couldn't interfere in this matter. Of course, even if he could, he wouldn't. Tianyun Group is the territory of the third branch of the family. He'd only care about those things if he had nothing better to do. The appearance of Shen Jun and his group immediately attracted a lot of attention. Countless people secretly glanced at them, but dared not make eye contact with them. But discussions still arose. Even though these people were speaking very softly and the restaurant was chaotic, Shen Jun still managed to hear some of their comments. Look, another big shot is inspecting our restaurant. I'm so envious and jealous. Look at them, so young, with bodyguards all around. And look at us, we have nothing. This person looks unfamiliar. I've never seen them before. I've never seen him before, but he's definitely a top-tier young master. How so? Are you blind? Didn't you see our most famous investment banking director, Director Shen, standing next to him like a little brother? Exactly. Don't let Director Shen's seemingly indifferent attitude fool you. He's not someone to be trifled with. That's right. I saw Director Shen angrily confront a certain director last time. He was incredibly impressive. It has to be someone from the Shen family. Stop talking nonsense. The entire Tianyun Group belongs to the Shen family, so naturally, the Shen family's offspring are tough. Keep your voices down. Don't you know our Director Shen is extremely concerned about his image? If he hears this, every single one of you will be in deep trouble. That's right, our Director Shen's quirks are truly hard to describe. Still talking? Are you out of your mind? I was wrong, I won't say anymore. Fortunately, the group spoke softly enough that Shen Jun and the others only heard the first few sentences. If Shen Yao had heard the rest, they would have been in serious trouble. After wandering around for a while, Shen Jun asked again, "Where do the managers usually eat?" "It's on the 7th floor. That's where the management eats," Shen Yao replied. "Okay." Shen Jun nodded and walked towards the food-serving window. "You're really eating here?" Shen Yao asked in surprise upon seeing Shen Jun's actions. "What? You can't." Shen Jun teased. "No, I just didn't expect you to be with me, sob." Before he could finish speaking, Shen Yao covered his mouth, almost giving himself away. "Heh." Shen Jun gave a mocking laugh and then took a tray to get his food. Shen Yao was left standing there, his face flushed. At that moment, he wanted to slap himself. He had let it slip. Ignoring Shen Yao's regret, Shen Jun carried his plate to one of the many food-serving windows. All the employees serving food stepped aside to make room for him. Shen Jun didn't stand on ceremony. He simply nodded to everyone before walking to the front and picking up the food. A bottle of juice, a small bowl of rice, a small bowl of spicy pork ribs, a small bowl of green pepper beef, and a small bowl of stir-fried romaine lettuce. Shen Jun then walked to an empty seat not far from him. After sitting down, Shen Jun turned to Gao Lai and the others and said, "You guys go eat too." "Thank you, Mr. Shen." Gao Lai thanked them first, then waved to the three of them. The three immediately turned around and went to get their food, leaving Gao Lai and two other bodyguards standing beside Shen Jun. Shen Jun didn't say much about it. After all, they were just thinking about his safety. Just as Shen Jun was eating, Shen Yao suddenly sat down next to him with his tray. As Shen Yao sat down, the employees who were eating nearby immediately took their trays and left, afraid of being approached and questioned. While eating, Shen Jun teased, "What? Feeling better?" "Shen Yao, my grandfather taught me not to speak while eating or sleeping." After saying this, Shen Yao lowered his head and began to eat. Shen Jun chuckled lightly and then ignored this shameless fellow. Less than a minute later, the three bodyguards who had gone to get the food returned with it. There were no small bowls of rice or dishes, but rather some steamed buns, pancakes, and a few bottles of water. After the three of them finished eating, they handed the remaining food to Gao Lai and his two companions. After receiving the food, Gao Lai and the other two immediately took a few steps back and began to eat, while the other three stood next to Shen Jun. Watching the six men work together so well, Shen Yao said with envy, "Brother Mu is really good to you. 6 bodyguards, and they're his subordinates, it's really..." Upon hearing this, Shen Jun was slightly taken aback. Was there a hidden meaning in his words? He asked with some curiosity, "What? Are Shen Mu's bodyguards different?" Shen Yao nodded, then glanced at Gao Lai and the others before turning to explain. The Shen family's bodyguards are divided into 2 types. One is the Shen family's own bodyguards, and the other is Brother Mu's bodyguards. Shen Jun nodded, signaling the other person to continue. "You should easily understand the Shen family's bodyguards. They're the kind of bodyguards the elders arrange for us younger generation to travel with. While they're top tier, they're still far inferior to Brother Mu's bodyguards." "How so?" Shen Jun became even more curious. "What's your name?" Shen Yao didn't answer, but turned to ask the bodyguard closest to Shen Jun. "Chao Jun," the bodyguard replied softly. "How did you become Brother Mu's bodyguard?" Shen Yao asked again. 2 years ago, my mother was seriously ill and needed 1.26 million yuan for surgery. I tried everything I could, borrowing and taking out loans, but I still couldn't raise that much money. Just when I was at my most desperate, young Master Mu came to my door and paid the money for me. That's how my mother survived. Then I became young Master Mu's bodyguard, Chao Jun explained. "So how much salary does Brother Mu pay you each month?" Shen Yao continued to ask. 100,000. Chao Jun knew what Shen Yao wanted to convey to Shen Jun through these questions, so he cooperated fully with the other party's questions. "Do you understand?" Shen Yao turned to look at Shen Jun and smiled. Shen Jun was genuinely shocked. He never expected Chao Jun to become Shen Mu's bodyguard in this way. No, not just Chao Chao's army, but everyone. Shen Yao made it very clear that the Shen family's bodyguards are divided into 2 types. One is the Shen family's bodyguards, and the other is Shen Mu's bodyguards. Based on Chao Jun's words, and considering Shen Yao's words, it means that all of Shen Mu's bodyguards are people like Chao Jun. Damn, isn't this how they kept assassins in ancient times? Of course, Shen Jun wasn't sure if these bodyguards could be called death squads, but if Shen Mu were in danger, these people would absolutely protect him without hesitation, no exceptions. Although Shen Mu's methods were crude and rudimentary to Cao Cao's army at the time, he was their savior and the debt of saving their lives. Not to mention that Shen Mu now spends 100,000 yuan every month to support them. It really is. Now you know how good Muji is to you, right? Shen Yao muttered with a hint of jealousy. Shen Jun smiled slightly, then asked Shen Yao, "Since you know so much, how dare you provoke me this morning? Were you asking for trouble?" Shen Yao, this person has no conversation skills. They say you shouldn't hit someone in the face or expose someone's shortcomings, but Shen Jun's words are sure to hit people in the face. After giving Shen Jun a disapproving look, Shen Yao said dejectedly, "I only found out this morning." Shen Jun, I thought this guy was a bit dim-witted, but it turns out he genuinely didn't know. I'm speechless. But was it because I dealt with you this morning that you were resentful and planned to get revenge, but you were stopped? Shen Jun asked with a smile. Shen Yao, damn, this guy is so smart. He didn't say anything. How did he guess? Swallowing hard, Shen Yao stammered, "This morning, after coming up from the underground parking garage, I went to find my older brother, hoping he would help me get revenge. But not only did he not help me, he also scolded me. Then, after finding out that it was my third sister who instigated me to cause trouble for you, he specifically called my third sister over and gave her a real dressing down." TSK TSK TSK. Shen Jun mocked, "Look, this is the difference. Your elder brother can figure out the situation with just a little bit of information, but what about you? You can't even tell the difference between the two kings, and you even dared to personally come looking for trouble with me. You're utterly stupid." Upon hearing this, Shen Yao not only did not refute, but instead lowered his head. Actually, there was something else he didn't say, because it was something he really couldn't tell Shen Jun. This morning, after scolding him and Shen Ming, his older brother Shen Hao told them some secret things. That is, Shen Jun's father, Shen Chang'ong, was forcibly driven away by the second and third wives, and the fact that the first wife has ignored Shen Chang'ong's family for so many years is also due to the pressure from the second and third wives. After all, Shen Chang'ong's actions have indeed caused harm and negative impact on the Shen family. It's impossible not to make him pay the price. He must be punished. This is the rule of aristocratic families. No one is exempt. But no one expected that Shen Chang'ong would die. He died in a car accident. The news stunned the second and third wives. Shen Chang'ong did break the rules, and he should be punished, but he can't die. Death is a big deal. If he doesn't die, this punishment will continue until Shen Chang'ong dies of old age or illness. Only in this way can the Shen family save face within the circle, and only in this way can there be no negative impact on the Shen family in the future. But Shen Chang'ong is dead. No one can bear this responsibility, nor can they afford to bear it. Their great-grandfather had 3 sons in total, and now one of them has suddenly died, all because of the second and third wives. How's the old man supposed to feel? Regardless of whether Shen Chang'ong was expelled from the Shen family for making a mistake, he's dead now. The blame will definitely fall on the second and third wives. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. Now that Shen Jun has returned to the Shen family as Shen Changyong's son, how could the old man not make up for the debt he owed for ignoring them for over 20 years? The second and third wives' families are trying to avoid him like the plague, yet Shen Ming dares to instigate Shen Yao to cause him trouble. Is she out of her mind? If the old man uses this excuse to punish the second and third wives, they won't even have a reason to complain. After being thoroughly berated, Shen Yao immediately realized that he couldn't afford to offend Shen Jun. No, not just him, but the entire second and third wives' families. Because Shen Jun's existence was a reason for their great-grandfather to put pressure on the second and third wives. Seeing Shen Yao suddenly become guilty, Shen Jun didn't think much of it. Of course, even if Shen Yao didn't say those things, he could guess some of them himself. Just like what he said to the old man, it is only natural for a son to pay for his father's debts, but it is equally natural for a father to pay for his son's debts. Shen Jun was testing the old man's attitude towards him with these words, hoping to confirm his future status in the Shen family. Now that the old man has taken on Shen Changyong's responsibilities, Shen Jun has nothing to fear in the Shen family. That's why Shen Jun was so assertive when Shen Yao came to cause trouble. Shen Jun is no fool. If he didn't have the confidence, he certainly wouldn't have bullied Shen Yao like that. And just as he had expected, he, an outsider to the Shen family, had gained the status he deserved. He didn't insist on anything else. The Shen family's background allows him to do many things without having to consider other factors. After finishing his meal, Shen Yao got up, intending to run away. But before he could leave, Shen Jun called him back. Brother Jun, I really didn't mean to do that with the work badge. Please forgive me. Shen Yao pleaded with a mournful face. Shen Jun smiled and said, What are you afraid of? Do you think I'd eat you? Shen Yao. How could he not be afraid? Since learning the truth, Shen Yao has had only one thought, to get as far away from Shen Jun as possible, preferably never to see him again. Otherwise, if he makes another mistake one day, no one will protect him. They're really not to be trifled with. Before Shen Yao could speak, Shen Jun smiled and said, Give me your phone number, so I can contact you directly if I need anything. Shen Yao. Although he now wished he would never come to the company again, he couldn't show it openly, because if Shen Juanjin beat him up, he would have nowhere to seek justice. After reluctantly giving his phone number to Shen Jun, Shen Yao rushed out of the cafeteria as if something was chasing him. Shen Jun didn't pay any attention. He was just a young man with a childlike mentality. At 9:20 p.m., the office was brightly lit. Yan Zhong and the others all sat down at their workstations and began processing the order placement. Shen Jun, meanwhile, was sitting in his office watching U.S. stock market quotes on his phone. He didn't instruct Yan Zhong and others on how much to buy for each stock because it wasn't necessary. As professional traders, they are definitely many times better than Shen Jun at handling details. At 9:30 a.m., trading officially began on the U.S. stock market. Yan Zhong and others immediately began trading, while Shen Jun also started buying. Today is the last trading day of the week, and Shen Jun still has $2 million left out of his more than $30 million that he hasn't used to buy Sirius and Halliburton stocks. It was only $2 million, and Shen Jun completed the entire transaction in just a few minutes. After seeing the notification from the back end, Shen Jun put away his phone and left the office. President Shen. Upon seeing Shen Jun emerge, Yan Zhong immediately stood up to greet him. Don't worry about me, you guys keep going. Shen Jun waved his hand at him. Yes. Yan Zhong didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. Walking behind Yan Zhong, Shen Jun glanced briefly at the other party's transaction page before looking away. Well, it's too cluttered. I have no interest in staring at it for long. Ignoring the group, Shen Jun strode out of the office. After taking the elevator to the underground parking garage, Shen Jun got into his car and said to Gao Lai, Let's go home. Yes. Gao Lai responded and started the car, driving away. Although it's almost 10 p.m., the roads are still bustling with traffic. During this time period, regardless of whether you're driving a Rolls-Royce or a Mazda, you have to drive slowly and get stuck in traffic along with everyone else. There are definitely no special privileges. Late at night, apart from supercars, none of the other vehicles were particularly conspicuous. Walking and stopping frequently, nearly an hour passed before Shen Jun realized it, but he was still not halfway home. Adding to the noise, the beeping and buzzing sounds coming from outside the car window made even Shen Jun somewhat agitated. But looking out the car window at the road with no gaps in sight, Shen Jun held his breath. We can't just get off the bus and walk back, can we? He's not that stupid. It's just a traffic jam, isn't it? Wait. He has plenty of time. Shen Jun took out his phone and glanced at WeChat, only to find that Shen Nan had posted something on her Moments. He immediately clicked on it. Congratulations to myself on getting my new car. And thank you to my dear brother for gifting me this car. From now on, everything will go smoothly and things will get better and better. The caption included 9 photos. 8 of the photos are of her with a Porsche Panamera, and only 1 photo is of her with Shen Jun. However, this girl still has some conscience, as she put the photo of the 2 of them in the very center of the 9 grid. After giving a slight smile, Shen Jun casually gave a thumbs up and then exited WeChat. I casually opened Douyin, TikTok. Since I was stuck in traffic anyway, scrolling through short videos was the best way to kill time. The love story of a dove and a crow only exists in fairy tales. Just as the waves cannot kiss the sunset, I am powerless to struggle anymore. I always cry secretly, like a weary bird that has lost its way home. In a daze, a lifetime has passed. Regret is beyond words. A sudden realization clenches my heart. I tightly clutch the blue and white porcelain keepsake, keeping my promise. Parting is always spent in despair. The most sentimental sight is the spring snow in the courtyard, falling year after year over the garden of those who are separated from their loved ones. Dark clouds loom over the city. White grass dances in the north wind. A maiden from Chang'an longs for her comrade on the distant expedition. War drums thunder. Iron horses break through the gates, awaiting her beloved's return. For you will be her one and only. This journey may take half a lifetime, so desolate. Fallen flowers break one's heart. We are now worlds apart. The mottled years, never forgotten, leave behind 2 or 3 volumes of pure joy that dazzle the eyes. Oh, my little love, don't worry, my life is only for you to hold my sleeves. I've tasted wine from the mountain pass, its flavors enduring through the ages, and I've even shared a cup of boiling snow with someone amidst the winds and clouds. Squeak. Mr. Shen, be careful. Just as Shen Jun was happily scrolling through Douyin, he suddenly heard Gao Lai's voice in his ear. Then, the sudden braking caused him to be thrown against the back of the seat directly in front of him by the huge inertia. Thump. Shen Jun braced himself against the back of the seat with both hands, narrowly avoiding hitting his head. What happened? Shen Jun asked loudly as soon as he came to his senses. His first thought was of the rats that had tried to kill him but failed. Does this mean Shenmue really failed to deal with those troublemakers? How dare they? This is Kyoto. Holy crap, have those guys gone mad? But Gao Lai's next words left him stunned. Mr. Shen, a few young people suddenly cut me off, and I didn't have time to react before I braked. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun, who had been keeping his head down, sat up straight and looked out the car window. Perhaps they had been scrolling through Douyin, TikTok, for too long. By this time, the traffic jam directly in front of their convoy had cleared, but 7 or 8 young people were riding electric bikes directly in front of them. 3 of them were swerving back and forth on their bikes and occasionally giving the middle finger to the back of their heads. It's obvious that the other side is provoking us. Upon witnessing the scene, Shen Jun's anger surged uncontrollably. He was genuinely terrified. He truly believed those scumbags who wanted him dead had struck again, but the outcome was far more unexpected and disastrous. It really is. Taking a deep breath, Shen Jun gritted his teeth and asked, Gao Lai, what exactly happened just now? Weren't Chao Jun's troops clearing the way ahead? How did they get in front of us? Hearing Shen Jun's furious tone, Gao Lai immediately explained, these people were initially riding their bikes on the side of the road, but just as we passed them, they suddenly turned and cut in front of us all at once, like they were courting death. I didn't have time to react and slammed on the brakes. Phew. Turning his gaze back to the group of young people still swerving on their electric bikes, Shen Jun closed his eyes and said, go around them. Yes. Gao Lai's heart tightened. He didn't think Shen Jun wanted to let the other party go. On the contrary, he felt that Shen Jun wanted a reason to take action. After all, since those young people dared to recklessly cut off the car, they certainly wouldn't let him get away so easily. Shen Jun couldn't possibly be unaware of this, which means... Glancing at the young people still reaching out to provoke him, Gao Lai sighed softly. He had no one to blame but himself for courting death. With a light touch on the accelerator and a quick turn of the steering wheel, the car instantly veered to the far left of the lane. Seeing this, the 7 or 8 young people riding electric bikes in front immediately moved to the left, and some of them kept turning around to give the middle finger while shouting something. Although Gao Lai couldn't hear what they were saying, he knew that these people were definitely not going to say anything nice. Looking back at Shen Jun, Gao Lai whispered, Mr. Shen, we didn't get around it. Hee. With a light laugh, Shen Jun casually opened the car window. F***ku, I'll kill you. Damn it, so what if you have money? I'm not letting you live like this. What can you do about it? Haha, look at that driver's dumbfounded look, isn't he? That was awesome. That was G awesome. Trying to hide? Hide my A***. You're not getting past me today. Go ahead and run us over if you dare. You gotta go for it. That idiot scared the hell out of me. He actually dared to run us over. I'll make sure he gets ripped off. You know what? If he actually dared to crash into it, that would be great. It's a Rolls Royce. We'd be set for life. Hearing these foul words, Shen Jun felt relieved. Gao Lai, who's driving that car in the back? Shen Jun asked softly. Gao Lai quickly replied, Zhuang Qin was driving. Let him overtake us, just run him over, Shen Jun ordered coldly. Yes, Gao Lai agreed immediately without the slightest hesitation. He immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Zhuang Qin, accelerate past us, then ram through us to clear the way. Zhuang Qin received. Gao Lai had barely finished speaking when a voice came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. Zhuang Qin hadn't even considered whether accelerating and crashing into them would kill anyone. These are indeed bodyguards and assassins trained by Shenmu. Their quality is truly impressive. Buzz, 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 buzz. Whoosh. With a few roars of engines, Zhuang Qin's Maybach instantly overtook their car and then sped straight towards the 7 or 8 electric vehicles in front. Duong, duong, duong. As the crash resounded, 7 or 8 electric bikes directly in front of them were sent flying, bikes and riders flying, before crashing heavily to the ground. The entire road was thrown into chaos, with electric vehicle parts scattered everywhere, and young people lying on the ground groaning in pain. The car Shen Jun was in also slowly came to a stop. Holy crap. My arm's broken. Help. Help. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Hearing these painful screams, Shen Jun got out of the car with a smile on his face. Oh my, you're not dead? You guys are really lucky to be alive. Shen Jun sneered as he looked at the group of young men who were bleeding from their heads, but were in a daze. It was within his expectations that no one was killed. After all, the car he was in was too close to the group of young people, while Zhuang Qin's car was very close to him. Without a long enough road for acceleration, the car's destructive power is not that great. Of course, deliberately running over someone after hitting them doesn't count. That could really kill someone. However, seeing the pitiful state of these people, Shen Jun's anger instantly vanished. Venting is that simple. Upon hearing such mocking words, the young men lying on the ground groaning in pain immediately turned their gazes to Shen Jun. It was you? You're the one who made that car hit us, right? Holy shit, a young man with dyed yellow hair shouted. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want, or I can sue you for defamation, Shen Jun retorted, shrugging. It's you. We just saw those 2 cars protecting you. You're finished, you're finished. I'm calling the police to arrest you. I'm going to make sure you rot in jail this time. Another young man, his head covered in blood, sat up and roared at Shen Jun, threatening him. Whatever you say goes. After saying that, Shen Jun laughed out loud. He knew something was wrong with him, but he just couldn't control his emotions. Although Lei Xian was dead, and those who wanted to kill him had certainly been dealt with by Shenmu, after all, Shenmu wasn't just a reckless killer. Shen Jun still harbored a grudge in his heart. That was the thing the system warned him about when he would die. Because he couldn't be sure if he would encounter danger again in the future, and even less could he be sure if the system would give him a warning before he encountered danger again. That unspeakable secret and pressure had always lingered in Shen Jun's mind. Just now, these idiots had stirred up his unease. If he didn't vent his anger, Shen Jun would definitely run into trouble. Taking a deep breath and calming himself, Shen Jun took out his phone and started making calls. Shen Jun, do you know what time it is? I'm still sleeping even though you're not. Shenmu complained as soon as the call connected. I hit a few people with my car, you need to take care of that. Shen Jun didn't care about Shenmu's overwhelming resentment. He calmly explained why he had called him. Has anyone died? Shenmu asked weakly. He's not dead, Shen Jun said casually. Why are you contacting me if you're not dead? What do you take me for? Someone who cleans up trash. Shenmu said angrily. I just don't know anyone else, Shen Jun said without the slightest embarrassment. Have Gao Lai call Shen Heng. He's most interested in these kinds of things. Also, from now on, for these little things, just contact Xiao Heng directly. Don't bother me, okay? I'm begging you. You're such a tyrant. After saying that, Shenmu hung up the phone. Shen Jun didn't mind Shenmu's tone. Disturbing others' rest late at night was indeed unethical. But this call had to be made, even though he knew Gao Lai and the others could solve the problem. After all, Gao Lai and the others were Shenmu's bodyguards, so he still had to maintain the proper attitude. Putting away his phone, Shen Jun said to Gao Lai, "Call Shen Heng and ask him to come over and help resolve this issue." "Yes, Mr. Shen." Gao Lai nodded immediately in agreement. He had just heard Shen Mu's furious voice, so he naturally knew what to do. Just as Gao Lai went to make a phone call, the young men lying on the ground started writhing in pain again. Meanwhile, some drivers stuck in traffic gradually gathered around to watch the spectacle. Goodness, these young people are incredibly lucky to be alive. They're still alive. It looks like it was intentional, otherwise these kids wouldn't have gotten so badly injured. Shoo, keep your voice down. Can't you see the car owner is still here? One Rolls-Royce, two Maybachs. These young people have really run into trouble. This is clearly a case of stepping on the accelerator instead of the brake. Oh my, the person in question hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already offering your explanation? Believe it or not, do you believe this phrase will be used in an online announcement tomorrow? I believe you. I believe it too. I don't believe it. What do you mean? Didn't you see the license plates of those 3 cars? Forget about an official announcement. There might not even be any news about it online tomorrow. Holy crap. An expert. In Kyoto, a luxury car isn't necessarily useful, but a good license plate definitely is. Dude, stop recording. If it gets leaked, do you think the car owner will let you off the hook? So what? We're going to record it. I don't believe he can suppress public opinion. Hey, how can you not appreciate kindness? What's it to you? Can't I get angry if I want to? Ignore him. He's obviously never experienced the harsh realities of life. He'll learn what reality is once he gets into trouble. That's true, whatever, let's just not film it. That's right, just watching the excitement without getting involved is the key to a peaceful life. The drivers spoke very softly, and only a few words reached Shen Jun's ears, so he didn't pay any attention to them. About 10 minutes later, several police cars and ambulances simultaneously drove in the opposite direction from the opposite lane. Officer, I need to report a crime. I need to report a crime. He deliberately had someone drive a car into us. He intentionally killed us. Aya, my arm is broken. Officer, you must do us justice. Grab him, officer, grab him right now. After several police officers rushed over, the young people who had been lying on the ground writhing in pain suddenly perked up. 3 of them even sat up and began to accuse Shen Jun of his crimes. Seeing the young men all covered in blood from their heads, the lead police officer immediately said, "Take them to the hospital for a checkup first. We'll investigate the rest." "No, we're not leaving, officer. You have to arrest him." "That's right, we're not leaving. We'll make him pay up. F***KU, if you don't leave, I will. My arm is broken." Useless garbage. You can't even handle this little bit of pain? You're a complete waste. Upon hearing these words, the police officers exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth was going on? Why are they fighting amongst themselves? Also, when does being able to endure pain count as being awesome? What a typical idle young man. Just then, several ambulances carrying doctors and nurses arrived with stretchers. "Save me first. Save me first. My arm is broken. Help me, I can't move my legs." Several doctors and nurses immediately lifted the 2 who were shouting the loudest onto stretchers and carried them away. Just as the other doctors and nurses were about to continue treating other injured young people, something happened that left everyone speechless. Several young men covered in blood immediately waved their hands to stop the doctors and nurses, shouting, "I won't be treated. I want my injuries assessed first, and then he has to pay me compensation." Yes, we need to assess the injuries first. We must make him pay. Incurable. Incurable. Make him pay up. He dared to hit us. He'll be bankrupt from paying the price. Upon hearing such an idiotic statement, a doctor explained helplessly, "The prerequisite for assessing the injury is to go to the hospital for examination and treatment." How can we know the severity of your injuries if we don't examine and treat you? Several young people. Others. Let's bandage them up first, the lead policeman instructed the doctor as everyone fell silent. After saying that, he turned his gaze to the group of young men and threatened them. Continuous bleeding could turn your minor injuries into major ones. Do you know what tetanus is? It can kill you. Huh? The young men were immediately terrified and started shouting to the doctors and nurses, "Help me. Help me quickly. Oh, and by the way, he hit us with his car, he'll pay for it." The group shouted for help while pointing at Shen Jun and demanding money. To be honest, Shen Jun almost burst out laughing. The anger and resentment I felt earlier vanished completely amidst the mindless remarks of these idiots. Surely a normal person can't stoop to the level of these idiots? Of course, not arguing with them only works if you've vented your anger, otherwise. Sir, we need to check the dashcam footage in your car. After several doctors and nurses began bandaging the young men's wounds, the lead police officer approached Shen Jun. I'm sorry, our car doesn't have a dashcam installed. Gao Lai stepped forward and replied. Everyone, listen to that. What an insult to people's intelligence. How could such a luxury car not have a dashcam installed? That's not how you joke. Do they really not know that these luxury cars come equipped with built-in dashcams? However, seeing Shen Jun's completely calm expression and considering the value and license plate numbers of the 3 luxury cars, the lead policeman could only whisper, should you make a phone call? Shen Jun nodded slightly to the other party and said, it's already been dealt with. Just handle it normally. Police. Having said all that, how the hell can he handle it normally? Was this handled normally? With a long sigh, the lead policeman asked helplessly, who hit the person with their car? It was me, but I didn't hit them on purpose. These young people didn't follow traffic rules and even cut me off maliciously. Although I stepped on the brakes, I couldn't stop in time, which is why I hit them. Zhuang Qin immediately stepped forward to explain. Everyone. Well, yet another one trying to fool them. Bullshit. What do you mean, not on purpose? You deliberately bumped into us. A young man who was bandaging his wound exploded upon hearing Zhuang Qin's words, immediately unleashing a torrent of curses. That's right, do you think the police are idiots? Damn it, another young man shouted. Hearing these words, Shen Jun's gaze turned cold. He had originally planned not to bother with these idiots, but it turned out they really didn't know how many eyes Lord Ma had. The lead policeman noticed Shen Jun's displeasure. Just as he was about to turn around and stop the young men from talking nonsense, a motorcycle suddenly came from the emergency lane. Hiss! With a screech of brakes, the motorcyclist brought the motorcycle to a steady stop on the side of the road. Third brother, I heard you hit someone with your car. What happened? Oh, wait, are you all right? The motorcyclist asked excitedly as soon as he took off his helmet. Shen Jun. Seeing Shen Heng's enthusiastic expression, Shen Jun suddenly began to suspect that Shen Mu might be planning to frame him. With Shen Heng's temperament, what can he possibly accomplish? Of course, Shen Jun was just thinking about it casually. He didn't believe Shen Mu was that stupid. Holy crap, the electric scooter is completely broken? It must have been hit pretty hard. Before Shen Jun could reply, Shen Heng turned his gaze to the group of young people. TSK, 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 how come you bunch of idiots weren't killed in the crash? Shen Jun. Others. Saying such things in front of the police and so many onlookers, isn't this person being a bit too arrogant? By the way, did you guys record a video? Shen Heng suddenly turned his gaze to the drivers who had gathered there to watch the commotion. The drivers all shook their heads, indicating that they had not recorded any videos. However, a few drivers, unafraid of trouble, took photos and videos of Shen Heng with their phones. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz. Just as everyone thought Shen Heng was about to say something threatening, the ear-piercing roar of the accelerator engine rang out again. Turning my head, I saw more than a dozen motorcycles coming from the emergency lane, with many riders deliberately revving their engines to make noise. After the motorcycles approached the group, they immediately stopped and took off their helmets one by one, revealing their faces. They were all young people. Judging from their faces, Shen Jun felt that the oldest of them was probably no more than 25 years old. Well, a youthful face is a youthful face. It doesn't mean that just because you look like you're 20, you actually are 20. Brother Heng, what's going on? A young man dressed in motorcycle gear ran over and asked. Go away. Didn't I tell you not to follow me? Shen Heng waved his hand impatiently. No way. Can't we help out if something happens? The young man said excitedly, glancing at the group of young people lying on the ground. All right, enough talk. Take pictures of this group of people. I'll need them later, Shen Heng ordered, pointing to the group of drivers who were watching the commotion. All right. After replying, the young man turned around and shouted, Brother Heng said to take pictures of all these people. They'll be very useful later. New. Just you wait and see, Heng Ji. Haha, this is going to be interesting. Everyone. Damn it, are these people idiots? Didn't they see there was a car accident here? Do they really not care about anything at all? Upon hearing what the group of onlookers said, they immediately began to back away, afraid of being photographed if they moved too slowly. Although they didn't know where these young people came from, their arrogant attitude showed that they couldn't afford to mess with them. With the mindset of better to avoid trouble, the vast majority of people left the scene, with only a few stubbornly staying behind. Shen Jun didn't care about that. He turned to the lead policeman and asked, "Which police station are you from? What's your name?" "He's from the 8th district. His name is Su Mingzhi," the lead policeman replied softly. Although he felt in his heart that these young people were particularly excessive and arrogant, and if he could, he really wanted to arrest them directly, reality did not allow him to act impulsively, and those who act impulsively would never have gone this far. He was even more convinced of this after seeing the license plates on the young men's motorcycles, because anyone who dared to act so brazenly must have a powerful background. "From the 8th district?" Shen Jun muttered, then immediately turned and shouted, "Old Tian, call your brother, and have him call the head of the 8th district police station. Tell him I'm in trouble, and then have him call Su Mingzhi, one of his subordinates." "Understood," a young man replied without turning his head. Su Mingzhi remained unmoved upon hearing this, as he had seen this kind of thing many times and was used to it. The world is not black and white. You only know the truth about some things after you've seen them. The drivers who had been recording the conversation were not excited by the thrilling news. Instead, they were terrified. "I was really scared. While there are many fools in this world, the vast majority of people are normal. They do enjoy joining in the fun, and some are indeed stubborn, but when it comes to a certain aspect. Sorry, I've deleted the video, I'm leaving now." A middle-aged man wearing a hat apologized while showing the contents of his photo album to the young men staring at them, then ran out without looking back. I deleted it too. If anyone posts the video online, it has nothing to do with me." Another onlooker gave in and ran away. Seeing this, the remaining drivers who had been watching the commotion dared not stay any longer and immediately began deleting the video and fleeing. Whether they actually deleted it or not, these young people didn't care at all. In any case, these people don't have the ability to spread the video online. If these people dare to release the video, they will have to bear the consequences themselves. They are not soft-hearted people. "Third brother, why don't you go first? Don't waste your time. Leave the rest to me," Shen Jun asked sincerely. "Can you handle it?" Shen Jun asked Shen Jun with a smile. "Don't worry, third brother, I can handle it, I definitely can." Shen Jun raised his hand and swore. "The rest is up to you. But those people have a foul mouth, so you'll have to handle things from here on out." Shen Jun said softly, pointing to the young men who had been hit and sitting on the ground. "No problem, I'll show them what the price is for foul mouth." Having received a satisfactory reply, Shen Jun considered turning to leave. "Only, don't you dare leave. You G aren't allowed to leave. Pay up. Pay up now. Officer, stop him immediately. He's trying to hit and run." The young men who were cleaning their wounds shouted loudly the moment they saw Shen Jun turn around. So much so that several police officers were at a loss for words. Although they also sympathized with the injured young people, but these young people are really clueless. "I really don't know what those 3 license plates represent." Shen Jun nodded to Shen Jun, telling him to leave without worry. Shen Jun didn't stand on ceremony and immediately got into his car and left the scene. After Shen Jun left, Shen Jun walked towards the group. "How much compensation are you planning to ask for?" Upon hearing this, the young men who had been clamoring for compensation suddenly froze, as they hadn't yet decided how much they wanted. After exchanging glances, the group of men immediately shouted, 50,000 yuan. "You must each pay 50,000 yuan in compensation. And you'll also have to cover our medical expenses." Coo. Haha, 50,000? 50,000 per person. This is hilarious, Hungji. They actually want 50,000. You bunch of idiots, do you even know who he is? I'm speechless. After all that talk about losing money, this is all they want. Can't you use your brain for once? You guys are supposed to be young adults, what? You don't know the price of a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Fine, if you don't, do you know the price of these motorcycles? Take more. What can you do with 50,000? As soon as Huang Mao finished speaking, the youths who had come with Shen Jun burst into loud laughter. Their sarcastic remarks were relentless, raining down on everyone as if they were free. One young man even pointed at Shen Hang's motorcycle and made a mocking remark. The young people were all dumbfounded, not understanding what these people meant. Shen Hung waved his hand, and the group of youths immediately stopped laughing. After everyone quieted down, Shen Hung lowered his head and smiled at the young men. "I'll give you the money. 50,000 or 100,000. I don't lack money, but I want to know why that person just ran you over with his car." The blonde-haired guy and his friend stammered, unable to speak. Seeing the guilty looks on their faces, Shen Hung understood. The culprits in this incident are them, not Shen Jun, who recklessly drove his car into people. That makes things easier. Ring ring. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. Everyone turned to look. It was Su Mingzhi's phone ringing. Under everyone's gaze, Su Mingzhi took out his phone, and after seeing the caller ID, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Hello, Chief." "Yes, I understand." "Mission accomplished." "Yes." After hanging up the phone, Su Mingzhi immediately looked at Shen Hung and said, "Mr. Shen, would you like me to retrieve the surveillance video? This is a motor vehicle lane. Non-motorized vehicles are not allowed on this road." Based on the situation at the scene, these young people were engaging in dangerous riding. According to laws and regulations, they bear primary responsibility for this accident. Several young people, doctors and nurses. Is it really that casual? Are you really not considering anything at all? The young men immediately became agitated and started shouting. "I'm not satisfied. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. This is outrageous. You've all colluded with each other. I'm going to sue you. We're appealing. We want to appeal." Shen Hung shook his head at Su Mingzhi, then looked down at the group of young people and said, "All right, stop shouting. Otherwise, I'll have them arrest you right now, you believe me." These words startled the young people. Arrogance doesn't mean stupidity. Su Mingzhi's attitude towards Shen Hung genuinely frightened the others. "Get out of here right now. I'll pay your medical bills, but if you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless." As soon as Shen Hung finished speaking, several young people stood up instantly and ran towards the ambulance. Watching the group flee, Su Mingzhi couldn't help but sigh. Although they are all quite young, the difference between them becomes immediately apparent when their social classes clash. How can a group of people riding electric bikes worth a few thousand yuan compare to a group of people riding motorcycles worth millions? Moreover, the other party could easily reach his superior with a single phone call, while these injured young people could only slink away in disgrace. There is simply no comparison between the two. "Brother Hung, your third brother just said these people were foul-mouthed. Are you just going to let them get away with it?" A young man wearing glasses walked over and asked curiously. The others also turned their curious gazes toward Shen Hung. Shen Hung chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Didn't they go to the hospital? Do they need to have their blood drawn for a checkup? Just draw a few more vials of blood and they won't have the energy to talk then." Hiss. Hearing such a vicious idea, even Su Mingzhi and the others couldn't help but gasp. They didn't doubt Shen Hang's ability because there was no need to doubt it at all. In other words, those injured young men are in big trouble. To be treated like this after being injured. This is utterly inhuman. The next day, Shen Jun woke up at 11:30 a.m. After venting his pent-up anger yesterday, he slept very soundly. Although he couldn't be sure if the system would issue another warning if he encountered danger in the future, he could rest assured for now. After going downstairs, Shen Jun found that Shen Nan wasn't home again, and he couldn't help but shake his head. This girl seems to have a lot of friends. No matter where she is, she can always find someone to play with and then spend the whole day away from home. Of course, none of that is a problem, but staying out all night is not an option. She has to go home to sleep at night, and there is no room for negotiation on that. After a quick lunch, before he could even rest, his phone rang. Seeing the unknown phone number, Shen Jun answered it directly. "Hello. It's me." As soon as the call connected, an old yet familiar voice came from the other end. "Grandpa? Is there something you need from me?" Shen Jun asked softly. "Come to my place, I have something to tell you." "I understand, I'll go now," Shen Jun replied. Looking at the phone that had been hung up, Shen Jun shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, he still had to see the old man again. But why today? Did he go too far last night? 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After passing through multiple layers of checks, the convoy successfully entered the elderly person's residence. After getting out of the car, Shen Jun immediately stepped into the room. At this moment, only the old man was sitting on the sofa in the living room reading the newspaper. The old lady was nowhere to be seen, and his two uncles were also not there. That's understandable, given their status and position. They wouldn't have much time to come here. The last time they came was probably to see their third brother's children, namely Shen Jun and Shen Nan. Old master, Shen Jun greeted as he stepped forward. Upon hearing the sound, the old man slowly put the newspaper away and placed it on the table before turning his gaze to Shen Jun. Do you know why I called you over? Shen Jun shook his head and said, I don't know. Hee. The old man chuckled softly, then said calmly, It seems I was wrong to say you were smart back then. Shen Jun. Sighing, Shen Jun said helplessly, That's just what you said. I didn't admit it. Oh, the old man asked with interest, So, the way you returned to the Shen family wasn't your own plan? Shen Jun. Why does this old man speak so maliciously? Everyone has secrets, right? They have absolutely no concept of subtlety. Although he didn't want to bother with the old man, Shen Jun knew it was impossible. Scratching his head, Shen Jun said speechlessly, Do you really have to be so explicit? If you're disappointed and I'm anxious, it's not good for either of us, is it? Upon hearing this, the old man burst out laughing. After a long pause, the old man finally spoke slowly. No, explaining things clearly only made you uneasy, but for me, it won't disappoint me. On the contrary, it's a good thing. Good news. Shen Jun raised an eyebrow and said, What good news? Let me compete with Shenmu? Or put some pressure on him? Or maybe use me as a stepping stone? As he spoke, Shen Jun plopped down next to the old man and continued, Raising goo is raising goo, and you call that a good thing? You really know how to talk. The old man didn't mind Shen Jun's rudeness. Instead, he looked at Shen Jun sitting next to him with great appreciation and smiled. Isn't this a good thing for me? What makes you think I would compete with Shenmu? And what makes you think I'm qualified to compete with Shenmu? Shen Jun scoffed. Someone who hasn't received any elite education from the Shen family for over 20 years suddenly returns to the Shen family, and then suddenly intends to compete with the person already chosen to take charge. It all seems like a joke. Are you complaining? The old man laughed even harder. I just think you're daydreaming, Shen Jun said seriously. Even if you support me, it won't make a difference, because besides having no interest, I, Shen Jun, also don't want any trouble. Some things aren't something you can just decide whether you want them to or not, the old man said calmly. Grandpa, have you heard about the lifestyle that young people like the most these days? Shen Jun asked with a smile. The old man gestured for him to continue. Lie flat. Shen Jun explained gently. Inaction, non-resistance, and non-effort mean that no matter what the other party does, you will remain completely unmoved, without any reaction or resistance, no longer feeling excited, thirsting for success, or pursuing a better life. Ha ha. The old man laughed again, amused by these words. He then turned to Shen Jun and said, Lie flat? I understand what that means, but your movements don't look like you're about to lie flat. Before Shen Jun could retort, the old man continued, making money in the domestic stock market and in the U.S. stock market simultaneously, grabbing money with both hands. You call that lying down and doing nothing? If that's what lying down and doing nothing is, then this old man thinks the term shouldn't be interpreted that way. Shen Jun. Sure enough, what he did couldn't be kept secret at all. But, old man, is it wrong for a young man like me to like money? Shen Jun said dismissively, Is it wrong for a poor kid who's lived in Chongqing for over 20 years to like money? That's right, absolutely right. The old man nodded, then shook his head and said, It's not wrong to like money, it's not wrong to have brains and strategies, but it's wrong for you to like money and be able to make money, to have brains and strategies and be able to use them, and even to get yourself involved and risk your life. Shen Jun let out a long sigh. The system, it really left him speechless. Getting involved? Using life as a starting point? That B asterisk 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 D system even figured out his mentality. Lottery? Luo Luqing? Lei Xian? Car accident? If he had been more cautious, things wouldn't have come to this. But if he's cautious, he won't even be able to get into the Shen family's house. It's not important to get involved yourself. What's important is to risk your life. The car accident in which the system foresaw its own death was indispensable, and Lei Xian was also a necessary acquaintance. Otherwise, the car accident could not be arranged. No, even if I didn't know Lei Xian, the car accident could still be arranged. As long as I agreed to have dinner with Luo Jinyan, Lei Xian would definitely make a move. But if I had that 5 million lottery ticket, it would be enough to prove my luck. After all, that's 5 million without any insider information. Well, Grandpa, my name is Shen Jun, and I am Shen Changyang's son. Based on that alone, I am not qualified to be the leader of our generation. Shen Jun struggled and argued. But you, Shen Jun, are my grandson, Shenonggua. Just for that, you are qualified to compete, the old man said decisively. The person in charge has already been chosen, and he's your own grandson. Why would you want to create trouble for yourself? Shen Jun retorted. The old man stared intently at Shen Jun, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Nothing in this world is certain, he said, and I only want the most outstanding person. Grandpa, I don't want to be too blunt, do you understand? Shen Jun stared sharply at the old man and said, a child who was kicked out of the Shen family and died unexpectedly, who dares to bet on whether this child harbors hatred? Who would dare to let this child become the head of the Shen family? Do you harbor any hatred in your heart? The old man's eyes suddenly turned icy cold. I said before that if my father hadn't been kicked out of the house, then my sister and I wouldn't exist. And in my heart, no one is more important than my sister and me. Shen Jun didn't directly answer the old man's question, but his words proved his support for Shen Changlong leaving the Shen family. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. The old man's gaze softened. Hee. Shen Jun chuckled and said, your thoughts are unimportant because you're old, and older people don't have as much influence over children, do you understand? Is that so? The old man asked back with a smile. Isn't that right? Shen Jun retorted. Your limited perspective restricts your imagination, the old man sighed. Huh. Having just finished his exclamation, the old man suddenly widened his eyes, looking at Shen Jun with disbelief. Boy, are you trying to ascertain your identity and status from me? Shen Jun looked at the old man with a smile and asked, what do you mean by that? How did I confirm my identity and status from your words? Upon hearing this, the old man frowned and said, word by word, what you said just now made me feel something was off. If you wanted to refuse, why did you steer the conversation towards your father? So you were worried about not being able to enter the core of the Shen family. As he spoke, the old man laughed again, this time a hearty laugh that was deafening, showing just how happy he was. Tell me, when did you first develop this ambition? Upon hearing this, Shen Jun straightened his back and explained, ever since Shen Yao told me yesterday that Shen Mu is the person in charge of our generation. After a pause, Shen Jun continued, I really didn't expect that the person in charge of the Shen family would not be Shenan or the eldest grandson of the second branch, but Shen Mu, a person who doesn't pursue an official career. This is something I never expected. Originally, I was content to be a carefree young master backed by the Shen family. But it turns out I also have the opportunity to control this behemoth, the Shen family. Since I have the chance, why shouldn't I give it a try? So you've been testing me ever since I said those things, testing whether you're qualified? The old man said with a slight upturn of his lips. An opportunity is just an opportunity. Having an opportunity doesn't mean you're qualified. So naturally, I want to know if I'm qualified. Shen Jun said frankly. As I thought, the old man suddenly exclaimed. I knew someone who dared to risk everything wouldn't have the guts to fight for that position. Now I understand. Shen Jun smiled, but didn't reply. After a moment's hesitation, the old man finally asked, what kind of support do you want me to give you? Nothing is needed. Shen Jun shook his head. The old man looked at him curiously and asked, you have no roots or connections in the Shen family, and no maternal support. You really don't need anything. Shen Jun said confidently, what I want to control is our generation, not those other things. As long as I am strong enough, those other things are just external factors and… Seeing the old man's slightly puzzled look, Shen Jun smiled and said, even if I don't want it, you'll still prepare some necessary things for me, right, Grandpa? The old man was speechless for the first time in a long time, but this kid was indeed quite something. From the moment he entered the door until now, the only time he called someone Grandpa was here. It really is. So happy. Where do you want to start? The old man asked with interest. Have you ever heard the saying? Shen Jun asked, a confident smile playing on his lips as he looked at the old man expectantly. Wealth can move mountains. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly and said, you should know what the Shen family represents in Daxia. Shen Jun nodded and said, you're right, but you also said that's within the country. What if my wealth abroad could move mountains? You're that confident? The old man asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. If I didn't have confidence, would I dare to compete with Shenmu? Shen Jun said, raising his chin. Excellent, excellent. The old man said with great delight, since that's the case, then I'll give you even more confidence. The financial company in Shanghai is now in your hands. You can pursue your talents without any worries. Also, you can use the Shen family's connections freely, but when facing certain matters, be a little more restrained. Shen Jun. The old man still found out about what happened last night. Although it wasn't a big deal, he was still worried that Shen Jun was too ruthless. In fact, Shen Jun understood even better that the old man was worried not only about his ruthlessness, but also about the fact that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Having only been in Beijing for a few days, he already attacked several young people. Although there was a reason for it, but after all, Shen Jun wasn't born and raised in the Shen family. All right, go ahead. I'll let you know in Shanghai and let you know when the time comes. Also, I've assigned you a few bodyguards. You don't need to use Xiaomu's people anymore. You two will have things to discuss later. The old man waved his hand at Shen Jun and said, I understand. I'll be going now. You should rest. With that, Shen Jun got up and left the living room. After Shen Jun left, the bedroom door suddenly opened, and two elderly men dressed in Zhongshan suits came out. Anqing, Anjuan, how is my grandson? The old man asked with a smile after the two elderly people sat down. The ambition is a bit too great, and the eagerness is a bit too much, the old man sitting on the left said softly. And Jun, what do you think? The old man turned his gaze to another elderly man. As long as he has no one backing him, then it's possible to let him compete with Xiaomu, the old man named Jun said loudly. Hee. The old man didn't answer the question, but instead took out a large stack of documents from under the table. Under the questioning gazes of the two elderly people, the old man slowly spoke. He is my grandson, and also the only son of my third son. Do you think I would pay absolutely no attention to him? The old man placed the large stack of documents on the table before explaining. They record everything that happened to him from birth to the present, without missing a single detail. Hearing this, the two elderly people exchanged a glance before Shen Anqing turned to the old man and asked, whether we see these things or not is unimportant. We only have one question. Where did he get his information from? We can't rest easy until we find out that. Shen Anjuan then said, I personally interrogated the Lei family and that bunch of trash. They all said they only learned of Shen Jun's name on July 3rd and had no idea who he was before. In other words, his sources of information were not those people. Regarding the Luo Luqing incident and the car accident incident, there is still something to say about Luo Liuqing's side. Although their plan was very secretive, it may not be without loopholes. However, the Lei family's scheme on the night of July 3rd is hard to explain. The time was too short, so only a few people knew about it. The driver said that no one called him to stop him around 9 o'clock. However, the Lei family said that because Luo Jinyan's car hadn't reached the intersection, they had been calling him to try and contact him, but his phone had no signal. Luo Jinyan, that child, also said that Shen Jun already knew someone was planning to murder him by car at that time. Although I don't believe in ghosts or gods, some things do need an explanation. Those things are no longer important. This document contains detailed information about Shen Jun, including everyone he knows and what he does every day. I can guarantee that he has not had any contact with any external forces, the old man said confidently. We can't afford to gamble, and we don't want to gamble. The two old men shook their heads simultaneously. Then Shen Anqing continued, let's stick to our original plan and use this little guy as Xiaomu's whetstone. You too. The old man said, pointing at the two of them with a smile, all right then, let this kid put some pressure on Xiaomu first. It'll also be a good opportunity to test whether this kid has powerful backers. If everything seems normal, then you two shouldn't say anything more useless. Good. Stepping out of the room, Shen Jun immediately spotted 8 young men dressed in black casual clothes standing beside the 3 cars. However, Gao Lai and his companions had already disappeared. Shen Jun wasn't surprised. The old man had made it very clear that these 8 people would be his men from now on, unlike Gao Lai and the others who were loyal to one side but not to the other. Although Gao Lai and the others were very obedient, Shen Jun knew he couldn't keep them after Chao Jun explained why they followed Shen Mu. A life-saving grace is greater than heaven. Young Master Jun, my name is Yubin and I'm their captain. From now on, we'll be your personal bodyguards. As Shen Jun walked out, the 8 men stepped forward simultaneously, with the one at the front immediately introducing himself. Then I'll leave my safety to you from now on, Shen Jun said with a smile. Understood. We promise that no matter what dangers we encounter in the future, unless we all perish, you will not be harmed in the slightest. Yubin shouted. Okay. Shen Jun patted him on the shoulder, then walked towards the car. A bodyguard immediately jogged over and opened the car door for Shen Jun. After Shen Jun got into the car, Yubin opened the driver's side door, got in, and then started the car and drove off. Young Master Jun, where are we going? Yubin asked softly on the way. Tianyun Group, Shen Jun said casually. Yes, Tianyun Group. Office on the 21st floor. Looking at the listless Yan Zhong, Shen Jun chuckled and said, the situation is special today, otherwise I wouldn't have called you to the company now. Yan Zhong forced himself to stay awake and said, I slept too late today, it has nothing to do with you. Shen Jun smiled and continued, I won't be coming to the company as often from now on. Just do what I tell you to do. Huh? Yan Zhong was immediately dumbfounded. He truly hadn't expected Shen Jun to say such a thing. I just started working here yesterday, and today I'm saying I won't be coming in as often anymore. What kind of boss does that? That's not how you joke. However, he still nodded heavily to Shen Jun and said, I understand, Mr. Shen. Okay, if you have any issues with the stock market, just call me directly. For departmental problems, contact Shen Yao directly, and I'll let him know, Shen Jun instructed. Understood. Yan Zhong nodded again in agreement. All right, then go and rest, Shen Jun said, waving his hand. Yes. After Yan Zhong left, Shen Jun did not stay there any longer, but took the elevator to the underground parking lot. Although he wasn't sure when the old man would contact him, he was certain it wouldn't be long, and he needed to go back and tell Shen Nan. What? You're going to Shanghai? And you're not coming back? Upon hearing the news that Shen Jun was going to Shanghai, Shen Nan jumped up in shock. She said with a hint of grievance, Brother, I don't want to stay here alone. Seeing the little girl's somewhat frightened expression, Shen Jun patted her head and smiled. If you don't want to stay, then don't. Don't you have money? Before university starts, you can go traveling or go back to Chongqing. Anything is fine. Nobody's forcing you to stay in Beijing. Huh? Shen Nan was completely dumbfounded. She really hadn't expected this, or rather, she had never thought she would be able to leave Kyoto. You, Shen Jun chuckled, tapping the girl's forehead, no one has ever restricted your freedom. You can go wherever you want. Don't worry about things that haven't happened yet. But, Shen Nan asked, puzzled, we live in such a nice house and enjoy so many benefits, don't we have to pay a price? Upon hearing this, Shen Jun looked at Shen Nan solemnly and said, Xiao Nan, just remember one thing. No one will make you pay a price just because you enjoyed a little benefit. This is what you deserve, understand? I understand, the little girl replied softly. Hee. Shen Jun chuckled and continued to reassure her, go wherever you want, go home whenever you want. No one can restrict your freedom. Your brother is here to support you. Okay, then I'll go back to Chongqing to see my grandparents first, then go to Changbai Mountain again, and finally stay in Lijiang Old Town for a while before coming back when school starts, Shen Nan said happily. Go ahead, but remember to take your bodyguards with you, Shen Jun replied with a smile. Good. 6 o'clock in the evening. Shen Jun's dinner was laid out on the table. Sweet and sour pork ribs, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, Buddha jumps over the wall, Wensi tofu, Longding shrimp. Just as Shen Jun was leisurely eating his dinner alone, the door to his room was suddenly pushed open. Looking up, I saw Shen Mu walking in from outside the door with 4 bodyguards. Isn't it a bit impolite to visit without prior notice? Shen Jun asked softly. Politeness? Do you even know who owns this villa? Shen Mu sneered before saying coldly, You, a newcomer to the Shen family, are trying to take my place. You think I'm being polite to you? You really think too highly of yourself. TSK tisk tisk. Shen Jun chuckled. Shenmu, do you know that even when you're not truly angry, playing the villain requires a bit of acting skill? Hearing this, Shenmu asked in surprise, did I act poorly? After saying that, he muttered to himself, this shouldn't be happening. I thought I had already shown the right attitude towards that trash. Shen Jun shook his head and sighed, acting is acting. Only professionals can truly act well, unless it's the kind of rugged handsomeness Yang Yang displayed as Zhang Qiling, so handsome that people overlook the acting. And you? You're handsome, but not so handsome that I'd overlook your acting skills. Alright, I'll learn some actors' self-discipline later, otherwise I'll easily suffer losses. Shenmu plopped down opposite Shen Jun, then naturally picked up a pair of chopsticks and started eating. This is my food. If you want some, you can ask Anqua to make some more, Shen Jun said helplessly. Anyway, you can't finish it all, and I haven't eaten either, so just make do with this, Shenmu said nonchalantly. You. Shen Jun was speechless. You should be grateful I don't mind, what? You think you're complaining about me? Shenmu rolled his eyes and retorted. Alright, whatever you say, I won't argue with you. Shen Jun picked up his chopsticks and continued eating. That's right, neither of us should look down on the other. The two finished their dinner quietly, and then Shen Jun asked Anqua to make 2 more cups of tea. As the aroma of tea wafted through the air, Shen Jun slowly spoke. So eager to come here? That doesn't seem like you at all. Shenmu looked at Shen Jun and teased, you've only met me a few times and you already know me so well? Shen Jun smiled and said, although we haven't met many times, I don't believe that the leaders of the Shen family for 3 generations would be so lacking in shrewdness and patience. So what kind of person do you envision for the 3 generations of leaders? Shenmu asked with interest. Shen Jun replied softly, didn't you already show that back in the Fog City? As expected, I underestimated you back then. Shenmu shook his head and sighed. There's no such thing as looking down on someone. It's just a scion of a powerful family showing contempt for someone born and raised in Chongqing, Shen Jun said dismissively. What would you have done if you had been in my shoes? Shenmu asked curiously. Since they dared to enter the Shen family that way, then kill them with one blow. Let that person understand what kind of family the Shen family is, and let that person know one thing. Don't have any improper thoughts just because the old man has ignored him for more than 20 years, Shen Jun said casually. Are you really not giving us even the slightest chance? Shenmu asked, raising an eyebrow. Why should I give it to them? Shen Jun explained calmly, a behemoth like the Shen family naturally needs to be completely under our control. No matter the circumstances, our own interests come first. As for other things like family, friendship, and love, those are unimportant. Especially not a cousin I haven't seen for over 20 years. TSK tisk tisk. Shenmu exclaimed, did I just bring back a dragon that had crossed the river? That's just talk. After all, I'm not stupid. The 2nd and 3rd wives won't agree to me actually fighting you for it, Shen Jun sneered. Since you know everything, why did you say those things to the old man? Shenmu asked curiously. So that's why you came here tonight, isn't it? Shen Jun joked. You could say that, Shenmu nodded. I don't think you were unaware of your situation in the Shen family, but you still said those things to the old man. That's something I really don't understand. Break free from shackles. Shen Jun said softly. The Shen family didn't give you anything that didn't belong to you, and you're reacting a bit too strongly, Shenmu said, frowning. Where are my father's shackles? Shen Jun said expressionlessly, I saw one thing the first time I met the old man. My father left the Shen family not only because of the rules, but also because he had no other choice. Although his departure led to the existence of Xiaonan and me, the people who forced him out of the Shen family won't easily let me integrate into the family, much less make me the head of the family for 3 generations. Since that's the case, why don't I let them put pressure on me first? Only then will I have no more reservations. Well, Shenmu sighed and said, do you even know that the old man is the one who truly makes the decisions in the Shen family? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have said those things to the old man, let alone provoked him like that. I actually value my life quite a bit. Shen Jun nodded. You really enjoy throwing yourself into this game? Shenmu said in a deep voice, the Shen family isn't like those trash. One wrong move and you'll lose everything. You're not in mortal danger, but when that happens, your sister won't be able to control her own destiny. After a pause, Shenmu continued, A girl who is destined to be valued by the old man and possesses both beauty and talent. No family would hesitate to form a marriage alliance with her. After all, resources are limited, and who wouldn't want to enhance their own foundation? What makes you think I'll lose? Shen Jun raised his chin and said, I know your methods, and I understand my own situation, but those who dare not gamble have no chance of winning, let alone. Seeing Shenmu's increasingly serious expression, Shen Jun smiled and said, as long as I can guarantee that my information sources are unrelated to outsiders, who can stop me? Call. Shenmu let out a long breath and said in a low voice, is it really unrelated to the outside world, or do you think you've hidden it very well? Hee. Shen Jun shook his head and chuckled. There's really no need for me to say anything about this, because everything will be proven later. After all, my phone and computer and Xiaonan's phone and computer are already under close surveillance, right? Shenmu didn't answer the question, but frowned and said, are you really willing to let Xiaonan go through an arranged marriage? Shen Jun paused for a moment, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at Shenmu and asked, it seems you didn't understand what I said at all? Or did you never even consider the possibility of me winning? What do you think? Shenmu retorted sharply, what makes you so confident that you can take that position from me even when neither the second nor the third wife supports you? I have no objection to arranged marriages between powerful families. As for my sister, Shen Jun sneered, even if I lose, no one can make decisions for her. Her life is in our own hands. You still don't quite understand the rules and regulations between aristocratic families, Shen Jun said, somewhat disappointed. Shen Jun is willing to use any means necessary for his own benefit, but he cannot gamble with his own sister's future. Even he couldn't do that. The Shen family can be ruthless and vicious, but they cannot use their methods against their own people. The Shen family's approach is one of inner virtue and outward dominance. I don't need to understand those rules and regulations, nor have I ever intended to break them, but... Shen Jun said calmly, why do you think I'll lose to you? Shenmu. Damn it, after all that talk. This be asterisk 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 D's real thought is that he doesn't take him seriously at all. He'd already made himself so clear, yet this guy remained so confident. Did that mean that he, a third-generation leader, was nothing but a nobody in the other's eyes? How arrogant. That's incredibly arrogant. Shenmu almost lost control of his emotions. Wealth can move mountains? Shenmu gritted his teeth and said, don't you know the rules of this world? The prerequisite for wealth to move mountains is that you have the ability to protect it. Otherwise, it's just a mirage. So, Shen Jun said with a smile, why did I say those things to the old man? The qualifications for the competition are only a small part. The biggest reason is his status and position. With his backing, who would dare to harm me? Fine, you're really cunning. Shenmu said angrily, you were calling me brother just now, and now you're pulling this stunt on me. Shen Jun, you're really something. You flatter me. Since that's the case, then let's each rely on our own methods. I really don't believe you can make money to the point of being able to influence the gods. Shenmu said sarcastically. That's not something Brother Mu should worry about. The only thing you need to do now is win people over so that no one can resist the temptation of money and come to me later, Shen Jun joked. Aren't you getting a little too arrogant, kid? In the end, Shenmu couldn't help but shout out what was on his mind. Why can't I be arrogant? Shen Jun shrugged and said, I already said that given my situation back then, I should have just killed him. After all, that's a debt owed for over 20 years of neglect. Even if the old man is as hard-hearted as iron, he would still try to make it up to me. Besides, the old man seems to be just tough on the outside, but actually quite soft-hearted. Shenmu. Looking at Shen Jun, who was extremely confident, Shenmu felt a sense of powerlessness that he hadn't experienced in a long time. It's not that we can't deal with him, but that kid is too pragmatic. Before anything even starts, they've already planned their escape route. I really want to punch someone. Taking a few deep breaths, Shenmu said irritably, everything's been arranged for you in Shanghai. All you need to do is go there. Now, immediately, get out of here. TSK tisk tisk. Shen Jun stood up and looked at Shenmu, piercingly saying, look at you, I'm already competing with you, and you still have to arrange all the preparations for us before we compete. Tell me, isn't the old man's favoritism my source of confidence? Shenmu. This person is infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. A moment later, Shenmu suddenly laughed out loud again. This laugh completely baffled Shen Jun. Do you really think that being in charge of the Shen family for 3 generations is a good job? Shenmu asked softly. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun instantly understood what the other person was thinking. He replied with a smile, no, it's not only not a good job, it's a dreadful job that will drain you of all your energy. Oh, Shenmu asked, somewhat surprised. You actually know about this? Shen Jun shook his head and smiled. Of course I understand, but my purpose isn't just about the power of the Shen family. I've made it very clear. I want to break the shackles that bind my father. Upon hearing such remarks, Shenmu sighed with his eyes closed. Great love for the immortal venerable? Starting over from scratch. Shen Jun was shocked. No wonder Shenmu was able to become the head of the Shen family for 3 generations. That one sentence alone is enough to prove how they got the location. When the light doesn't reach me, the sunlight is useless. But once the light shines on me, then it's the sunlight that needs my protection. Of course, it can also be understood as recreating sunlight. Only, some things just can't be admitted. Shen Jun didn't respond, but changed the subject, saying, before we've decided who's winning, I don't want anyone disturbing Xiaonan. Brother Mu should be able to do that, right? I understand. Unless Xiaonan runs into trouble, the Shen family won't contact her on their own initiative, Shenmu assured him softly. Then I'll be going now. Kyoto really isn't a good place for me. Watching Shen Jun's departing figure, Shenmu was momentarily at a loss for words. No wonder the second and third wives are so wary of him. With that kind of mentality, if you were truly given power then, no matter how nicely you speak, it's useless. The seeds of hatred have already been sown, and once they take root and sprout. I wonder what the old man is thinking. Isn't he afraid that the Shen family will fall apart because of this? The catfish effect is something the Shen family cannot afford to withstand. It's 11 p.m. Shen Jun traveled from Kyoto to Shanghai in a private jet. Unlike his last visit to Shanghai, this time Shen Jun barely walked a few steps after getting off the plane. The whole thing was by car. However, compared to the 3 cars he rode in Kyoto, the car Shenmu arranged for him here was much more luxurious. 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, and the one Shen Jun was in was a bulletproof version. But Shen Jun felt that Shanghai seemed more dangerous than Kyoto. Otherwise, why would there be bulletproof cars in Shanghai when none exist in Kyoto? All I can say is that Kyoto is Kyoto, far surpassing any other city. Sea view number 1. In fact, the Shen family owns many houses in Shanghai, such as Tenglong, Jingyuan, Jujiangtang, and Shijiao, but Shen Jun did not live in those villas, but chose this place instead. Because it's very close to Shanghai's financial center, and the Shen family's financial company in Shanghai is located there, he doesn't need to take a long drive to get there. Everything is for convenience. I took a quick look at the room. It wasn't very big, a total of 389 square meters, with 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Shen Jun stayed in one room by himself, while Yu Bin and the others stayed in the other rooms. He can't live without bodyguards now. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the convoy slowly came to a stop in front of the Tianyun Group building in Shanghai. The Shanghai Tianyun Tower is located on Huayuan Shiqiao Road in the Lujiazui Financial and Trade Zone of Pudong New Area. It is a 166-meter tall, 36-story skyscraper with a total construction area of 120,000 square meters. The tower was completed in 2005 and was developed and constructed by Tianyun Real Estate. At this moment, hundreds of men and women dressed in suits were already standing at the main entrance of the Tianyun building. And all of these men and women were wearing employee badges from Tianyun Group. A red carpet was laid out at the main entrance, and the area on both sides was separated by fences. Only 2 men and 1 woman stood at the front of the crowd, while more than a dozen people stood behind them. Upon seeing the 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms slowly come to a stop, the 3 immediately jogged forward and opened the car doors. Hello, Mr. Shen. I am Su Hong, manager of the Shanghai branch of Tianyun Group. As soon as Shen Jun got out of the car, the middle-aged man in a suit standing at the front introduced himself with a big smile. Hello. Shen Jun extended his hand and shook hands with the other person. Then another man and a woman extended their hands to Shen Jun and introduced themselves. The other middle-aged man was named Gao Zhuang, the company's risk control manager, and the woman was named by Yen, the company's finance manager. After getting to know the three people, Shen Jun turned his gaze to the dozen or so senior executives standing behind them. Su Hong immediately introduced the dozen or so people one by one, and Shen Jun shook hands with each of them as usual. They're all senior executives of the company. They should not be treated differently. After getting to know these people, Su Hong led Shen Jun into the group's building. After the group went inside, the employees who were standing at the door took the elevator back to their offices and started working. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's Saturday and the stock market is closed. For working people, what day off is there anyway? Shen Jun is visiting the company for the first time, so even if they have to sit at their desks and do nothing, they still have to come. Office on the 35th floor. Shen Jun sat in his office chair, with Su Hong and the others standing in a row directly in front of him. I only have one question for you. How much capital does the company currently have at its disposal? Shen Jun asked the group first. Upon hearing this, Su Hong paused for a moment, then said, the company currently has $1.3 billion in idle funds available. If you have projects you're interested in that require more funding, I can allocate another $1 billion for you within a week. This is the maximum amount of funds the company can utilize at the moment. If that's not enough, we'll have to take out a bank loan. Su Hong's words surprised Shen Jun slightly. He truly hadn't expected that just one branch could allocate so much capital. However, considering the strength of Tenglong Group, it's understandable. Without hesitation, Shen Jun spoke again. Set up an investment department on the 35th floor for me, and then select 10 traders from the company's staff. These 10 people will be directly under my supervision. You don't need to worry about them. As for the money, after a few seconds of pause, Shen Jun continued, don't touch that $1.3 billion yet, and don't withdraw any more funds. I'll let you know when I need it. Understood. Su Hong nodded in agreement immediately. Then Shen Jun addressed the issue that everyone was most worried about. Although it is said that a new emperor brings a new court, I am an outsider when it comes to finance, so there won't be much trouble. Your previous positions will not be changed. You will continue to do what you did before. However, there's one thing. I don't like any unexpected problems arising in the company. If they do, don't blame me for being ruthless. I don't care what contributions you've made to the company before. None of it matters to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Hong and the others breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we don't touch them, the rest are not a problem. They didn't know much about Shen Jun's background, but they were very familiar with the background and power of the previous leader. That leader truly wields immense power and influence in Shanghai. Once an investment project is favored by the company, no matter who the opponent is or how powerful their background is, there is no project that cannot be secured. All that leader did was make a few phone calls. Even such a big shot was replaced by this young CEO Shen in just a day. No, not a day, but only a few minutes. The leader was in a meeting with them at the time. During the meeting, the leader received a phone call, then immediately started packing his things. Before leaving, the leader only said one sentence. I've been transferred to headquarters. A new leader will be arriving at the company tomorrow. Remember one thing, don't offend that leader, or no one can save you. Who wouldn't be filled with fear and anxiety under such circumstances? The top leader has been ousted, let alone people like them. Now, things are fine. This new general manager Shen doesn't care about anything, they're still themselves. Understood, Mr. Shen, the group replied excitedly. Then you can go ahead and get busy. I'll contact you if anything comes up later, Shen Jun said, waving his hand. Yes. Bai Yan and the others bowed slightly and left the office, but Su Hong did not leave. Under Shen Jun's questioning gaze, Su Hong immediately explained, Mr. Shen, you don't have a secretary yet. I've selected a few for you. Would you like to take a look? If you don't think any of them are suitable, then I'll recruit someone else from outside. Shen Jun. Wow, he exclaimed, wow. Since joining Tenglong Group, he had never really thought about having a secretary. It's not that I forgot, but that I genuinely hadn't thought about it. How could we forget about a secretary? When there's work to be done, the secretary does it. When there's nothing to do, there's nothing to do. Don't think about it anymore, it's easy to cause trouble. After clearing his throat twice, Shen Jun said to Su Hong, let's take a look at their information first. Mr. Shen, please take a look. Su Hong immediately placed a large stack of resumes on his desk. Looking down, Shen Jun thought Su Hong was very unprofessional. The information on the resume should be a half-body photo, so why did he hand over a full-body photo? However, considering that the other party was considerate of him, he forgave him this time. As Shen Jun flipped through the resumes, he was almost overwhelmed by the choices. It's not that he's never seen beautiful women, but rather that the people in these profiles are indeed somewhat attractive. They are all highly educated, good-looking, and have exceptionally good figures. As he flipped through the pages, Shen Jun suddenly stopped. Su Hong glanced at it furtively, but he wasn't too surprised when he saw the photo on the resume. That girl was just too beautiful. Xiao Han, a 25-year-old graduate of Shanghai University of Finance and Economics with a master's degree, is 172 centimeters tall and weighs 49 kilograms. Her academic qualifications weren't particularly outstanding among the many resumes. In fact, they were quite lacking. But Su Hong still included her resume because she was beautiful enough. Sometimes, a degree is just a stepping stone. Good looks are what really matter. It's her. Shen Jun said softly, pointing to Xiao Han's resume. Understood. I'll have her come over right now. With that, Su Hong left the office. 2 or 3 minutes later, a knock on the door reached Shen Jun's ears. Enter. As the office door was slowly pushed open, Shen Jun looked up slightly and immediately saw the woman's face clearly. Although he was mentally prepared, a hint of amazement still flashed in Shen Jun's eyes. Although her makeup was light, it exuded sophistication. Her features were classic and aloof, and her long, wine-red hair cascaded over her shoulders, highlighting her cool and elegant demeanor that made people want to keep looking at her. Hello, Mr. Shen. This is Xiao Han. Compared to Shen Jun's composure, Xiao Han was much more nervous. She hasn't even closed her eyes to rest since last night. She knew very well that people don't have many opportunities to change their destiny in their lifetime, and her chance to change her destiny was right in front of her. The true controller of the Shanghai Tianyun Group. As long as she follows behind such a powerful figure, she will never have any worries in her life. Not to mention, write down my contact information, then familiarize yourself with the company's internal workings. If anything comes up, just report to me directly. Shen Jun pursed his lips and said softly, glancing at the glimpse of spring skin revealed as the other woman bent over. Understood, Mr. Shen, Xiao Han replied quickly. Okay, go ahead. Shen Jun waved his hand. Xiao Han bowed again and left the office. Although the girl was very beautiful, Shen Jun wasn't so eager as to think about such inappropriate things as soon as they met. With his current status and position, what kind of girl couldn't he have? Moreover, he had something even more important to verify. Sitting in his office, Shen Jun neither looked at his phone nor played on his computer. Instead, he kept silently reciting something in his mind. He wanted to confirm one thing right now. As noon arrived, Shen Jun's long-awaited voice finally rang out. Byte. Zotatron, August 1st, $203. Chicago Mercantile Exchange, August 1st, $197.56. Google A, August 1st, $132.55. On July 9th at 8 a.m., Ding Chengdong jumped to his death from the Shanha building. On July 9th at midnight, a trendy bar in Shanghai discovered 10 kilograms of rock sugar, worth 20 million yuan. Sure enough, the intelligence of this system is simply outrageous. It can not only receive external information in real time, but it can also predict what Shen Jun needs most at that moment. Shen Jun didn't immediately search for stocks, nor did he pay attention to the 10 kilograms of rock sugar. Instead, he searched for Ding Chengdong online. He needs to verify his thoughts once again. The facts did not disappoint him. There was indeed detailed information about Ding Chengdong online. Ding Chengdong was born in 1980 in the Grassland province. He was the legal representative and general manager of the former Shanghai Wuxian Investment Management Company, Limited. He started investing in the stock market at the age of 18. In his early days, he was active in stock trading at the Tianyun Business Department in the Grassland province, and at that time, he and other stock trading enthusiasts were known as the Grassland Limit Up Daredevils. At the end of 2009, Ding Chengdong established Shanghai Infinite Investment Management Company, Limited, and later established several private equity funds. In May 2017, Ding Chengdong was arrested by the police on suspicion of manipulating the securities market and insider trading. He was sentenced to 3 years and 6 months in prison and fined 3.5 billion yuan. However, there is no news online about Ding Chengdong after his release from prison. After reading this information, Shen Jun immediately realized that Ding Chengdong's greatest strength was not his ability to make money, but his foresight. He had predicted that the 2007 American subprime mortgage crisis would trigger a global financial crisis. This alone shows that he is a talented individual, exactly the kind of talent Shen Jun needs right now. Although it's unclear why such a person would be driven to desperation and commit suicide by jumping off a building, as long as Shen Jun takes action, no matter what trouble the other party is in, it won't be a problem. I pressed a button on the table lightly, and less than 10 seconds later, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Xiao Han pushed open the door and entered. Mr. Shen, what can I do for you? Go investigate Ding Chengdong. He's very famous in the financial industry. I want to know what's going on with him lately, Shen Jun instructed softly. Clear. After Xiao Han left the office, Shen Jun opened the stock trading software to check the 3 stocks predicted by the system. Zoetis' stock price was $161.20 per share at the time, with a total market capitalization of $73.38 billion. According to the system's stock price prediction, Shen Jun could earn a maximum of $41.80 per share on this stock. At that time, the stock price on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange was $168.30 per share, with a total market capitalization of $60.58 billion. This stock could potentially earn up to $29.26 per share. At this time, Google A's stock price was $106.50 per share, with a total market capitalization of $623.98 billion, and the maximum profit per share was $26.05. After silently memorizing the stock information, Shen Jun opened the navigation app and searched for the trendy bar. The trendy bar wasn't located in downtown Shanghai, but rather on the Outer Ring Road, some distance from where he was now. After a moment's thought, Shen Jun decided to discuss it again tomorrow. The system's erratic behavior left him unsure of how these rock sugars would affect him in the future. After all, the lottery incident back then taught him a lesson. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao Han walked into the office again, carrying a thick stack of documents. Mr. Shen, this is all the information about Ding Chengdong. Please take a look. Xiao Han immediately explained after placing the document on the table. Shen Jun didn't look at the documents, but instead turned to Xiao Han and asked, what happened to Ding Chengdong after his release from prison? Xiao Han immediately replied, according to the company's investigation, Ding Chengdong was blacklisted by the financial industry after his release from prison, and all financial companies in the country are avoiding him like the plague. All of his previous shares have been frozen, and there are even rumors that he will basically never get his shares back because he made money he shouldn't have and got into trouble he shouldn't have. Some people didn't want him to live too carefree, so they used some underhanded methods on him, to the point that Ding Chengdong now needs his parents to subsidize even his most basic daily expenses. Shen Jun. Wow, Xiao Han is quite reserved in her speech. Did you make money you shouldn't have? Did they stir up trouble they shouldn't have? Are there other people who don't want him to live too comfortably? This almost makes it clear that the village chief ordered this to happen. Because only the village chief has the power to prevent someone like Ding Chengdong from doing anything. Otherwise, with Ding Chengdong's abilities, he could never have fallen to such a state. After all, he might not be able to bear the pressure any longer and commit suicide tomorrow. But seeing Xiao Han's slightly nervous expression, Shen Jun smiled and said, you handled things quite well this time. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Shen. It's just my job. I'm glad you're satisfied, Xiao Han said, waving her hand as she suppressed her excitement. Shen Jun disregarded his secretary's thoughts and instructed again, in the name of Tianun Group, go and find this Ding Chengdong for me. Understood. Xiao Han nodded heavily, then walked out of the office. Although she couldn't understand why her boss would choose someone like that as a secretary, the most important thing was to be obedient, and only by being obedient could she get the job done. 3 p.m. A middle-aged man in a suit walked into the office, led by Xiao Han. Looking at the face that looked much older than in the online photos, Shen Jun couldn't help but sigh. Moving things you shouldn't have will definitely come at a huge price. These are rules that apply to certain people. Back then, Shen Jun was afraid of those things, which led to the system proactively updating and upgrading. No matter where you are, if you have money but no connections, you'll only become a lamb to the slaughter. Hello, Mr. Shen, I am Ding Chengdong. Shen Jun could clearly sense that Ding Chengdong's tone and posture were somewhat overly humble. That's understandable. The saying, "a penny can stump a hero," isn't just a saying, it's a reality. A stark and bloody reality. Throughout history, you can't survive without money. It's quite remarkable that Ding Chengdong has managed to hold on this long under the village chief's oppression. In fact, it's quite rare. They say even a starved camel is bigger than a horse, but few can bear the shock of falling from heaven to hell. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Mr. Ding, please have a seat. Shen Jun gestured to the chair opposite the desk. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Ding Chengdong replied politely and sat down. At this moment, the thing he most wanted to know was why Shen Jun had asked him to come here. Even if he were at the height of his fame, the Tianyun Group would still be an insurmountable mountain for him, let alone now that he is in so many shackles. Or rather, they're not even in the same social class. He really didn't understand why Shen Jun would contact him. Glancing at the slightly nervous Ding Chengdong, Shen Jun smiled and said, "Mr. Ding must be wondering why I invited you here?" Ding Chengdong immediately replied, "Indeed, to be honest, Mr. Shen, when I received Miss Chiu's call, I initially thought it was a scam. But then I thought, someone like me shouldn't be of any value to be fooled, so with a what-the-heck attitude, I immediately agreed." Hee. Shen Jun shook his head and chuckled. Mr. Ding is really honest. Before Ding Chengdong could reply, Shen Jun continued, "Then Mr. Ding might as well guess why I invited you here." Upon hearing this, Ding Chengdong gave a wry smile and said, "My only value is that I have a bit of talent in the financial markets." Mr. Shen, you must have seen that in me, right? But, after a pause, Ding Chengdong said dejectedly, "As you probably know, I'm not only restricted from trading now, but I'm also being closely watched by some people. If I dare to make any move, I'll only face imprisonment. I have no other choice. The mistake I made back then was too big. Those people won't let me off the hook." Shen Jun smiled and said, "What if I told you I'd covered for you in all these situations?" Ding Chengdong was shocked. Although he had been mentally prepared, he still couldn't control his emotions after hearing Shen Jun's words. But the thought of those who were targeting him made Ding Chengdong feel discouraged again. The Tianyun Group is indeed very powerful, so powerful that, even at his peak, he was just a tiny ant compared to the people who were targeting him. However, compared to those people who were targeting him, the Tianyun Group was not enough. For those people, having money is really useless. Of course, given Tianyun Group's strength and background, Ding Chengdong believed that if they were only negotiating with the other party for his sake, those people would give in. But he didn't believe that Tianyun Group would go to such lengths for him. It's not worth it. Offending so many people for his sake? That's not even a joke. Jikamin Fio Kanto. Only, now that Shen Jun has already brought him here, he probably won't play such a joke on him, especially since he's already desperate. Even if it's just a straw, he'll try to grab it. No madness, no life. Thinking of this, Ding Chengdong immediately stood up. He gritted his teeth and said, "As long as President Shen dares to use me, then to repay your kindness on the golden platform, I'd gladly wield my jade dragon sword and die for you." As soon as he said this, a satisfied smile immediately appeared on Shen Jun's face. It's not that Shenmue likes keeping assassins, it's just that these kinds of people are so reassuring to use. Shen Jun didn't reply, but instead turned his gaze to Chiu Han, who was standing silently to the side with her head down, and said, "Go and complete Mr. Ding's onboarding procedures. From now on, the investment department that reports directly to me will be managed by Mr. Ding." "Understood, Mr. Shen." Chiu Han immediately looked up and replied. Upon hearing this, Ding Chengdong's eyes reddened with excitement. He had thought that at most he would only be secretly managing funds for Shen Jun, but he never expected that the other party would directly process his employment. That way, I can truly appear openly and honestly in front of everyone. In other words, Shen Jun wasn't lying to him. The other party really was trying to block out those people watching him. "Mr. Shen, Just as Ding Chengdong was about to say something, Shen Jun waved his hand to stop him, saying, "No need for thanks. Just manage the funds well for me. That's the greatest gratitude you can give me." "Understood. I will never let President Shen down." Ding Chengdong roared through his tears. "Go ahead, spend the next couple of days getting familiar with the environment. You'll officially start work on Monday," Shen Jun said gently. "Yes, Mr. Ding, this way please," Xiuhan said at the opportune moment. "Thank you for your help, Miss Qiu." Xiuhan smiled and nodded to Ding Chengdong, then led him out of the office. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Shen Jun felt exceptionally happy. Now he can finally maximize the benefits from the stock information predicted by the system. Real stock trading isn't like that you buy and hold, then wait for the peak to sell. Instead, they hold controlling stakes and continuously buy and sell based on market conditions to maximize profits. However, since Shen Jun was not very knowledgeable about the stock market, he always used the most basic method to make a profit. Now that Ding Chengdong is here, his earning speed will skyrocket. The next day, Shen Jun came to the company again. First, Xiuhan was instructed to summon Su Hong and have him hand over all the company's idle $1.3 billion to Ding Chengdong. Su Hong immediately agreed, or rather, he dared not refuse. Within the Tianyun Group in Shanghai, Shen Jun is the supreme ruler. But just as Shen Jun waved for Su Hong to leave, Su Hong didn't go. Instead, he looked at Shen Jun with some difficulty. "What's wrong?" Shen Jun asked curiously. "President Shen, several investment projects that the company had already finalized were snatched away by others today. What do you think?" Su Hong said, his face flushed, explaining the reason. "Shen Jun, good heavens, he just joined the company yesterday, and this happened today. What a coincidence." However, he didn't believe that Su Hong was trying to trip him up. That guy didn't have that kind of guts. He asked directly, "Who was in charge of those investment projects before?" Su Hong cautiously replied, "It's General Manager Meng who's in charge." Shen Jun. He naturally knew who the General Manager Meng that Su Hong mentioned was, because he was the one who replaced General Manager Meng and came here to be the boss. Is this guy really that bold? I don't know who Shen Jun is? Trying to trip him up is practically courting death. It's important to know that although this guy was transferred to headquarters, his future hasn't been affected at all. After all, the old man himself said that headquarters would compensate him for what happened. How dare he do that? Or is it? Did someone at headquarters ask him to sabotage him? Thinking of this, a figure appeared in Shen Jun's mind. In this situation, we might be able to use Shen Yao, that guy who cares so much about his reputation. Without any hesitation, Shen Jun immediately took out his phone and started calling Shen Yao. The call was answered quickly. "Hey, Junji, what's up?" Shen Yao's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Do you know where I am right now?" Shen Jun asked casually. "Of course I know. It's all over the Shen family now. They're saying that to compensate you, Grandpa gave you the Shanghai branch company. We're all incredibly envious of that. It's a whole branch company." Shen Yao shouted. "Would you like to come to Shanghai and take a position here?" Shen Jun tempted. "Huh?" Shen Yao asked in surprise. "I'm going to work in Shanghai?" "Brother Jun, you're not kidding, are you? What can I do?" Shen Jun. Damn, this kid isn't stupid. He's actually quite self-aware. However, he really needed this guy to back him up right now. After all, status and position are things that intelligence cannot compare to. "What are you saying? Do you think I'd joke with you?" Shen Jun said sincerely. "As for what you can do, there's plenty. I have plenty of jobs for you here. How about this? Come over now, and I'll make you the Deputy General Manager of Shanghai Tianyun Group. Is that a suitable position?" Holy crap. Shen Yao was dumbfounded. He never expected Shen Jun to say something like that. The Deputy General Manager of Shanghai Tianyun Group? Is that a position he's capable of holding? It's like a dream. No, I wouldn't even dream of doing it that way. Jun. Brother Jun, you're not kidding, are you? Shen Yao said, his voice trembling slightly. I really can be the Deputy General Manager of a branch company. Shen Jun's lips curled up slightly. Sure enough, this guy really cares about his reputation. The level of one's position is what he cares about most. Cough cough. After clearing his throat twice, Shen Jun continued to entice him. Xiao Yao, don't feel guilty. Who am I? I'm the head of Shanghai Tianyun Group. If I say you can do it, you can do it. Anyone who dares to object, I'll fire them immediately. So, how about coming over to be the deputy general manager? This. Shen Yao was immediately torn. He wanted to go, but he was also afraid that Shen Jun would trick him, since he wasn't that familiar with Shen Jun. But that's the deputy general manager. After hesitating for a long time, Shen Yao suddenly asked in a low voice, Brother Jun, how much is the salary for the deputy general manager? Shen Jun. This question nearly choked Shen Jun. He truly hadn't expected this guy to ask such a question. Seriously, speechless. After a long silence, Shen Jun asked with some curiosity, What? Are you short of money too? Junji, stop messing around. Everyone needs money. I don't have enough to spend, and my parents rarely give me money. They say if I want to spend money, I should earn it myself, and if I don't have money, I shouldn't spend it, Shen Yao muttered. So what's your current salary? Shen Jun asked again. It's very little, only 50,000 yuan a month, Shen Yao complained. Shen Jun. To be honest, he thinks this salary is too high. Given Shen Yao's stupidity, giving him 10,000 would be a good deal. They have to be members of the family. You're only getting this little? This salary doesn't suit your status at all. Shen Jun said, his words contradicting his true feelings. Exactly. Shen Yao continued to complain, my older brother is incredibly stingy. He said even a pig could do my job, and giving me 50,000 yuan is already a lot. He even said if I think it's too little, I shouldn't do it anymore. It's infuriating. If my parents weren't refusing to give me money, I'd really want to go home and lie down. Your older brother is right. Your job is something even a pig could do, right? But I should just think about it and not say it. How about this? If you come and be the deputy general manager, I'll give you 500,000 a month. How about that? Pretty generous, right? Shen Jun said calmly. Holy crap? 500,000? Brother Jun, you're not kidding me, are you? You really gave me 500,000? And that's a month's salary. Shen Yao's voice cracked with shock. Of course, the Shanghai branch may not have much else, but it has plenty of money. 500,000 is just a drop in the ocean. If you do a good job, I'll raise it to 1 million a month next year. Shen Jun continued to tempt them, increasing the stakes. I'll go right now. All right, I'll have someone pick you up from the airport when you arrive, and I'll treat you to a welcome-back dinner tonight. Okay, Junji, wait for me. I'll book the tickets right now. Shen Yao said impatiently. Okay, I'll be waiting for you, bro. Shen Jun hung up the phone after saying that. After putting away his phone, he turned his gaze to Su Hong, who had been standing across the desk. You should have heard the phone call just now. I heard you. Su Hong nodded immediately. This man is called Shen Yao, my cousin. He's not very bright, but he's very concerned about his image, and his background is much higher than that of President Meng. You should understand what I mean, right? Shen Jun asked softly. Understood. Su Hong nodded heavily, suppressing a smile. Shen Jun made it perfectly clear, he's not stupid. He desperately needed a rich young master with such a powerful background who is also easy to fool. It's all about saving face. He'll definitely give this young master plenty of face. Then go ahead. If the company has any problems in the future, just let him handle them. We can't just give away 500,000 a month for nothing, Shen Jun said, waving his hand. Yes. Su Hong immediately left the office. After resolving this problem, Shen Jun began to ponder what would happen that evening. He was hesitating about whether to go to a trendy bar tonight. Given the security situation in the country, he wasn't worried about encountering any danger, since Yu Bin and the others would protect him even without a gun. Only, what exactly does the system mean by constantly involving him in drug-related matters? Is it simply because they wanted to do a good deed? Shen Jun felt that this idea was somewhat unreliable. Based on the system's past behavior, its predictions won't be that simple. After thinking for a long time, Shen Jun still couldn't figure it out, mainly because there was too little, if any, relevant information. In the end, Shen Jun decided to go in person, but he still needed to take precautions beforehand. Although gun control in Daxia is very strict, we should be wary of anyone who can produce 20 million yuan worth of rock candy. After calling Yu Bin into the office, Shen Jun looked at him and asked, Are you able to get your hands on handguns or other firearms? Yes, Yu Bin immediately nodded in reply. All right, everyone bring your pistols tonight and come with me to one place. Shen Jun felt relieved. Understood. Yu Bin then said, Young Master Jun, How dangerous is the place you're going to? Should I find a few more people just in case? No need, it's just a precaution. Shen Jun waved his hand. Yes. 3 p.m. Brother, Junji, I've come to Shanghai to rely on you. Just as Shen Jun was sitting in his chair thinking, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and he looked up to see Shen Yao rushing in. Su Hong and Xiu Han followed closely behind him, speechless. Shen Jun rubbed his temples helplessly, then waved to Su Hong and Xiu Han who were following behind him. After the two left, Shen Jun looked at Shen Yao and teased, so eager to become the deputy general manager? Isn't that obvious? Shen Yao rolled his eyes and muttered, if it weren't for this deputy general manager position, who would bother coming to Shanghai? Is Kyoto not fun enough? You have no idea how influential I am in Kyoto. All right, Shen Jun chuckled. Then go and complete your onboarding procedures with Su Hong now and get your deputy general manager's employee badge. No rush, no rush. Under Shen Jun's surprised gaze, Shen Yao chuckled, Brother Jun, can a deputy general manager also have a secretary? Shen Jun. Goodness, this kid's got some wild ideas. He's already thinking about all sorts of nonsense as soon as he arrives. What a fool. But Shen Jun didn't reject the kid's wicked intentions. He was just a secretary, so he let him be. Nodding at Shen Yao and seeing his excited gaze, Shen Jun smiled and said, okay, you can choose your own secretary, but one thing, no messing around in the company. Shen Yao's face immediately flushed red, and he retorted weakly, Brother Jun, how could you think of me like that? I'm not that kind of person. Yes, you're not that kind of person, but I'm just giving you a heads up so you won't have any trouble later, Shen Jun said irritably. Okay, I definitely won't do anything reckless. Shen Yao quickly nodded in agreement. After recounting this, Shen Jun casually asked, would you like to know why I brought you here to be the deputy general manager? I don't want to. Shen Yao shook his head vigorously. Shen Jun. This kid doesn't play by the rules. This caused him to swallow the rest of his words. That guy is really infuriating. Come here. Shen Jun rolled his eyes and beckoned to him. I'm not going. You're definitely up to no good. As he spoke, Shen Yao took a few steps back. Shen Jun. Damn, this kid's not stupid after all. Seeing Shen Yao's smug look, Shen Jun said irritably, since you don't know why I called you here, then I'll tell you. No, Brother Jun, please spare me. Let's not get involved in those messy things. How about I give you the deputy general manager position and the 500,000 yuan a month? Before Shen Jun could finish speaking, Shen Yao interrupted him with a mournful face. Shen Jun. This is unbelievable. This guy isn't just not stupid, he's actually gotten smarter. Do you think it's possible? Shen Jun raised an eyebrow and asked in return. Well, with a long sigh, Shen Yao said dejectedly, I knew you weren't up to any good. Since you know why you're here, why did you come? Shen Jun teased. TCH. Shen Yao gave Shen Jun the middle finger and retorted irritably, isn't it because the conditions you offered were too tempting? Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. So, you see, if you can't resist the temptation, you have to pay a price, Shen Jun teased. But I won't cheat you. The position is a legitimate vice general manager with a monthly salary. All you have to do is help Su Hong solve some problems at the company. It's very simple for you. What kind of trouble? Shen Yao asked curiously, Brother Jun, can't you solve those problems either? What are you thinking about? Shen Jun glared at him before explaining, it's about some things concerning the company's investments. Your job is to either take down or drive away those competitors. Huh? Shen Yao exclaimed in surprise. Couldn't you have handled this little thing yourself? I'm here to be the boss, not to work for someone else. If I have to handle every single task, what kind of boss am I? Shen Jun scolded impatiently. That's true. Shen Yao nodded understandingly. Then I'm relieved. Leave this little thing to me. Anyone who dares to compete with us for investment projects, I'll make sure they pay. Shen Jun. That's a really arrogant statement, but he likes it, and he doesn't think Shen Yao is incapable of doing it. Don't let his foolishness, his lack of integrity, and his poverty fool you. The fact that he's surnamed Shen and is a direct descendant of the third branch of the Shen family is enough to convince you. By the way, do you know anything about Meng Zhongyu's background? Shen Jun asked softly. I know, he's the guy you chased away. Shen Yao nodded. He's from my uncle and mother-in-law's side. By seniority, he's my older brother's cousin. Shen Jun. What, did he trip you up? Shen Yao asked curiously, seeing Shen Jun's speechless expression. Unsure. Shen Jun shook his head. Go ahead and trip me up. Leave the rest to me. You might not be able to mess with my older brother, but you can certainly handle him, right? Shen Yao waved his hand dismissively and said confidently, Aren't you afraid your older brother will come after you? Shen Jun asked with a smile. What's there to be afraid of? Shen Yao scoffed. My elder brother's surname is Shen, his name is Shen Hao, and he's a member of the Shen family. My fear of him is just bloodline suppression. But who does Meng Zhongyu think he is? So what if he's my brother's cousin? My brother can't possibly suppress me because of an outsider, can he? If he dares, you'll see if I don't ask the old man to stand up for me. Shen Jun. To be honest, he had underestimated this guy's audacity. That makes sense, though. No matter how stupid he is, he's still a member of the Shen family. He's enjoyed at least some resources, and thanks to those resources, he still has the most basic necessities. Besides, this guy dared to be rude to him back then, let alone Meng Zhongyu. Alright then, you can handle things at the company from now on. But one thing, don't cause me any trouble. As for those who cause trouble, you can deal with them as you see fit. If you can't handle them, come to me and I'll take responsibility. Shen Jun gave Shen Yao a little more confidence. Understood, Brother Jun. Just wait for my good news. Shen Yao grinned broadly. Alright, go ahead and complete your onboarding process. As for the secretary, you and Su Hong can go and choose whoever you want, but make sure you get their consent. I won't interfere with these matters, Shen Jun said, waving his hand. Alright, then Junji, you're busy, I'll be going now. Before Shen Jun could react, Shen Yao dashed out of the office again. 10 p.m. As the most famous city that never sleeps in Daxia, the nights of Shanghai can only be described as dazzling lights, intoxicatingly extravagant, and decadent. Although the trendy bar is located on the outer ring of Shanghai, the lively atmosphere at its entrance is in no way inferior to that of bars in the city center. Looking at the luxury cars parked in the bar's parking lot, Shen Jun couldn't help but sigh at how many wealthy people there were in Shanghai. Here, you can see Mercedes-Benz and BMW everywhere, and there are quite a few Porsches and Bentleys as well. There are even several supercars parked here. However, Shen Jun did not arrive in a Rolls-Royce Phantom this time, but instead chose to travel discreetly. Yu Bin and his companions changed into casual clothes, disguising themselves as guests who had come to have fun. By this time, a large crowd had gathered outside the bar, including both men and women, as well as many foreigners, both black and white, a group of men and women with nowhere to release their energy. Shen Jun ignored the people standing outside the bar. He knew these people were definitely not the ones he was looking for. Just after Shen Jun and his group arrived, a young man in a white shirt immediately ran towards them from the bar entrance. Hello, are you Mr. Shen? The young man asked politely as he approached the group. Shen Jun stepped forward and smiled. It's me. You're Xiaosong from WeChat. Yes, I am Xiaosong. Hello, Mr. Shen. The young man named Xiaosong said politely with a smile. Although Shen Jun and his group arrived on foot, he still possessed the most basic professional qualities expected of a bar marketer. He wouldn't discriminate based on how customers arrived. That would be the most foolish thing to do. After receiving an affirmative reply, Shen Jun took out his phone and said to him, I won't ask about the minimum charge for your bar's booths. I'll transfer you 20,000 yuan. Bring whatever you can. My purpose in coming here today is just to experience the bar's atmosphere. I don't need anything else, understand? Understood. Xiaosong nodded quickly, suppressing his joy. As a marketer, he really liked these generous customers. Don't think that spending 20,000 yuan at a bar is a small amount. In reality, spending 20,000 yuan at a bar is already considered a lot, or rather, it's considered being a high roller. Those videos online that casually cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars are best left unseen. They do exist, but are extremely rare. Otherwise, why would those videos go viral? Isn't it simply because most people haven't seen it before? Mr. Shen, please come in. Led by Xiaosong and with Bin taking the lead, the group stepped into the bar together. At this moment, there was still a large group of customers queuing at the bar entrance, but they didn't think anything of Shen Jun and his group being able to enter the bar without queuing. As seasoned bartenders, they were very familiar with these slightly privileged customers. Those were privileges bought with real money. Since they were unwilling to spend that money themselves, they could only make up for it with time. At most, I'd envy the other person's wealth and carefree lifestyle, and then worry about when I'd be able to become rich myself, that's all. After passing through the corridor, they arrived at the main venue. In an instant, the roar of the music made Shen Jun's scalp tingle. The colorful lights flickered on and off with the music, and the entire venue was filled with the scent of perfume mixed with cigarettes and alcohol. Men and women on the dance floor swayed to the music, and in this atmosphere, Shen Jun's emotions were inevitably stirred. Fortunately, he had been to bars before, and he quickly regained his composure and followed Xiaosong to the booth he had reserved. "Mr. Shen, please wait a moment. Fruit platter, snacks, and drinks will be served to you shortly," Xiaosong called out to Shen Jun, bending over. Shen Jun did not answer his question, but waved his hand instead. After receiving a response, Xiaosong left the booth and then ran off to make arrangements. During this time, Shen Jun turned his head to observe the scene inside the bar. Although the lights overhead were flashing, Shen Jun could still clearly see what some people were doing. For example, there were several men and women embracing and kissing intimately, and several men and women with their hands inside each other's clothes. It contains all sorts of demons and monsters. What Shen Jun didn't know was that while he was observing others, they were also observing him. Booth number 10. Captain Wang, look. That young man sitting in booth number 8 went to the Wudu bus station on May 14th. I remember him very well when I watched the surveillance video. A young man in a black shirt said to another middle-aged man. "Are you sure?" The middle-aged man named Captain Wang asked, his eyes wide. "I'm sure, absolutely sure. This guy's face is too distinctive." The young man nodded heavily. Upon hearing this, Captain Wang turned to look at Shen Jun and immediately understood why the young man had said the other person's face was so distinctive. Handsome. The kind of handsome that stands out from the crowd. Such a person is bound to attract attention whenever they appear in the public eye. But he appeared here. "Captain Wang, I don't believe someone could appear at the scene twice without any connection," the young man asked anxiously. "Should we arrest him now?" "No, we catch thieves red-handed, but we should only arrest them during their transaction." Captain Wang gently shook his head and said, "Don't rush. According to Zhougun's confession, they will definitely make their transaction today. Once they do, they can't escape." "Understood." The young man nodded and said nothing more. After observing for a long time, Shen Jun still couldn't figure out anything. The main problem was that the bar was too chaotic, and there were just too many suspicious people around, so he really couldn't tell what was going on. "Mr. Shen, shall I place your drinks, fruit platter, and snacks on the table?" Just as Shen Jun was feeling somewhat disappointed, Xiaosong suddenly walked over with several waiters carrying food. "Okay, put it there." Shen Jun nodded. "Okay." Xiaosong immediately shouted to the waiters behind him, "Put the boss's things down." As soon as he finished speaking, several waiters immediately began placing wine, fruit platters, and snacks on the table. After the waiters had arranged the food and drinks neatly, they all bowed and greeted Shen Jun before leaving the booth one by one. At this moment, Xiaosong said to Shen Jun, "Mr. Shen, please enjoy your meal and have fun. I won't bother you any longer. If you have any questions, please contact me directly, and I'll come and take care of it for you immediately." "Okay, go ahead." Shen Jun waved his hand at him. "Okay, then I hope you have a good time, Mr. Shen." With that, Xiaosong turned and left the booth. Shen Jun casually picked up a piece of fruit and started eating it, while watching the girls dancing energetically on the dance floor. It was still early. He wasn't in a hurry, not at all. Yu Bin and the others also ate snacks and fruit, but none of them drank alcohol. Moreover, although the group appeared to be chatting and eating, their eyes were constantly fixed on the area around the booth. Although it was unclear why Shen Jun had made them bring guns when they came here, as long as they had guns, they had to be on high alert. Besides protecting Shen Jun, guns are also very important. Of course, compared to Shen Jun's safety, the gun is far less important. Time passed slowly, and even after 11 o'clock, Shen Jun still hadn't seen any suspicious people. Whether they were on the dance floor or in the booths, these bastards were either holding hands or kissing, and some even went so far as to put their hands in places they shouldn't. He genuinely didn't see anything else. As for whether those guys carrying rock candy were making the transaction in the restroom or a private room, Shen Jun naturally understood the matter, but he wouldn't go and investigate it himself. He came here tonight to find out why the system kept reminding him about rock candy. Nothing else mattered. If they could find the group trading rock candy, that would be ideal. Yu Bin and his group could definitely handle it. But if they couldn't find them, it wasn't a big deal. Because he'll call the police. Let the police deal with those scumbags. That's the only right thing to do. Back when he was in Chongqing, he was very careful when he reported the discovery of rock candy, fearing that others would find out he was the one who had tipped them off. He wasn't afraid of the police, because even if the police knew he was the one who called the police, it wouldn't matter. Shen Jun doesn't touch that stuff, and his whereabouts are completely transparent. Even if the police find him, what can they do? He was just an ordinary citizen who overheard some information and called the police, right? What he was afraid of was being found by the person who lost the rock candy. You have to understand that anyone who dares to touch this stuff is a desperate criminal. If the police took away rock candy worth 10 million, and those scumbags found out that Shen Jun was the one who tipped them off, they would be finished. Shen Jun couldn't help but be scared at the time. But things are different now. Even if those scumbags find out that Shen Jun tipped them off, so what? Want revenge? Keep dreaming. Let's see if Shen Jun will kill them. The advantages that come with status and position are incomparable to those scoundrels. When it reached 11:20, Shen Jun had lost all patience. Although the system indicated that the rock candy would appear at 12 o'clock, it was impossible for the person coming to collect it to also appear at that time. They would definitely come to scout the location in advance. That's beyond doubt. Since I didn't discover it myself, I'll just leave it at that. It's best to leave this kind of thing to the professionals. Shen Jun turned to Yu Bin sitting next to him and said, "Go outside and call the police. Tell them there's a drug deal going on inside the trendy bar." "Yes." Yu Bin responded and immediately got up and walked outside. Now he finally understood why Shen Jun had asked them to bring guns here. It turned out it involved drugs. When it comes to this, you can never take it too seriously. What puzzled him was why Shen Jun would risk his life. This could have been resolved with a simple phone call, but he actually came all the way here to cause trouble. It's really... Captain Wang, they've moved. The people over there have moved. Should we arrest them? Seeing Yu Bin leave the booth and walk outside, the young man immediately started excitedly tugging at the arm of the middle-aged man next to him. What's the rush? Someone's watching him. The middle-aged man scolded impatiently. Besides, didn't you see the most crucial person hasn't moved yet? Keep waiting. Wait until he makes a move. Huh? Oh. The young man became dejected again. Just then, a voice came through their earpieces. Captain Wang, be very careful of the people in booth number 8. Our men just noticed something amiss with the waistbands of the men sitting there. It looks like a pistol. What? The young man was so shocked by the news that he almost stood up. Fortunately, the middle-aged man immediately grabbed his shoulder. As a veteran of the anti-drug squad, Captain Wang was equally shocked, but he quickly composed himself and asked, "Shaoan, are you sure you didn't see wrong?" Confirmed. My colleagues in Shanghai, and I observed that those men were constantly protecting their waists. Considering our target today, we've concluded it was a handgun. This is troublesome. After receiving an affirmative answer, Captain Wang rubbed his temples. In a crowded and chaotic place like a bar, if these scumbags really are carrying handguns, things will get complicated. The likelihood of a gunfight is too high, and they can't afford the responsibility for any casualties that might occur. After a moment's thought, Team Leader Wang said in a low voice, "Let our colleagues in Shanghai call for backup. We don't need this credit." Clear. Captain Wang, this. The young man was somewhat unwilling to simply hand over the credit to someone else. Don't look at me like that. Captain Wang patted the young man on the shoulder and smiled. After all, this clue was discovered by our team, so we deserve some credit. For the safety of the public, it's all worth it. I understand. The young man nodded emphatically. Just as the two were about to get up and leave the booth, a voice came through their earpieces again. Captain Wang, there's a mistake. Those people aren't our target, but... And what is it? Shaoan, at a time like this, don't stutter, the young man hurriedly asked. Shaoan, what exactly happened? Captain Wang couldn't help but ask as well. Just now, the Shanghai police received a call reporting drug trafficking at a trendy bar. The caller identified himself as a member of the GA government agency and provided his contact information and identification documents. The other party said that he was ordered to protect a very important person who was currently sitting in booth number 8 at the trendy bar. He also told us to be careful to protect the important person's safety during the raid. Moreover, the other party made it clear that they were carrying firearms. The Shanghai police knew we were lying in ambush at the Xinqiao bar, so they warned us not to harm that important person. After organizing her thoughts, Shaowen immediately informed the two of the latest news as quickly as possible. Call. Hearing Xiaoyun's explanation, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know Shen Jun's identity, that didn't matter anymore. Big shots protected by GA personnel were not people they could touch. As long as these armed men were their own people, that would be fine, and they wouldn't have so many constraints. Captain Wang, do we not have to go any more now? The young man asked, slightly excited. No need, but you must keep a close eye on booth number 8 at all times. Make sure the target doesn't bump into that area. You know those GA officers don't care about evidence. If there's any danger, they'll open fire immediately. The target can't die now or the trail will go cold again, Captain Wang instructed. Clear. Young Master Jun, we've already called the police, but they told me they know about the drug deal at the trendy bar, and that police have already laid an ambush inside, just waiting to catch them red-handed. Do you think we should leave first? Yubin said to Shen Jun as soon as he walked over. Shen Jun. He was stunned by Yubin's words. What's the meaning? The police already know there's a drug deal going on at this bar tonight? They've already ambushed us? Is this really that outrageous? How come you didn't notice? And how did they know there was a drug deal going on inside the trendy bar? Last time in Chongqing, the Chongqing police had no idea. Could it be? Did the police in Chongqing arrest the man based on the information he provided last time, and then follow the trail to this place? Shen Jun seemed to have guessed that the system would prompt him about rock sugar again. Should it be a remedial measure? If I hadn't paid attention to Luo Liuqing's matter back then, the system would definitely have used those 5 kilograms of rock candy to cause him a fatal disaster in order to get him into the Shen family. Upon realizing this, Shen Jun immediately cursed the damn system in his mind. This guy is ruthless. Although you can't get into the Shen family without risking your life, this B*** D has gone too far. Fortunately, Shen Jun had already figured out some of the system's rules, otherwise. Looking up and around, having prepared himself, Shen Jun immediately noticed something that made him feel uneasy. The two grown men in booth number 10 kept looking around. Something just didn't seem right. Damn it. Why didn't I realize something was off about booth number 10? Two grown men of significantly different ages came to a bar, but neither sought out women nor drank alcohol. Something seems off about that. However, it's not entirely Shen Jun's fault for overlooking the two of them earlier. Instead, turning my head again, I saw several men standing in the center of the dance floor, passionately kissing. In modern society, this thing is quite common now. He had thought those two were in the same situation. After all, one is older and the other is younger, isn't this? Cough cough. You can't think like that, it's too disgusting. Sigh. I've been led astray again. Damn it, I'm never coming to this lousy place again. It's completely warped my values. At this moment, Shen Jun actually thinks there's no problem with taking the straight path. That's absolutely outrageous. Sighing again, Shen Jun stood up and said, "Let's go then." Yes. Yubin and the others immediately went to Shen Jun's side and escorted him outside. Just as the group reached the main exit, a young man wearing a white shirt and carrying a black shoulder bag suddenly walked in and then bumped into Yubin. Booth number 10. Damn it, the target ran into that important person in booth number 8. The young man and Captain Wang spotted him as soon as the man in the white shirt reached the door. They had been keeping an eye on Shen Jun and his group, thinking it would be best for them to leave now. They never expected their target to suddenly appear, let alone that a clash would occur. Captain Wang, should we make a move? The young man asked somewhat flusteredly. Team leader Wang was also terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. The drug dealers are important, but Shen Jun absolutely cannot be allowed to get into trouble. If something happens to him, then we'll all be in trouble. Some things can't be covered up by achievements. Move. Just as Captain Wang was about to give the order, an unexpected incident occurred. At the moment their bodies collided, the young man's black shoulder bag swung wildly and then hit Yubin on the back. Hearing the sound of the bag hitting Yubin's body, Shen Jun immediately guessed that this guy was very likely the person he was looking for. The timing was too coincidental. He didn't believe that such a coincidence could exist in the world. However, adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, he decided to let the man go. After all, the police were already lying in wait at the bar, and since they wanted to catch the thief and recover the stolen goods, there was no need for him to go through the trouble. But something unexpected happened. Before he could even warn Yu Bin and the others, Yu Bin and another bodyguard swiftly tackled the young man to the ground. The young man was stunned. He never expected that simply touching the other person's body would result in him being pinned to the ground. This wasn't right. Does this mean he's been exposed? This scene made Shen Jun feel terrible. Something terrible is about to happen. And it turned out just as he had thought. After Yu Bin and another bodyguard pinned the young man down, the deafening music in the bar was immediately silenced. Immediately afterwards, several voices reached my ears. Police, don't move. Everyone, stand still. Stand there. All of you stand there and don't move. Crack down on prostitution. No one is allowed to touch anything or you'll face the consequences. Just as all the young men and women who came to have fun were completely bewildered, a dozen or so people in the crowd suddenly shouted loudly for them to stop moving. Upon hearing that it was a police raid on prostitution, everyone immediately felt relieved. It's good that they're police officers. They haven't done anything wrong, so naturally they're not afraid of the police. A dozen or so people quickly brought the scene under control. Before anyone could even react to what had just happened, 40 or 50 fully armed special police officers rushed in from outside the main gate. These special police officers immediately dispatched 5 or 6 of them to surround Shen Jun and his group. Don't misunderstand, they weren't trying to arrest him, but rather to protect him. The remaining SWAT officers rushed towards the bar's private rooms at top speed, intending to bring everyone in the bar under control. Nothing unexpected happened. The young men who had originally planned to confront the police immediately stood still when they saw the fully armed special police rushing in. As citizens, they're very clear about who they can and cannot mess with in the country. The police officers could reason with them, but the SWAT officers. Anyone who moves goes in. With a long sigh, Shen Jun had nothing more to say. He naturally understood what Yu Bin and the others were thinking. Although he wanted to let that guy go, Yu Bin and the others wouldn't dare. Their sole mission was to ensure Shen Jun's personal safety, and for this reason, they would not allow anything to go out of control. The person they pinned to the ground was the one who was out of control. They could think of the same thing Shen Jun could think of. There's no such thing as a coincidence that someone would show up at a bar at this time carrying a black shoulder bag. Better to arrest the innocent than let the guilty go free. Looking down at the young man who was pinned to the ground and unable to move, Shen Jun bent down and picked up his bag. I must say, it's quite heavy. But Shen Jun can guarantee that this shoulder bag weighs no more than 10 kilograms. Unzipping the bag revealed a series of white, blocky objects. It's confirmed, this guy is Shen Jun's target for coming here today. Whether this guy shows up or not is no longer important to him. Just as Shen Jun was checking his bag, several middle-aged men in police uniforms walked quickly through the passageway outside the stadium. The middle-aged man at the front of the group ordered as he walked, "Take everyone back to the police station for questioning and inspection. Don't let a single one of them go." Yes. Seeing the group approaching him, Shen Jun handed his bag to a SWAT officer and went to greet them. "Hello, Mr. Shen. I am Zhang Zhiwei, Deputy Director of the Shanghai Narcotics Control Bureau." The middle-aged man at the head of the group extended his hand and introduced himself with a smile as soon as he approached Shen Jun. "Hello, Director Zhang, I'm Shen Jun." Shen Jun shook hands with the other party and also gave his name. "I wonder who Mr. Shenmu is." Although Zhang Zhiwei didn't finish his sentence, Shen Jun understood what he meant. Wasn't this just a test to find out his background? Although he didn't know what Yu Bin had said to make the other person so polite, and was particularly curious about how he knew about Shenmu, Shen Jun would never hide his identity and pretend to be weak to deceive others. Only a hopeless fool would do that. Shen Jun chuckled softly and then said, "Shenmu is my cousin, and his father is my second uncle." Hiss. Even someone as shrewd as Zhang Zhiwei couldn't help but gasp in surprise in front of everyone. Damn. This guy is supposed to be under the GA's special protection. Is he here on a clandestine mission? Zhang Zhiwei suddenly stood up straight, then whispered to Shen Jun, "Mr. Shen, What brings you here? Shen Jun. This person speaks so subtly. Any thoughts? Doesn't this imply that if he really has ideas, he can entrust the person beneath him with his own hands? It really is. Shen Jun shook his head somewhat speechlessly and explained, I have no particular intentions. These people can do as they please. I'm just here to join in the fun, that's all. Understood. Zhang Zhiwei nodded emphatically. Then, Mr. Shen, would you like to come with us to see what's inside? Is this appropriate? To be honest, Shen Jun was genuinely tempted. Hey, there's no such thing as inappropriate, Mr. Shen, please. Zhang Zhiwei said, gesturing for Shen Jun to walk into the bar. Shen Jun didn't stand on ceremony, nor did he seem worried about his personal safety. With so many police officers protecting him, if anything happened, everyone could just commit suicide to atone for their sins. The young man was led by 2 special police officers, while Shen Jun and the others followed behind him. Upon reaching the center of the dance floor, Captain Wang and the young man walked over with several others. At this point, all the guests except those in the private rooms had been led out of the bar. Director Zhang, this is... Captain Wang nodded to Shen Jun as if he were seeing him for the first time. Upon hearing Captain Wang's question, Zhang Zhiwei replied with a smile, this is Mr. Shen. He then pointed to Captain Wang and explained to Shen Jun, this is Wang Yong, the captain of the anti-drug squad in Chongqing. It was Captain Wang who provided the tip that led us to the information about the drug deal at the Xinqiao bar. Shen Jun nodded to Wang Yong. Just as he had thought, this drug case was indeed related to the one in Wudu. The system was indeed identifying and filling in the gaps in his knowledge. In fact, given Shen Jun's current status and position, this thing no longer posed a threat to him, but the system seemed to have obsessive-compulsive tendencies and still completed the task. It's unclear why anti-drug police from Chongqing would come to Shanghai to investigate a case. Is it because special cases require special treatment? Before Wang Yong could speak again, Zhang Zhiwei gave him a wink. Wang Yong immediately understood what the other party meant. He stepped forward and asked the young man being escorted by the special police, tell me, which private room is the person you were trading with today? What's their name? The young man pursed his lips and ignored him. Seeing this, Wang Yong wasn't angry. In all his years as a narcotics officer, he had seen far too many people like this. He's stubborn and ruthless. You basically can't get anything out of him just by asking. But with so many people around, he can't take action, so he can only grit his teeth and continue questioning. He looked at the young man and said, your backpack is full of methamphetamine, isn't it? According to our laws, with this much drug, you wouldn't be spared even if you were executed 100 times. If you honestly reveal the people you were dealing with, you might have a chance to redeem yourself. But once our people find them, you'll only face the death penalty. I don't know anything, the young man said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiwei frowned. Don't push your luck. You should know how we treat trash like you. Wang Yong threatened with a grim face. TCH. The young man looked at Wang Yong with disdain and said provocatively, is this your first day as a cop? Do you think I would have said anything if I knew I was going to die? Are you only going to admit it when you see the coffin? Wang Yongqi retorted with a sarcastic laugh. Say what you will, we're all going to die anyway, so what's there to be afraid of? The young man said arrogantly. These words made Wang Yong so angry that he wanted to beat him up, but he couldn't. After all, there were quite a few big shots around, and he couldn't let the rules get out of control. Just as Wang Yong was about to continue interrogating the man, Shen Jun, looking speechless, asked, Hey Captain Wang, are you guys this lenient with drug dealers? Just asking questions without actually doing anything. Zhang Zhiwei. Wang Yong. Others. Damn, is this rich kid stupid? If you weren't here, do you think they would dare to make a move? Turn off the recorder and use 3 blows to shatter the other party's arrogance. But they can't do it now. This is infuriating. Wang Yong rubbed his temples and said helplessly, Mr. Shen, Huxiao law prohibits the use of vigilante justice. Even if you want to use unconventional methods, it must be done in an interrogation room. Indeed, our country is a society governed by the rule of law, and we must act in accordance with the law. Zhang Zhiwei agreed with a righteous expression. TSK. This is one of the reasons why Shen Jun believed he could not succeed in an official career. Hearing these high-sounding words really makes one feel awkward and uncomfortable. but people in their line of work have to say these things. Of course, even if you don't say them yourself, it won't make a difference, because others will say them to you. Although Shen Jun felt that this matter had nothing to do with him anymore, since he had come this far, he should still give the system a perfect answer. Thinking this, he said directly to Yubin, "Give him a few shots, but don't go too far, just cripple his limbs." Youth? Zhang Zhiwei. Wang Yong. Others. So, recklessly? Yubin didn't care whether firing a gun was illegal or not. His duty was to obey orders. Upon hearing Shen Jun's order, he immediately drew his pistol from his waist, but was stopped by Zhang Zhiwei just as he was about to fire. Zhang Zhiwei hurriedly dissuaded him, saying, Mr. Shen, it hasn't come to that yet. Our country truly does not allow the use of vigilante justice." Hearing this, Shen Jun pointed at the young man and chuckled. "What do you mean by using vigilante justice? Wasn't it because this guy resisted fiercely during our arrest and we were forced to injure him?" Everyone. How could you say such a thing? Do you really think they're all blind and mentally challenged? Zhang Zhiwei was dumbfounded. What was going on with the Shen family? Is this the kind of hothead that elite education produces? Saying something like that in front of so many people, that's not even a joke. This excuse is completely unacceptable. But when Zhang Zhiwei thought about Shen Jun's background, a sense of powerlessness welled up inside him. Others might not know the Shen family's power, but he knew it all too well. With the Shen family backing them, even if someone killed this drug dealer right in front of them, they wouldn't face any punishment. After all, drug traffickers have no human rights. Mr. Shen, it's too crowded and noisy. Why don't we come quietly? Zhang Zhiwei said in a low voice. Wang Yong. Youth? Others. Hey, Director Zhang, are you really just going to treat what you just said as nothing? Is that so unprincipled? However, everyone also realized from Zhang Zhengwei's transformation that Shen Jun's background might not just be that of a big shot, but someone with connections to the highest levels. Otherwise, Zhang Zhiwei wouldn't have said such a thing in front of everyone. If someone finds something wrong with Zhang Zhiwei, his career will be over. But Zhang Zhiwei still spoke out, which not only handed over his weakness to Shen Jun, but also showed that Shen Jun had the power to protect Zhang Zhiwei. Even a fool could figure that out. No need. Shen Jun waved his hand. He was not an idiot, nor was he trying to show off. He simply wanted to make up for the mess the system had created for him. I can't afford to have anything to do with these drug dealers, and I'm willing to pay a price for it. He couldn't explain where he got advance notice of the drug dealers' transactions on 2 separate occasions. Since he couldn't explain it, he decided to use force to break the law. You must perform the actions that are required. After waving his hand, before Zhang Zhiwei could say anything more, Shen Jun took the pistol from Yubin's hand and pointed it at the young man being held by 2 special police officers. Amidst everyone's stunned expressions. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The person I'm dealing with is in VIP room number 6, and I have an accomplice waiting for me in the bar's restroom. His name is Su Xindong, and there's also a packet of methamphetamine in the restroom vent, the young man shouted, begging for mercy. Shen Jun. Others. Damn, is it really that useful? Wang Yong and his friends were completely dumbfounded by the young man's words. They truly hadn't expected this guy to be so pathetic. So, his earlier confrontation with them meant he wasn't afraid of them? These scoundrels have completely figured out the country's sound laws. The young man paid no attention to the bewildered expressions of the group. He had finally figured it out. The person in front of him had an incredibly powerful background, and he was also a hothead who seemed to have a deep-seated hatred for drug trafficking. He was certain that if he didn't speak up now, the other side would really dare to fire. He wasn't afraid of death because once he was caught, the death penalty was inevitable. But he's afraid of suffering. Shot in the limbs? Who the hell could stand this? Moreover, according to domestic law, even if he is caught, he will not be sentenced to death and executed immediately. Instead, he will be detained first, then tried, and finally sentenced to death. However, even after sentencing, the death penalty will not be carried out immediately. It will have to wait until a special time. In other words, if he were to be injured in any of his limbs at this moment, he would suffer greatly for a long time. Since death is inevitable anyway, why suffer so much? Everyone looks out for themselves. What are you waiting for? Go and bring them here right now. Zhang Zhiwei shouted, seeing Wang Yong and the others standing there dumbfounded. Yes! Wang Yong and his men snapped out of their daze and quickly led several special police officers toward the private room. Seeing this, Shen Jun returned the pistol to Yu Bin with slight disappointment. He had originally wanted to try firing it, but unfortunately, this piece of trash chickened out. Seeing Yu Bin take the pistol and put it back on his waist, not only the young man but also Zhang Jiwei breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no shots were fired, otherwise the subsequent work would have been much more complicated. Shen Jun could ignore it because the other party had powerful backers, but he couldn't. If the shooting really happened, the subsequent reports would cause him a lot of trouble. Alright, since there's no more excitement to see, I won't disturb Director Zhang's work any longer, so I'll be leaving now. Although he hadn't gone all out, he had achieved his goal, so Shen Jun had no intention of staying any longer. Alright, then I'll see Mr. Shen off. Zhang Jiwei immediately extended his hand and began to lead the way. He wished Shen Jun would disappear from his sight immediately. It was best to avoid this kind of aristocratic young master. It was too frustrating. Shen Jun didn't stand on ceremony and walked straight out of the bar. After seeing Shen Jun off, Wang Yong immediately ran out. Jiwei. Director Zhang. The words had barely left his mouth when Wang Yong realized his mistake and quickly corrected himself. Director Zhang, what is this person's background? Zhang Jiwei glanced at Wang Yong and said irritably, think before you speak next time. This is work time. I understand. Wang Yong said awkwardly, I met this Mr. Shen in Chongqing, and he was also at the crime scene when I saw him, so I was a bit anxious. Foggy City? Zhang Jiwei frowned and asked, are you sure this Mr. Shen has ever been to Foggy City? I'm sure. Judging from his appearance, it's too obvious. Wang Yong nodded heavily. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jiwei slowly spoke. All right, what's done is done. Where he goes is none of our business. And don't even think about investigating his background. He's not someone you can associate with. This. Wang Yong hesitated, but he appeared at the crime scene twice, isn't that? Don't ask so many questions. Given Mr. Shen's background, even if this matter is really related to him, there's nothing we can do. Rather than creating trouble for ourselves, it's better to pretend we know nothing. Anyway, we've already caught the man and got our credit, so we don't need to worry about anything else, Zhang Jiwei warned in a deep voice. I see. On Monday. Sunlight shines on the earth. A beautiful day begins at work, begins with becoming the boss. Brother, Junji, what's going on? How did you get Ding Chengdong into the company? You didn't know? That guy is a huge problem. Shen Yao suddenly appeared as soon as they entered the company. His words shattered Shen Jun's pleasant mood. Shen Jun glanced at him and said irritably, what do you mean by big trouble? What? Do I need your opinion to hire people? No, that's not what I meant. Shen Yao scratched his head and explained, the main problem is that Ding Chengdong broke the rules. He made money he shouldn't have. If you use him, it'll be hard to explain to the village chief. Explanation? Explain what? Shen Jun scoffed. I don't need to explain myself to others when I hire people, as long as they can make money for me. But Shen Yao looked troubled. A friend called me early this morning, saying that the village chief wants me to fire Ding Chengdong otherwise. Or what? Shen Jun asked coldly. This. Shen Yao hesitated to speak. Explain. Oh. Shen Yao immediately spoke up. They said if you don't fire Ding Chengdong, they won't be so polite. They even pointed out several previous violations by the company. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun immediately pointed at Shen Yao's nose and rebuked him. What kind of deputy general manager are you? You think you can just say, we're not polite and expect us to? Since they dare to threaten us, why don't you threaten them back? If you can't win, then call in reinforcements. Shen Yao. Damn, I knew being a deputy general manager wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect it to be this difficult. I got yelled at as soon as I started. Who can I complain to? And, Brother Jun, that's the village chief. Shen Yao said, speechless. Our family only has some influence and say in business, but when it comes to that level, it's usually your side that handles it. Shen Jun. Shen Jun was speechless when he saw Shen Yao's completely innocent expression. This guy can be incredibly smart when he's clever, and incredibly stupid when he's stupid. With a long sigh, Shen Jun asked helplessly, did you tell them that I was the one who recruited Ding Chengdong? No, My friend told me to fire Ding Chengdong, but I only found out after I joined the company that you personally recruited him, Shen Yao explained, shaking his head. After saying that, Shen Yao suddenly realized his mistake, and his face instantly fell as he said, Brother Jun, I was wrong. Please don't scold me. I'll go return the call right now. Before Shen Jun could even speak, Shen Yao turned and ran, afraid of being scolded if he was too late. He now understood that matters concerning that area were handled by the eldest son's family, and who is Shen Jun? He's from the first wife's family. With Shen Jun backing him up, what was there for him to be afraid of? But he still foolishly came to ask Shen Jun about this matter. If he doesn't get scolded, who will? Watching Shen Yao's retreating figure, Shen Jun felt utterly powerless. This guy was so stupid he was speechless. However, it's understandable. If Shen Yao weren't stupid, he wouldn't have agreed to take this position. There is indeed no such thing as having it all in this world. Upon arriving at the office, Xiao Han immediately placed a cup of hot tea in front of him. Shen Jun casually ordered, "Call Ding Chengdong over here." "Yes, Mr. Shen." Xiao Han bowed slightly, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, then turned to call for someone. "Shen Jun. This secretary seems a little impatient." "It really is." President Shen, Ding Chengdong greeted him as he entered. "Sit down." Shen Jun nodded in acknowledgement. Ding Chengdong didn't stand on ceremony and immediately stepped forward to sit down opposite Shen Jun. "Has the money arrived in your account yet?" Shen Jun asked casually. "The money has arrived, a total of $1.3 billion US. Ding Chengdong nodded in reply. "How much are your frozen shares worth?" Shen Jun suddenly changed the subject and asked. Upon hearing this, Ding Chengdong was slightly taken aback, and then he said in disbelief, "President Shen Yu." Shen Jun didn't reply, but instead smiled and nodded, saying, "Tell me." Ding Chengdong, barely suppressing his excitement, replied, "Based on the current value of those stocks, I had approximately 1.1 billion shares frozen in total. I won't say anything more. I'll give you $1 million a month for daily expenses, and I'll unfreeze all your frozen shares after a year," Shen Jun said calmly. "Thank you, Mr. Shen. Thank you, Mr. Shen." Ding Chengdong almost jumped up, unable to control his emotions. He truly hadn't expected Shen Jun to say such a thing. You should know who froze his shares. In the domestic financial market, those people are like gods. Shares frozen by them are basically unfreezable. No, not just basically, they are definitely unfreezable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. He had considered transferring those frozen shares at a low price, even though the law does not allow shareholders to transfer frozen shares. He was afraid that the frozen shares would be seized by the court as assets for execution, but he did not owe any money. In other words, there was no possibility that his shares would be subject to court enforcement. However, even so, no one dared to take over those shares. He even lowered the price to 10% of the total price, but still no one dared to take over those frozen shares. It was at that time that he understood the other party's thinking. Those people had no intention of letting him go. They weren't going to leave him any way out. If Shen Jun hadn't found him, he would have already decided to die. Only if he dies can his family continue to survive, otherwise. Shen Jun waved to the overjoyed Ding Chengdong and waited for him to calm down before speaking again. "I received news that someone is planning to go long on 3 US stocks, one of which is Zoetis. They plan to push the stock price up to $200. One is the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, where the stock price has been pushed up to around $195. The last stock is Google A, and those people are planning to push its price up to around $130. You should understand what I mean, right?" As Shen Jun finished speaking, Ding Chengdong's excitement vanished instantly, replaced by fear and dread. He couldn't help but be terrified. As a leader in the financial industry, he understood all too well what that statement meant. Shen Jun's words were so blunt that even a fool would understand what he meant. "We're doomed. My life is in danger. Mr. Shen, I. Ding Chengdong trembled and stammered, "President Shen, could you spare my family's life?" Shen Jun. Indeed, being too direct can easily lead to misunderstandings. But he couldn't remain silent, because he didn't want to waste Ding Chengdong's abilities. Being too vague would mean earning less, while being too clear could easily lead to misunderstandings. It really put him in a difficult position. But Seeing Ding Chengdong trembling all over, Shen Jun smiled reassuringly and said, "Do you know when I came to Shanghai Tianyun Group?" "I know." Ding Chengdong nodded tremblingly and said, "You came to the company the day before yesterday. Then guess why I don't use people from Tianyun Group to manage those funds for me?" Shen Jun asked again. You. Ding Chengdong gradually came to his senses. "You think it means that I brought you here despite the village chief's pressure?" Shen Jun said calmly, "Don't worry, what I need is ability, not your life, understand?" "Understood." Ding Chengdong nodded emphatically. "Do a good job. You're new here, and I don't have anyone I can trust." "I hope you're the first," Shen Jun said with a smile. "I won't let President Shen down." Ding Chengdong shouted. "Then get ready. Leverage as much as you like. Your task is to maximize my benefits from these 3 pieces of information," Shen Jun said, waving his hand. "Yes, I guarantee that these 3 pieces of information will create the greatest value." With that, he turned and left the office. Shen Jun did not tell him the stock information that the system had predicted. These 3 pieces of information had already scared him half to death. If there were any more, he might think that the moment the profits arrived would be the moment he died. After all, the information provided by Shen Jun was rather sensational. Manipulating US stocks? Hehe. Cool. That was G awesome. Not long after Ding Chengdong left the office, Shen Jun heard Shen Yao's voice coming from the doorway. Looking up, I saw Shen Yao run into the office, his face beaming with excitement, shouting, "Brother Jun, you're awesome." "I'm impressed. I'm truly impressed." "Shen Jun." Seeing Shen Jun's puzzled expression, Shen Yao quickly explained, "I just called my friend back and told him directly that hiring Ding Chengdong was your idea. Then he asked me about your background, and after learning who you are, you have no idea how terrified that idiot was." Shen Jun. "No, where does this person get the confidence to call others idiots? How incredibly stupid is he?" "I don't know if it's because of the saying one is influenced by one's company or something else, but one thing is for sure, the phrase bad company is absolutely true." Seeing Shen Yao's face flushed with excitement, Shen Jun retorted irritably, "You're this happy over such a small thing?" Hehe. Shen Yao chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Of course not." With Shen Jun's expression suggesting he was about to hit someone, he said again, "Not long after I hung up on my friend, someone called back. The caller said he was from the village chief's side and didn't know that Ding Chengdong was personally recruited by Brother Jun. He first expressed his apologies, then said he would unfreeze all of Ding Chengdong's frozen shares and planned to return the money fined to Ding Chengdong through a stock transaction, but they would only do these 2 things after Brother Jun agreed." Shen Jun. It has to be said that those people were really decisive. Before Shen Jun could even make a move, they had arranged everything and even offered favors. No wonder they were people who could rise to the top. "Who made this decision?" Shen Jun asked softly. "Yan Bing," Shen Yao explained, "I've inquired. He's the 3rd in command over there." "I understand." Shen Jun nodded and made a mental note of the name. Such a decisive person is truly a talent. I might mention it to his 2 uncles when I have the chance. "Junji, you're busy. I need to deal with the problems Meng Zhengyu left behind today." With that, Shen Yao prepared to leave. "Go ahead and remember to make an example of him," Shen Jun said calmly. "Understood." Shen Yao turned around, gave a thumbs up, and ran out. Seeing the guy's impatient actions, Shen Jun couldn't help but laugh. He might be a bit slow, but he really got the job done. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's July 20th. Today, Shen Nan, that girl, called him after a long time and told him all about where she had gone on her trip recently and what interesting things she had encountered along the way. Shen Jun naturally echoed her words and chatted casually with her. Well, it's rare to see a girl as old as Shen Nan sharing her daily life with Shen Jun. Shen Jun must be taken seriously. Until, "Brother, a classmate of mine said he wants to go to Thailand for a few days. Can I go too?" Shen Nan suddenly asked in a low voice. These words startled Shen Jun so much that he instantly stood up from his chair. He immediately asked, "Which classmate? Male or female? What's their name? Where do they live?" Shen Nan was immediately stunned by this question. She never expected her brother to react so strongly. After hesitating for a moment, Shen Nan whispered, "She's my high school classmate, Han Xingyue." She's a girl and her family is also from Chongqing. Letting out a long breath, Shen Jun asked gently, "Did you want to go, or were you persuaded to go?" This. Shen Nan paused for a moment before slowly explaining. She messaged me first, saying she wanted to go to Thailand, and kept telling me how fun Thailand was, and that she wanted to take me abroad with her. You brain. Shen Jun opened his mouth to scold, but ultimately held back. Finally, suppressing his anger, he asked, "Do you know how dangerous Thailand is?" It shouldn't be too dangerous, right? I've seen a lot of travel bloggers on Zaihongshu saying that Thailand is a lot of fun, and I have Sister Nin and the others to protect me, too, Shen Nan cautiously retorted. Shen Jun. At this moment, Shen Jun's impression of Zaihongshu was extremely negative. Give your phone to your Sister Nin, Shen Jun said irritably. Oh. Then, footsteps could be heard over the phone, followed by Shen Nan's voice coming through to Shen Jun. Sister Nin, my brother is looking for you. Hello, Mr. Shen, I am Mengan, Miss Nan's bodyguard. As soon as Mengan finished speaking, Shen Jun ordered, investigate Han Xingyue's recent movements, chat logs, and call records. Also, investigate her and her parents' assets, whether they have any outstanding loans. If you don't have the authority, ask Shen Hang for help. I need all the information about her and her family. Also, until the investigation results are out, keep a close watch on Shen Nan. Don't let her go anywhere, understand? Clear. Hey, bro, didn't you say I could go wherever I wanted? Why are you going back on your word? Shen Nan shouted. I didn't say you couldn't go, but you can't be too careful. I need to know everything about this classmate of yours, otherwise, you're not allowed to go with her. Shen Jun said calmly, of course, if you really want to go, you can go alone. I'll have someone arrange everything for you in advance to make sure you have a great time. Huh? Shen Nan was stunned. This wasn't what she expected. She thought her brother just didn't want her to travel abroad. What do you mean, huh? Shen Jun scolded impatiently. Don't even mention going to Thailand. You could even go to northern Myanmar, it's fine. I'm not worried about your safety. I'm just worried that your classmate has ulterior motives. Really? Shen Nan hesitated. Xingyue is a really nice person. I've even had dinner at her house before. Shen Jun. Didn't I tell you? I'm just worried. Don't you even know what worry means? You idiot. You're the stupid one. I was the top scorer in the province's college entrance exam, don't you understand? Shen Nan retorted, embarrassed and annoyed. Shen Jun. That's enough. He was completely speechless after that retort. All right, stop wasting my breath. We'll talk after your sister Anin finishes her investigation. If your classmate is fine, then go. If there's a problem, then you can forget about going abroad. Shen Jun said angrily. TCH. Shen Nan scoffed. I'm not afraid of you. Grandma dotes on me now. She says I can do whatever I want from now on. Shen Jun. When will you? Beep beep beep. Damn it. Shen Jun swallowed the rest of his words as he watched the phone being hung up. This girl's really up to something lately. But when did she become so close to the old lady? Don't you know that it's always good to be wary of others? Shaking his head, Shen Jun didn't know what to say. Sad face Omicron asterisk. Young girls are so easily bribed. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Shen Nan called again. As soon as the call connected, Shen Nan's sobbing came through. Shen Jun wasn't flustered or angry. Instead, he calmly asked, What? Is there something wrong with your classmate? Shen Nan sobbed, Xingyue, Shi Wa. Shen Jun. Hand the phone to your sister Inin and let her speak. Inin, my brother. Mr. Shen, it's like this. Miss Nan's classmate Han Xingyue was cheated out of a lot of money by her boyfriend. Since they couldn't pay it back, the two of them set their sights on Miss Nan. According to them, they targeted Miss Nan because they saw photos of luxury cars she posted on her social media. Their plan was to lure Miss Nan to Thailand and then call you to extort money from her. Even if the extortion succeeded, they didn't intend to let Miss Nan go back alive, because some transactions here were still very convenient. Mengan immediately explained after taking the phone. Although her last words were not very clear, Shen Jun could still understand them. Only, she was deceived but is still with that boyfriend? Then they planned a kidnapping and extortion? They even publicly invited Shen Nan to go abroad. What kind of idiotic brain is this? What is she really thinking? What's wrong with this world? Why do such people exist? Why couldn't they all just die? Has the person been caught? Shen Jun asked with a sigh. They've been caught and young Master Hung has taken them away. He said he'll handle this matter, so you don't need to worry too much, Mang'an replied immediately. Hearing this, Shen Jun didn't feel happy. Instead, he became even more worried. It's not that I'm worried Shen Nan will be deceived, but rather, the Shen family values this girl Shen Nan a little too much. The old lady. Shen Hing. Although he did not oppose marriage alliances between prominent families, but that only represents him. He didn't want Shen Nan to go down that path, but Shen Nan was easily blinded. Rubbing his temples, Shen Jun decided to put these things aside for now. Shen Nan was still young. He'd deal with it when she was older. By then, he should be more mature. I understand. Take her back to Kyoto now, and let her rest at home for a while until school starts, Shen Jun instructed. Yes. Do you still want to talk to Miss Nan? Before Shen Jun could reply, Shen Nan took the phone and started crying again. Wah. Brother. I've been tricked. Wah. Shen Jun. With your IQ, you'd better just stay in Daxia from now on, Shen Jun said irritably. Wah. I was tricked like that, and you still scolded me. Wah. Shen Nan was extremely aggrieved. Shut up, or I'll beat you up right now if you cry again. Shen Jun threatened. I'm not crying anymore. Shen Nan immediately stopped crying. I won't scold you this time, but remember this. Be careful when making friends in the future. If this happens again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shen Jun sneered. I understand. I promise I won't mention traveling abroad again, Shen Nan replied in a hoarse voice. Okay, let's hang up. Oh. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun thought about calling Shen Heng, but before he could make the call, WeChat notified him that someone had added him as a friend. Upon clicking, it was indeed Shen Heng. Without hesitation, Shen Jun immediately added the guy. Immediately afterwards, Shen Heng sent him a picture. The image shows a young man lying unconscious on the ground and a girl tied to a chair. It appears that these two are Han Xingyue and her boyfriend. Then Shen Heng sent another message. Third brother, that man isn't dead yet, but I've already sold him. All his organs are listed for price. I'll transfer the money to Shaoan later. As for the woman, you should decide. Looking at the message on WeChat, Shen Jun was speechless. Is it really okay for WeChat to say this? Is this a test or... After a moment's hesitation, Shen Jun typed, treat Xiao Nan however she intends to treat her. Don't hold back. Understood. I'll do it now. Okay. Shen Heng didn't mention the matter between Shen Jun and Shen Mu, and Shen Jun naturally wouldn't bring it up either. Although it seems that he and Shen Mu are vying for the position of head of the Shen family for 3 generations. To be honest, none of the Shen family members thought highly of Shen Jun, and some of them didn't even take him seriously. It's a joke that an outsider could possibly take control of a behemoth like the Shen family. Comments. In the early morning, the Bund in Shanghai is filled with people who come to play and exercise. They stroll, dance, and chat and laugh in 2s and 3s, which is a pleasant sight to behold. Shen Jun also came here today with great interest to stroll around. There have been no problems at the company recently, and everything is going smoothly. His arrival did cause a stir at first, but things soon returned to normal. Of course, Shen Yao deserves much credit for all of this. Shen Jun had to admit this, and he was forced to acknowledge it. He had personally witnessed the guy arguing with Shen Hao on the phone through the surveillance footage. The things he said were rather arrogant. Don't give me that nonsense. I'm the deputy general manager of the Shanghai branch now. Meng Zhang's troubles with the Shanghai branch are troubles with me, Shen Yao. Do you think I'd let him shit on my head? Do you really think I'm a pushover? And then there's this. I acknowledge you as my older brother, but don't side with outsiders. That guy surnamed Meng is just your cousin. I'm your younger brother. Stop talking nonsense. If you give me face, I'll give you face. If you don't, I'll go find my grandpa to judge. I finally got this position as deputy general manager. Anyone who tries to undermine me, I'll kill them. I don't care who ordered him to do it. As long as I'm still the deputy general manager of the Shanghai branch, the company's affairs are my affairs, and nobody can interfere. I don't care about going anywhere else now, and don't even think about making me go back to Kyoto. Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, it wouldn't make a difference. Shen Jun was very curious about this, and later he inquired about what had made Shen Yao so reckless as to dare to argue with his older brother. After investigating, Xiuhan told him that Meng Zhongyu had made his move again. He sabotaged all the projects the company had previously invested in, hoping to cause trouble for Shen Jun. But Xinyao went straight back to Kyoto and gave that guy a good scolding, especially in front of many senior executives at headquarters, and he said some very harsh things. They said that if Meng Zhongyu dared to cause trouble for the Shanghai branch again, they would break his legs, and even his uncle wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Then this guy happily ran back to Shanghai and hid there. Shenhao was so angry that he called him and said he didn't even know his own surname anymore. But Xinyao is no longer afraid of his older brother. The position of deputy general manager and the monthly salary of 500,000 yuan have made him so arrogant that no one can hold him back. And so, the scene that Shen Jun had witnessed occurred. Shen Jun nearly died laughing when he heard this news. That 500,000 was totally worth it. If Shen Jun weren't worried that this guy was getting too cocky, he would have liked to give him a raise right now. Since that incident, all of the company's projects have progressed exceptionally smoothly, without the slightest trouble. Recently, Xinyao has been walking around the company like a crab, bumping into things, but instead of people saying anything bad about him, everyone is praising him. They said he was a promising young man, and that General Manager Shin was their idol, etc. Now Xinyao was completely disoriented. However, Shen Jun could tell that these compliments were just a trick used by Su Hong and his associates. It's just praising someone. It's not a difficult thing to do. If they can please this young master, wouldn't their work go much more smoothly? Just as Shen Jun was casually strolling around, his cell phone suddenly rang. I took out my phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was Wu Mingjie calling. Shen Jun suddenly realized that he had been in Shanghai for so long, but hadn't eaten with this guy yet. But why did he suddenly decide to call me? As soon as the call connected, Wu Mingjie's voice came through the phone. Old Shin, where are you now? Can you come to Shanghai? Wu Mingjie's voice was tinged with panic and anger. What's wrong? You sound so flustered. What happened? Shen Jun asked, frowning. Yang Su is in trouble. Wu Mingjie said hurriedly on the other end of the phone. I received a call from the hospital this morning saying that Yang Su was beaten up and hospitalized. He has broken his left arm and right leg, and his head was also cracked open. He's lying in a hospital in Shanghai right now. Hearing this, Shen Jun frowned even more deeply. He asked again, what's going on? Why is he in Shanghai? When I got married, that guy didn't deposit any money or take out a loan with me, right? The day before yesterday, he suddenly came to Shanghai and said he wanted to deposit some money with me, so I entertained him for the past 2 days. But I had something to do last night and wasn't with him. I never expected this to happen today. Wu Mingjie said anxiously. According to the hospital, his injuries are very serious. Why don't you come and visit him? Which hospital? Send me the location. Okay, I'll send it to you right now, Wu Mingjie quickly agreed. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun received Wu Mingjie's location and immediately got into the car, asking Yu Bin to drive to the hospital. Inside a hospital in Shanghai. Old Yang, aren't you really going to call your parents and tell them? Wu Mingjie couldn't help but ask, looking at Yang Su, who was bandaged up like a mummy. Not telling them, in my current state, will only frighten them and serve no purpose whatsoever, Yang Su said, wincing in pain. Then tell me what exactly happened. Where did you go last night? How did you get beaten up like this? Wu Mingjie asked, his face grim. He was about to explode with anger. He couldn't help but be angry. If it weren't for Yang Su completing his mission, he wouldn't have come to Shanghai at all. Although he didn't know why Yang Su was beaten or who beat him, he had to take responsibility. Because if Yang Su hadn't come to Shanghai, he wouldn't have been beaten like this. Upon hearing this question, Yang Su became agitated, but the pain in his body brought him back to calm. It hurts so much, I can't move at all. He opened his mouth and cursed, I don't know what's going on either. Last night you said you were busy, so I went to the bar by myself for a while. I didn't do anything, just ordered a drink at the lounge and watched other people dance. Then some idiot walked over and smashed a bottle over my head without saying a word. That idiot really didn't say a single word. I was completely stunned by the blow. Do you think I could just let him get away with it? So I fought back. But as soon as I fought back, 5 or 6 people rushed over and beat me up. They were incredibly brutal. If the bar security hadn't intervened and someone hadn't called the police, I'd be dead. Wu Mingjie. Why does that sound so awkward? He knew there were plenty of idiots in the world, but there weren't many idiots who would beat someone up like that for no reason, were there? He didn't doubt the truthfulness of Yang Su's words, but rather felt so unlucky. Scratching his head vigorously, Wu Mingjie said speechlessly, "Old Yang, your luck seems a bit too. Go to hell. What does this have to do with luck? Isn't it just that this crappy place, Shanghai, is too chaotic?" Yang Su said angrily. All right, you're injured, so you're in the right, okay? Seeing that Yang Su was full of energy, Wu Mingjie felt relieved. Damn it, if I don't swindle them out of everything this time, I'm not a Yang anymore. Yang Su said through gritted teeth. Don't worry, none of them will escape. Wu Mingjie said in a deep voice. I wonder if the police have caught him or not, Yang Su said dejectedly, shaking his head. Don't worry, I've already had my wife keep an eye on things. With so much evidence and witnesses, they can't get away. Wu Mingjie reassured them softly. Sad face Omicron asterisk. With a long sigh, Yang Su touched his tightly bandaged scalp with his right hand and said, This patch is definitely going to be bald from now on, and I haven't even found a wife yet. Wu Mingjie. It's just not the right time, otherwise he would definitely say something risque. How big of a heart does this person have? He's been beaten to a pulp and he still has the nerve to say those things? That's absolutely outrageous. Just then, Wu Mingjie's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he immediately answered the phone. Hey, honey, have you caught him yet? Wu Mingjie's words immediately drew Yang Su's attention. We've caught them, but what? Wu Mingjie quickly pressed. Bai Xian hesitated before explaining, You weren't with Yang Su, were you? What's wrong? Wu Mingjie was suddenly taken aback. Something about his wife's words didn't seem right. Could it be that the person who beat Yang Su was someone important? You know all the guys who beat up Yang Su. There's Zhao Sheng, the second young master of the Zhao family, Zhu Dong, the third young master of the Zhu family, Wang Feng, the second son of the Wang family, Chen Ji, the fourth son of the Chen family, and Zhang Long, the third son of the Zhang family, Bai Xian said softly. Are you sure? Wu Mingjie's face instantly turned gloomy. That's confirmed. Zhao Sheng and the others are currently at the police station. The Zhao family has also sent people to handle their bail pending trial, since Zhao Sheng was the one who led the attack on Yang Su, Bai Xian explained softly. Upon hearing this, Wu Mingjie's expression turned even more unpleasant. Normally, obtaining a letter of forgiveness from the victim is required to grant bail, but now Yang Su is lying in a hospital bed, and the Zhao family hasn't come, not even to make a show of it. In other words, they don't take Yang Su seriously at all. That's normal. With the Zhao family's power, Yang Su's forgiveness is of no use to them. Gritting his teeth, Wu Mingjie said coldly, Wife, call home. We can't let that be asterisk 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 D Zhao Sheng get out so easily. Are you sure? Zhao Sheng is getting married tomorrow, and his fiancée is Ning Weijia, the third young lady of the Ning family. If we get our families involved now, we'll offend both the Zhao and Gu families to the core. Not to mention there are 4 other families involved. Bai Xian asked hesitantly. I'm sure. You know why Yang Su came to Shanghai. Now that this has happened, I have to support him. Putting everything else aside, the Zhao family has to show the proper attitude. We can't just let him leave like this. Wu Mingjie said in a deep voice. But my family probably won't agree. Our 2 families can't afford to offend those families, Bai Xian said hesitantly. Call. Looking at Yang Su, who was bandaged up like a mummy, Wu Mingjie said, Word by word, I'll take responsibility for the consequences. Honey, call home. This matter won't be over until the Zhao family gives us an explanation. I understand. Bai Xian didn't say anything more. She could tell how angry Wu Mingjie was. As soon as he hung up the phone, Yang Su asked in a hoarse voice, Old Wu, is the guy who hit me someone important? After hesitating for a moment, Wu Mingjie said, feeling aggrieved, Old Yang, to be honest, the families of those who beat you up all have some influence. Even the weakest of them are better off than mine. Even if I get my family involved, at most I can only get them to pay some compensation, nothing more. Damn it. Although Wu Mingjie didn't finish his last sentence, Yang Su understood what he meant. But the clearer he understood, the angrier he became. He was beaten up like this without doing anything, and the other person was completely unharmed. How could he not be angry? Yang Su's eyes widened, his body trembled slightly, and he was so angry that he was almost losing his mind. But when he thought of Wu Mengjie's words, he felt powerless and saddened from the bottom of his heart. Wu Mengjie can't afford to offend people, and he certainly can't afford to offend anyone else. Moreover, this is Shanghai, not Nanjing. But even in Nanjing, with his family's strength, they would be helpless against these people. He didn't consider using public opinion to pressure those people because it wouldn't work. Public opinion needs a platform to spread, and according to Wu Mengjie, those people could definitely use their connections to prevent the platform from spreading it, a point he was very clear about. This world is so unfair. When ordinary people are oppressed by those who are truly powerful and influential, they can't even rely on public opinion. After a long silence, Yang Su said in a hoarse voice, "Old Wu, forget it. I guess I'm just unlucky this time. I admit defeat. Don't bother asking your family for help. It'll only drag you down with them." "What are you talking about?" Wu Mengjie frowned. "You came to Shanghai to help me. How could I just stand by and do nothing? My family may not be able to beat them, but I still have my wife's family. You can't let this beating go unpunished. I can't guarantee anything else, but you'll definitely get your medical expenses and compensation." "Forget it." Yang Su shook his head and said in a low voice, "It's just a little money. It's not worth it. If those people lose the money and then start causing you trouble, you won't be able to handle it." "No way. I'll accept it even if they cause me trouble later, but they have to give me an explanation for this," Wu Mengjie said angrily. "You." Yang Su opened his mouth, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. He knew why Wu Mengjie was so angry. He was even angrier than Wu Mengjie, but the thought of those powerful and influential families filled Yang Su with resentment. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Just wait for the Zhao family to pay compensation. Leave the rest to me." With that, Wu Mengjie turned and left the room. He needed to call home, otherwise he was afraid his family wouldn't be able to help. Watching Wu Mengjie's departing figure, Yang Su bit his lower lip tightly, an uncontrollable anger churning within him. So frustrating. This is so damn frustrating. Thinking of the faces of those who had beaten him, Yang Su took a few deep breaths, suppressed his anger, and closed his eyes. Since the law is no longer effective, then we shouldn't use it. Comments. "Old Wu, what are you doing standing at the ward door?" Following the address provided by Wu Mengjie, Shen Jun found the ward smoothly, but he saw Wu Mengjie standing at the ward door as soon as he got a short distance away. "Huh?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wu Mengjie slowly turned his head and froze the moment he saw Shen Jun. He rubbed his eyes hard, somewhat incredulously, and said, "Holy crap? Old Shen? What are you doing here? Wait, how did you get here so quickly? Aren't you in Chongqing?" "I've been in Shanghai on business lately, so I came right over after you called me," Shen Jun explained. "Shen Jun came alone, without letting you Bin and the others come along, because it wasn't that dangerous inside the hospital." "You called me from Shanghai? You little brat." Wu Mengjie was so agitated he almost swore, but thinking about what he was about to face, he didn't say the words. He sighed and changed the subject, saying, "Go in and check on old Yang. He's seriously injured, but whatever you do, don't ask him who did it otherwise." "What?" Shen Jun asked. "The people who beat up old Yang haven't been caught yet?" "He was caught, but—" Wu Mengjie hesitated for a moment before explaining, "Old Shen, your family is also very wealthy. You should know that the saying, 'money makes the world go round,' isn't a joke. And those guys who beat up old Yang are not only rich but also powerful. Old Yang's beating was for nothing." Shen Jun asked curiously, "Who is this person? Even your family can't afford to offend them." "We can't afford to offend them." Wu Mengjie paused, then continued, "You're not from Shanghai, so you don't know their power. Let me put it this way. The weakest of those guys has family company assets exceeding 5 billion, and the guy who initially attacked old Yang has family assets exceeding 10 billion. You understand what I mean, right?" "Understood." Shen Jun nodded. He understood perfectly well. He had just used his power to intimidate others not long ago. Only, why did those people beat up old Yang? Aren't they from different social classes? Hearing this question, Wu Mengjie asked, puzzled, "I don't know either, but Lao Yang said that when he was drinking at a bar after dinner, those guys attacked him without saying a word." Lao Yang himself was completely dumbfounded. He's sure he doesn't know those people and is sure he hasn't offended them. Shen Jun. They attacked without any reason? Shen Jun said speechlessly. That's right. Wu Mingjie said angrily, although I know those people, I don't usually interact with them, so I don't know their temperaments. But I trust Lao Yang, although he talks a lot, he's not the type to cause trouble. Indeed. Shen Jun nodded in agreement. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go in and see old Yang. After saying that, the two of them walked into the ward together. Holy crap. Upon seeing Yang Su, bandaged up like a mummy, Shen Jun, though somewhat prepared, still exclaimed in surprise, Old Yang? Are you all right? Old Shen? What brings you here? Yang Su opened his eyes and looked at Shen Jun in surprise. Looking at Yang Su's bloodshot eyes, Shen Jun said softly, Old Wu called me and said you were injured and hospitalized. I happened to be in Shanghai, so I rushed over. You're in Shanghai? Before he could finish speaking, Yang Su suddenly realized something and whispered, it was the right thing not to contact Lao Wu. If you were with me, we'd both get beaten up. Shen Jun. Wu Mingjie. Although Yang Su was in a miserable state at the moment, he still couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing those words. If I were to actually get together with him, it's hard to say who would be the one getting beaten up. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, sigh. Yang Su sighed deeply and said, Old Shen, I've really messed up this time. I can't even get revenge. It's so damn frustrating. Nor. Just as Shen Jun was about to speak, Wu Mingjie's phone suddenly rang. Shen Jun then stopped speaking and turned his gaze to Wu Mingjie. Wu Mingjie didn't notice Shen Jun's words and instead quickly took out his phone to answer the call. Because Shen Jun was standing right next to him, he heard the voice coming from the other end of the phone. Mingjie, we can't stop them. The moment the family intervened, the Zhao, Ning, and Zhu families came knocking. The family can't hold on any longer. We have to release Zhao Xing and the others. Damn it. Wu Mingjie cursed under his breath before speaking. Is Zhao Jiazhen not even willing to apologize? Apologize? How could they possibly apologize? Forget about apologizing. I advise you to transfer your friend to another hospital as soon as possible, preferably not in Shanghai, otherwise those guys won't let him off the hook. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. Wu Mingjie said through gritted teeth. Don't be so naive. That's just how society is. When dealing with those kinds of people, if you can't afford to offend them, you avoid them. If you can't avoid them, you endure it. There's no other way, unless you're so angry that you spill blood, but that only exists in movies. It's not realistic. I understand. Thank you for your trouble, brother, Wu Mingjie said dejectedly. It's all right, with my dad here, the Wu family won't have any problems. But I still advise you to transfer your friend to another hospital as soon as possible otherwise. Okay, hang up first. Wait. Just as Wu Mingjie was about to hang up the phone, Shen Jun suddenly interrupted him. What's wrong? Wu Mingjie asked curiously. Give me the phone, Shen Jun said, extending his hand. You. Although Wu Mingjie looked puzzled, she still obediently handed him the phone. Hello, you just said that the people who beat up Yang Su are still in detention, right? Shen Jun asked a pointless question. Yes, he's still in detention, but he'll be released soon. Who are you? The man on the other end of the phone answered the question first, then asked another. My surname is Shin, from Tianyun Group. Hiss. Hiss. Holy crap. Wu Mingjie, Yang Su, and the man on the other end of the phone all gasped in shock. The holy shit was shouted by Yang Su because he was so excited that he aggravated his wound, which hurt. Old Shin, you're kidding, right? Wu Mingjie exclaimed in disbelief. Yang Su stared intently at Shen Jun, his eyes wide, also wondering if Shen Jun was joking. Although the man on the other end of the phone didn't speak, he was more curious to know if Shen Jun was a member of the Shin family of Tianyun Group. If so, then the Wu family. Do you think I would joke at this time? Shen Jun asked softly. Holy crap. Wu Mingjie reached out and shook Shen Jun's body violently, roaring, Old Shen, are you really a member of the Shin family of Tianyun Group? Shen Jun. Seeing Wu Mingjie descend into madness, Shen Jun slapped him across the face. Ouch! 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 After a loud smack, Wu Mingjie clutched his head and started yelling. Hello, brother Mingjie, I hope you can hold on a little longer. Don't release those guys who beat up young Su yet. I'm going to the detention center now. Of course, you can also come and watch the show, I don't mind. After dealing with Wu Mingjia, Shen Jun said softly into the phone. Huh? The man on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment before immediately replying, No problem, Mr. Shin, rest assured. I will definitely not let those people leave the detention center. After a pause, the man tentatively asked, Mr. Shin, is Mr. Shin Yao, the Deputy General Manager of Shanghai Tianyun Group, your? Hee. Shen Jun understood the other party's thoughts. Just to be on the safe side, he couldn't risk the entire Wu family going crazy because of something he said, could he? That's not how you joke around. What if I'm not a member of the Shen family? The Wu family can afford to gamble, but they can't afford to lose. Let alone the Wu family, even if the Bai family were added to the mix, they still couldn't afford to lose. The opponent is too strong. Shen Jun said nonchalantly, Shen Yao is my cousin. I'm the one who brought him from Beijing to Shanghai. Hiss. Don't worry, Mr. Shin. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, I wouldn't let Zhao Sheng and the others leave the detention center today, the man on the other end of the phone said firmly. Then I'll have to trouble you, Shen Jun said politely. No trouble at all. Mr. Shin is Mengjia's friend, which means he's also a friend of my Wu family. If Mr. Shin asks, my Wu family will definitely do everything in our power to help. Mr. Shin, please go ahead with your work. I need to deal with those people from the Zhao family and the others who came, the man on the other end of the phone said hurriedly. Good. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun handed the phone to Wu Mingjia. He didn't take the man's rapid change of attitude seriously. After all, Yang Su was just Wu Mengjia's friend, and the Wu family wouldn't go to such lengths for a friend like him. The Zhao family and other similar families are not to be trifled with. It's human nature to hold back some things. Old Shen, am I dreaming? Are you really from the Shin family of Tianyun Group? Yang Su murmured. No, Lao Shen, isn't your family from Chongqing? How could you possibly be from the Shin family of Tianyun Group? Are you kidding me? If you were from the Shin family, why would you go to the same university as us? Wu Mingjia asked curiously again while rubbing his aching head. All right, stop asking so many questions. Shen Jun waved his hand and laughed, talking about all that is useless. The most important thing now is to avenge old Yang. Upon hearing this, Yang Su's eyes widened immediately. He exclaimed excitedly, Old Shin, you really. Stop pretending, just relax and recover here. I'll take care of everything else. Shen Jun joked with a smile. Go to hell. Yang Su retorted casually, then grinned and said, Old Shin, whether I can live a carefree life for the rest of my days depends on you. Shen Jun. Damn it, after being beaten to a pulp, you still have the nerve to think about the future? I'm speechless. Let's go, let's go. Wu Mingjia grabbed Shen Jun's arm and pulled him outside, excitedly saying, I've been wanting to get back at those bastards like Zhao Sheng for ages. Now's the perfect time to settle both old and new scores. Okay. After saying goodbye to Yang Su, Shen Jun left the ward with Wu Mingjia. When Wu Mingjia saw the 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms and Yu Bin and his group, he was stunned. Although I was mentally prepared, I was still shocked by the scene. It's not that he's never seen luxury cars or bodyguards before. The fact that Shen Jun alone had so many bodyguards and luxury cars made him uneasy. After getting into the car, Wu Mingjia wiped the sweat from his palms and cautiously asked, Old Shen, tell me the truth. What is your status in the Shen family? I've seen plenty of signs of prominent families, but this kind of treatment is truly unprecedented. What status or anything like that? Shen Jun joked. I'm just an ordinary member of the Shen family. Stop joking. Wu Mingjia shouted, I've met the direct descendants of the Rong family in Shanghai before, but... Before he could finish speaking, Wu Mengjia's voice suddenly became barely audible. Old Shen, you wouldn't happen to be a direct descendant of the Shen family, would you? Shen Jun smiled gently. Why ask so many questions? The more you know, the more dangerous it becomes. Wu Mingjia. That's a bit scary. Although he knew Shen Jun was joking, he was still frightened. Within powerful and influential families, some news can indeed be deadly. Seeing that Wu Mingjia was genuinely frightened, Shen Jun helplessly reassured him, don't overthink it. You can just think of me as representing the Shen family in Shanghai. Wu Mingjia. Is this something a human being should say? No need to worry yet. You can represent the Shen family now and he still. No, that's not right. If Shen Jun can truly represent Shen Jun, then he really has nothing to worry about. Because, Dad, you're my dad now. Wu Mingjie suddenly grabbed Shen Jun's arm and shouted. Shen Jun. That statement was even more abrupt than his own bald head. While in school, Wu Mingjie and Yang Su were not made to call each other dad, but that was only under special circumstances. But now, I can't quite handle the word father. But, good boy, from now on in Shanghai, Wu Mingjie, you'll have a daddy protecting you. Shen Jun joked. Go away, go away. I'm calling you, but don't admit it. Wu Mingjie said angrily. All right, stop wasting my breath. Shen Jun said irritably. Yes, yes, young Master Shen. Bai Xian, are you really going to tear off all ties with us for the sake of one of Wu Mingjie's friends? Inside a room padded with impact-resistant material, a dozen young men and women stood. One of them, a young man with his head wrapped in gauze, looked at Bai Xian, who was standing in the middle, and questioned her with a grim expression. Upon hearing this, several other young men chimed in. Bai Xian, you should know what day it is today. Don't drag your Bai family down for someone unrelated. Upon hearing this, the two young men standing next to Bai Xian turned pale. They couldn't understand why Bai Xian and Wu Mingjie would do this. Wasn't she just Wu Mingjie's friend? So what if she got hit? It wasn't Wu Mingjie who got hit. It's really not worth it for an outsider to link the Bai and Wu families together. But they can't say that. I can't explain it. Ever since Bai Xian and Wu Mingjie called them here, they have had to hold on. Seeing the grim expressions on Zhao Xing and the others' faces, Bai Xian frowned and said, You should know what Mingjie wants. What? You hit someone and won't apologize, and you won't even pay compensation. Losing money? The crowd burst into laughter as if they'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Then, a young man spoke up coldly. What money? Didn't you see Brother Sheng's head was injured? We won't make that idiot pay, and he dares to ask us for money? He's got some nerve. Bai Xian, if you're still half asleep, call Bai Ji over here. See if he dares to ask us for money. He's utterly ridiculous. Bai Xian said expressionlessly, it has nothing to do with who's there. If someone is injured, they must pay compensation. That's the rule. She didn't talk to this group about laws or anything like that because it was pointless. It's not that the law can't punish them, but compared to Yang Su, they represent the law. We're all human, but we're all different. Hee. The young men standing opposite Bai Xian and her group sneered, and one of them retorted, Bai Xian, it seems that your brain hasn't been working properly since you married Wu Mingjie. There are rules in Shanghai. If he can find someone who can overpower us, we'll pay compensation and apologize. If he can't find such a person, then he deserves it. Your Bai and Wu families aren't qualified. You'd better not push your luck. Do you really think we wouldn't dare to take action against your Bai family? You can give it a try. Bai Xian said decisively. Holy crap. Another young man stepped forward and said, Bai Xian, you're really asking for trouble today. Forget it, there's no point in saying anything. Let's wait for our family to step in. I'd like to see how the Bai and Wu families will manage in Shanghai after the police release us. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian and the other young men's expressions turned grim. They knew that they could no longer stop these people. Compared to these families, the Bai and Wu families are really no match. It was only because the elders of the two families gave the first greeting that these people left. Of course, the reason these people haven't left yet isn't because their families haven't put in the effort, but because they're discussing things with the elders of the Bai and Wu families. It's just a conflict between the younger generation. I made a couple of casual phone calls to find out what happened, and then the elders laughed and said that we could have a meal and tea sometime and that would be the end of it. However, these individuals must remain in detention for a period of time. This is a gesture of respect from their elders towards their peers. After all, they've already given us a heads up, so we should give them the courtesy they deserve. Anyway, everyone knows that these people won't suffer much here. At most, they'll just be locked up for a while. However, there's one thing. Since they've given the Bai and Wu families face today, they must return that face when things get complicated. That's the rule. Don't assume that just because the Zhao, Ning, and Zhu families are stronger than the Bai and Wu families, they can easily crush them. That's pure nonsense. Once a family business exceeds 1 billion, many more things become involved. Even if he wanted to go bankrupt, it wouldn't be possible because someone would prevent it from doing so. Unless the difference in strength is too great otherwise. There aren't that many cases in this world where, if the wind blows, the Wu family will go bankrupt. Of course, there are exceptions. As time went by, people gradually realized that things were not going as they had expected. How long has it been? Why haven't the police from the detention center come to release the person yet? Ring ring. Ring ring. Ring ring. As several phones rang, everyone pulled out their phones with blank expressions. Calling at this time is definitely not a good thing. According to usual practice, they should be released immediately at this point. Looking at the caller ID on their phones, everyone answered the call together. What? The Wu family has gone mad? They actually dared to turn against us. Second uncle, you said you came? And you came with the Wu family? No, how dare the Wu family? Are they going to break the rules? Upon hearing these remarks, Bai Xian and the other young people were also taken aback. They could naturally understand the meaning behind those words. In other words, the Wu family intended to confront these families head-on? How is that possible? Have the elders of the Wu family gone mad? The Wu family can't afford the consequences of a falling out. Not to mention those young people, even Bai Xian couldn't help but take out her phone. She desperately wanted to know one thing: how exactly did Wu Mingjie manage to do it? Why did the elders of the Wu family agree? Just then, 7 burly men suddenly walked in from outside and surrounded the group. Upon seeing this, everyone's expression changed. Where is this? This is the Shanghai Detention Center. Unlike outside shopping malls and bars, you can't just come and go as you please. The fact that he brought so many bodyguards here speaks volumes to everyone. I'm sorry, honey, I've made you suffer. As several bodyguards surrounded the crowd, Wu Mingjie's voice rang out at the opportune moment. As Shen Jun and Wu Mingjie strode in, everyone immediately turned their attention to the two of them. Mingjie, you? Before Bai Xian could voice her question, Wu Mingjie waved to her, then took a step back, highlighting Shen Jun. Bai Xian. Others. So you were just showing off earlier? Shen Juming chuckled softly. That be asterisk 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 D really cares about saving face. In order to put on a good show in front of everyone, he had begged Shen Jun countless times on his way here. It really is. A person's reputation matters. Seeing the gazes directed at him, Shen Jun smiled and said, "You probably don't know me, but that doesn't matter. Whether you know me or not isn't important. I want to get to know someone." Who is Zhao Xing? The one who stood up for Yang Su. Before he finished speaking, everyone's eyes immediately turned to the young man whose head was wrapped in gauze. Zhao Sheng looked at Shen Jun with a serious expression and asked, "Who are you?" "You're Zhao Xing." Shen Jun didn't answer his question, but instead asked another. "That's Zhao Xing," Wu Mingjie suddenly interjected. "Tsk tisk tisk." Having received the correct answer, Shen Jun moved slightly and instantly appeared in front of Zhao Xing. "Who are you? What do you want?" A young woman suddenly ran over and shouted nervously. "This is none of your business. Get out of here." Before the woman could speak further, Shen Jun looked at Zhao Xing and asked, "Why did you hit Yang Su? Did you really attack him for no reason?" Upon hearing this, the woman, who had been about to shout, suddenly froze. Not only her, but everyone else was stumped by this question. What's wrong with hitting someone for no reason? Do they need a reason to beat someone up? At this moment, Shen Jun only wanted to confirm one thing. Was Yang Su really beaten for no reason, or was there another reason? Although Shen Jun thought it was unlikely that Yang Su's beating was related to him, he still wanted to confirm it. According to Yang Su, he was genuinely baffled by the beating he received. He was sitting at a table drinking and then got beaten up. Who would believe that without some reason? It's better to be safe than sorry. What if Zhao Xing and his gang received a hint from someone to cause trouble for me, and thus chose to target my friends? Shen Jun needs to understand this clearly. After Shen Jun asked the question, Zhao Xing immediately glared at him and retorted, "What? Do I need a reason to hit someone? This is Shanghai. I can hit someone whenever I want. What are you going to do about it?" Smack. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Jun slapped Zhao Xing across the face. The over 100-pound body spun twice before collapsing to the ground. I shook my hand, but I used too much force and my hand hurt. "Brother Xing. Holy shit. UF asterisk 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 asterisk. G want to die. Do you even know where you are? Just you wait until I get out of here. I'll make you pay. Who the hell are you?" No one expected that Shen Jun would actually dare to make a move, especially in front of so many people. Everyone was now unable to stand still. Just as everyone was about to rush toward Shen Jun, Yubin immediately waved his hand and stepped forward, and the other 7 bodyguards instantly stopped them. Without Shen Jun's signal, Yubin and the others simply stopped the crowd without actually hitting anyone. Of course, these second-generation rich kids weren't fools. Although they didn't know how the other party had brought the bodyguards in, they knew their own limitations. They could yell, but they wouldn't dare to fight. Because we can't beat them. Nobody wants to get beaten up. Bai Xian and the others were equally stunned by Shen Jun's actions. Let alone others, even they didn't expect Shen Jun to act so decisively. It's like a joke. Where is this? This is the Shanghai Detention Center. To take action on official territory is truly awesome. Hearing the incoherent curses, Shen Jun smiled and said, "One more word and I'll slap you. You can try and see if I dare." GAA. Everyone fell silent instantly, like ducks being choked. Under the intimidation of Yubin and his associates, they dared not gamble, nor could they afford to. No one would be stupid enough to get beaten up for saying something carelessly. At this moment, we are outnumbered and outmatched. Even if we want revenge, we'll have to wait until we get out of here. Nobody's a fool. Sticking your neck out won't end well. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Shen Jun continued speaking to Zhao Sheng, who was still lying on the ground. "Stop playing dead. Can you answer my question now?" With the help of several other young men, Zhao Sheng stood up, rubbed his swollen and numb cheek, and said fiercely, "Who the hell are you?" Shen Jun said, somewhat speechless, "Why can't you understand human language?" As he spoke, Shen Jun took another step towards him. Zhao Sheng and his companions were so frightened by his actions that they retreated repeatedly. Seeing this, Wu Mingjie couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter immediately attracted everyone's attention. Bai Xian pinched him in exasperation, and Wu Mingjie finally quieted down. Seeing the furious, almost murderous glares from the crowd, Shen Jun spoke impatiently, "This is your last chance. What exactly made you hit Yangsu?" Zhao Sheng, his neck stiff, shouted, "If you're so capable, let us make a phone call. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." Shen Jun had lost his patience. "I'm standing right here. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. If you don't kill me today, I'll definitely kill you when I get out of here." Upon hearing Shen Jun's arrogant words, Zhao Sheng went completely berserk. He shoved away the person who was helping him and ran straight in front of Yubin, intending to rush towards Shen Jun. "That's right, you think you're so arrogant? Grandpa's right here, try and make a move. Where the hell are you from? Dare to reveal your name. If you've got the guts, kill us. Otherwise, I'll kill you as soon as I get out. Who are you trying to scare by bringing a few bodyguards? Do you think your dad has no temper? Still won't admit defeat until you see the coffin? Who do you think you are? I don't believe you dare kill us." With Zhao Sheng stepping forward, the others started shouting again, as if they were certain that Shen Jun wouldn't dare to make a move. The atmosphere in the room tensed up again, and Wu Mingjie and Bai Xian immediately went behind Shen Jun. Okay, you guys are amazing, you're really amazing." Shen Jun clapped his hands and laughed. He finally understood what it meant to be second only to the heavens. Indeed, the rich second generation was the epitome of arrogance and domineering. Of course, even if some of these people were truly afraid, with so many of them together, they probably wouldn't show it. I can't bear the shame. What's most important in networking? Face. Let alone the rich kids, even ordinary people value their reputation the most. Some people are willing to pay any price for this. But, since you've both put it that way, I can't very well embarrass you. Before Shen Jun could finish speaking, the group of young men and women had a vague sense of foreboding. As Shen Jun continued speaking, their premonition came true. Yubin, hit him. Yes. Plan. Knock, knock, knock. Bang, bang, bang. Screams of agony rang out instantly. The sudden scene caused Bai Xian and the others standing behind Shen Jun to cover their mouths in surprise. How dare he? How dare he make a move here? Isn't that a bit too blatant? Who exactly is Shen Jun? Does he really think he doesn't care about the government? No, that's not right. Bai Xian suddenly realized, why hadn't the detention center staff shown up after Shen Jun made his move? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that Shen Jun's background has become so powerful that even the government doesn't dare to step forward? This is Way too extravagant and outrageous. Stop. Stop it, all of you. Stop hitting him. All of you, stop hitting him. Did you hear me? Stop right now. Are you all deaf? Just as Zhao Xing and his companions were screaming in agony from the beating, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. After a series of rapid footsteps, a dozen or so middle-aged men and women rushed in from outside, shouting as they ran. Yu Bin and his group ignored the words of these people and continued to punch and kick the men lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Seeing that Yu Bin and the others ignored them, the middle-aged men and women immediately turned to look at a middle-aged man in a police uniform who was following behind them. Director Fan, this is a detention center, not a fighting ring. Isn't it illegal to assault someone here? Is this how you protect the personal safety of the public? The middle-aged policeman, referred to as Director Fan, looked extremely grim. He knew that Shen Jun had a powerful background. Otherwise, the secretary of that person in Shanghai wouldn't have personally called his wretched place. But taking action in a detention center was really going too far. But remembering the tone of the secretary's voice when she called him, Fan hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Mr. Shen, perhaps you should stop? Everyone. Help. Brother, please save me. Second uncle, hurry and pull these people away. Hurry. It hurts so much, damn it. If you have the guts, kill me today, otherwise, I'll take your lives. You just wait. If I don't avenge this, I'm not a Jew. When Zhao Xing and his group saw the middle-aged men and women, they immediately cried out for help. Several of them, while being beaten, threatened Yu Bin and the others. Shen Jun sized up the faces of the group before waving to Yu Bin. After receiving the signal, Yu Bin and his group immediately stopped what they were doing. Seeing this, not only Fan Sua, but everyone else also breathed a sigh of relief, including Bai Xian and a few others. It's one thing for Shen Jun not to know the background of these middle-aged men and women, but they know it very well. They're all people who can make decisions for their respective families. I never expected that all of these people would come here. Of course, compared to Bai Xian, who was completely unaware of anything at the moment, Wu Mingjie knew exactly why these people had come. The change in their elder brother's attitude caught the attention of these people. As soon as Yu Bin and his group stopped, Zhao Xing and the others got up from the ground immediately. Damn it. I'll kill you all. UF G bastards are asking for it. I'll kill you all. As soon as they stood up, the group of young people were eager to fight back, but before they could make a move, they were immediately stopped by the middle-aged men and women. Don't you know where you are? All of you, get over here. Second uncle, they started it. Zhao Xing said angrily, looking at the middle-aged man standing at the front. I'm telling you to get over here right now, do you understand? Zhao Mo shouted coldly. Aye. Zhao Xing wanted to say something, but when he saw the gloomy expression on Zhao Mo's face, he was immediately frightened and trembled. He then quickly ran over. The others reluctantly walked past under the watchful eyes of the middle-aged men and women. When have they ever suffered such injustice? But when facing elders in the family, no matter how angry they are, they can only endure it. After Zhao Xing and the others had all gone over, Zhao Mo turned his gaze to Shen Jun, who had been watching the commotion. However, he did not speak to Shen Jun. After merely glancing at him, Zhao Mo turned his gaze to Fan Su, who was standing to the side. According to Article 293 of the Criminal Law, the act of wantonly provoking, arbitrarily beating, harassing others, arbitrarily damaging or occupying public or private property, or causing a disturbance in a public place, seriously disrupting social order, constitutes the crime of provoking trouble. This group of people broke the law in full view of everyone, and Officer Fan witnessed it firsthand. Why aren't they being arrested? Hearing such aggressive words, Fan Sua straightened his face and looked at Zhao Mo seriously, saying, Is Mr. Zhao lecturing me on how to do things? Zhao Mo. Others. Although Fan's attitude toward Shen Jun just now suggested that Shen Jun's background was extraordinary, such blatant protection was still a bit. They didn't believe that Director Fan was a fool, which meant that Shen Jun's background was so powerful that even Director Fan couldn't afford to offend him. Director Fan, this is no longer your business. You can go ahead and get back to work. I'll let Uncle Gong know later, Shen Jun said, waving his hand at Director Fan. Fansua? What is that? What the hell did he hear? Uncle Gong? Shanghai too. Good heavens. Luckily, I didn't dare offend this young master because of the secretary's tone. Now it seems I almost stepped into the gates of hell. Damn it, I hate these kinds of spoiled rich kids who hide their true selves. Why can't we just reveal our identities directly? That's what he thought, but Fansu's face remained expressionless. He smiled politely at Shen Jun and said, Mr. Shen, you're too kind. There's no need to bother that person with such a small matter. I'll be leaving now. Just call me if you need anything, and I'll come immediately. Alright, if something really happens, I won't stand on ceremony with Director Fan, Shen Jun said with a light laugh. Fan left the room with a happy expression. With Fan's departure, the scene immediately became quiet. I was mainly scared. Although it's unclear who Uncle Gong, whom Shen Jun mentioned, is, it's easy to tell from Fan Sua's attitude towards Shen Jun that he's definitely not a nobody. You have to understand that while these companies may not be all-powerful in Shanghai, there aren't many who can stand above them. Fan couldn't possibly be unaware of this, yet even so, the other parties still didn't take them seriously. The problem must lie with Shen Jun. The Uncle Gong that Shen Jun mentioned will definitely be able to outdo them in Shanghai. Having figured this out, the group exchanged glances. Zhao Emo then looked at Shen Jun with suspicion and asked, I am Zhao Emo from Chengsheng Group. May I ask who Mr. Shen is? Tianyun Group, Shen Jun. Shen Jun said calmly. Hiss. A chorus of gasps filled the quiet room. Zhao Emo and the others felt their scalps tingle. They all stared intently at Shen Jun's face, their eyes filled with disbelief. The higher your level, the more you learn. At their level, they are naturally aware of the significance of the Tianyun Group in Daxia. Let alone the Zhao family's Chengsheng Group. Even if all of them were combined, they wouldn't be as much as a single finger of the Tianyun Group. No wonder Director Fan treated them that way. It makes sense if Shen Jun works for Tianyun Group. Mr. Shen, how did Mr. Zhao and the others offend you? Zhao Mo's tone involuntarily became respectful. Hee. Shen Jun sneered and then turned his gaze to Zhao Xing and the others, saying, Now you can tell me why you attacked Yongsu, right? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Zhao Xing and his group. Under so many eyes watching, even Zhao Xing and his group, who were fearless, began to feel guilty. Speak. Zhao Emo asked solemnly. Zhao Xing trembled with fear, opened his mouth, wanted to speak, but dared not utter a word. Zudong, you speak. Seeing Zhao Xing's nervous expression, Zhao Mo's heart sank immediately. There really is more to the story. This is bad news. Comments. Zhu Dong, whose name was mentioned, was also so frightened that he trembled all over. Nobody's a fool. After Shen Jun revealed that he was from Tianyun Group, everyone understood one thing. That means even if all of them combined, they couldn't afford to offend the other party. Zhao Mo's sudden change in attitude further proves this point. But Uncle Zhao, I don't know, I really don't know. That day, Brother Xing said he was going to beat someone up, so we all did it together. We didn't ask Brother Xing why, and he didn't tell us either. Zhu Dong hurriedly waved his hands and explained. Yes, Uncle Zhao, we really didn't know. Really, it was Shang Ji who said he was going to hit someone that day. You know our character, we really didn't think that much of a thing. Uncle Zhao, we promise you, if we find out why Brother Xing ordered us to take action, may we be struck by lightning. The remaining people were also frightened and immediately began to offer their explanations all at once after Zhu Dong finished speaking. In short, they knew nothing about what happened. They only acted because they listened to Zhao Xing, and all the responsibility lies with Zhao Xing. Zhao Mo's face also darkened as the others continued their conversation. Meanwhile, the other middle-aged men and women secretly applauded and cheered for the group. That's so well said. It's good you didn't know. That way, the responsibility on their families would be much less. It would just be a physical altercation. An apology and compensation would suffice, but it couldn't involve any other issues. They have plenty of money, and they don't mind apologizing, as long as it doesn't involve Shen Jun. They can't afford to offend Tianyun Group, nor do they dare to. Ordinary people might not know the true background of Tianyun Group, but these people know it all too well. We can't afford to mess with them. We really can't afford to mess with them. No one doubted the truthfulness of Shen Jun's words. His surname and the way Fan Su treated him showed that the other party was a direct descendant of the Shen family. Who the hell dares to mess with this? That's not how you court death. Zhao Sheng, tell me, why did you hit Yang Su? Was it because he offended you? Or did you deliberately cause trouble after drinking? Zhao Emo questioned, his words carrying a hidden meaning. Zhao Sheng hesitated for a moment, then explained with a mournful face, I had a few drinks at the time, and then I hit him because I didn't like him. There was no other reason. Are you sure? Zhao Mo asked loudly. He knew perfectly well that Zhao Sheng was lying, but that was exactly the result he wanted. He had to pinpoint Zhao Sheng's reason for hitting someone, an impulsive act after drinking, and the reason being that he didn't like the other person. We absolutely cannot cause any unforeseen complications. The most crucial thing is to avoid involving Shen Jun. As long as Shen Jun is not implicated, everything will be fine. Surely the Shen family wouldn't retaliate against them just because one of Shen Jun's friends was beaten? Society operates according to its own rules, just like how the Wu family faced those families. Being unable to provoke them doesn't mean they have no ability to resist. You can back down, but the other party shouldn't go too far. Confirmed. Zhao Sheng immediately noticed the change in Zhao Mo's tone and nodded heavily without hesitation. Mr. Shen, this is all a misunderstanding. How about this? After Zhao Sheng answered, Zhao Mo immediately turned to Shen Jun and said seriously, our Zhao family will cover Mr. Yang's medical expenses, and Mr. Shen can decide the amount of compensation. I will also have Zhao Sheng and a few others personally go to the hospital to apologize to Mr. Yang. What do you think? Clap. Okay. As soon as Zhao Mo finished speaking, Shen Jun clapped his hands with a smile and said, Mr. Zhao, right? You really think I'm a fool? No, Mr. Shen, how could you think that way? Zhao Mo quickly waved his hand and explained, Mr. Zhao is spoiled by his family, and sometimes he does impulsive things. We will take responsibility for what we should. My Zhao family guarantees to give Mr. Yang an explanation. Hehe. Shen Jun's patience had been worn down once again. He sneered and said, word by word, since that's the case, then let's see who uses their methods. I lack many things, but I have plenty of time. We'll play this game slowly. Having said that, before Zhao Mo could speak, Shen Jun strode outside. Wu Mingjie immediately grabbed Bai Xian's hand and followed. Although he didn't understand why Shen Jun suddenly left, feeling it was a bit anticlimactic, he knew Shen Jun must have his own reasons, so they should just obediently follow behind him. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. They never expected Shen Jun to so bluntly abandon all pretense of civility. Although Tianyun Group is very powerful and can indeed crush those companies, that's Tianyun Group, not Shen Jun. So what if Shen Jun is a direct descendant of the Shen family? They simply didn't believe that a behemoth like Tianyun Group would stand up for Shen Jun just because his friend had been beaten. That's not how you joke. They were indeed afraid and wary of Shen Jun, which is why they displayed the attitude they did just now. But that doesn't mean they have no temper at all. These families are all influential figures in Shanghai and even nationwide. So, what if they offend Shen Jun to the core? Would Shen Jun really dare to let Tianyun Group bankrupt all the other companies? Regardless of whether Tianyun Group will take action, even if they do, what can they do? Tianyun Group certainly has the ability to bankrupt them, but Tianyun Group will definitely pay a price for making them bankrupt. Making Tianyun Group pay a considerable price for a friend of the Shen family's direct descendants, that's simply unacceptable, isn't it? Moreover, the higher-ups in Shanghai would certainly not allow Tianyun Group to maliciously target their companies, as that would cause turmoil throughout the entire industry. Therefore, Zhao Mo planned to have Zhao Xing insist that he hit Yang Su because he didn't like him. As long as Shen Jun isn't involved, everything is fine. Even a fool could tell the difference between attacking a direct descendant of the Shen family and attacking a friend of a direct descendant of the Shen family. But to everyone's surprise, even though Zhao Mo had laid out a way out, Shen Jun refused to take it. Is this person sick? Do they really think the Shen family can do whatever they want? Zhao Mo suppressed his impulse and remained silent. The others glanced at Zhao Mo but did not call out to Shen Jun. They were not in a hurry. The Zhao family was the mastermind, and besides, Zhao Xing was getting married tomorrow. The Zhao family must be 1,000,000 times more anxious than they were. With the Zhao family backing them up, what chance do they have of taking the lead? At most, They'll just keep these younger ones locked up in the detention center. They're not in a hurry at all. After Shen Jun's figure disappeared from the room, everyone turned their attention to Zhao Sheng. What exactly happened? Zhao Mo demanded, his face grim. Does this matter involve someone surnamed Shen? After hesitating for a long time, Zhao Sheng finally nodded and said, there should be some connection. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. Who? Zhao Mo asked again, his face cold. Who ordered you to take action? After looking around and finding no cameras, Zhao Sheng said slowly, it's Li Yuan, the second young master of the Li family. What? Zhao Mo was struck dumb, frozen in place, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. The others were completely baffled after seeing Zhao Mo's expression. Li Yuan, the second son of the Li family? Are there any members of the Li family in Shanghai's elite circles? How come they've never heard of this name? Only Zhu Dong and a few others showed expressions of I knew it on their faces. As eyewitnesses, they certainly knew who Li Yuan was. However, they did not know Li Yuan's identity. That day, Zhao Sheng only said that this person was a friend of his and did not introduce the other party's background to them in detail. Are you sure? Zhao Mo asked again, his lips trembling slightly. At this point, he no longer cared about the expressions on the faces of the people behind him. If what he thought was true, the Zhao family was truly finished. Yes, I have the call log here, Zhao Sheng quickly explained. Zhao Sheng's words struck Zhao Mo like a bolt from the blue. His face turned pale instantly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Li Yuan, the second son of the Li family? He had initially said that he shouldn't let his eldest brother get too involved with the Li family, and that maintaining the status quo was fine. If anything happened to the other party, his Zhao family would be doomed. However, his eldest brother reprimanded him for his idea. They say business and politics are inseparable. If they can get on the good side of that person in Shanghai's the Zhao family will definitely rise to even greater heights. But it turns out the boss was wrong. The Zhao family was used as pawns and thrown out. They've even become expendable pawns. Uncle Gong? Shen Jun's accomplice is actually this person. Is it possible for the Zhao family to intervene in such a conflict between powerful figures? He had assumed that Fan Sua was only being so respectful to Shen Jun because of Tianyun Group, but he was wrong. It turned out to be that person. No wonder Shen Jun is so fixated on Zhao Sheng. This involves certain unspeakable aspects. Seeing Zhao Sheng's somewhat uneasy expression, Zhao Mo reached out and slapped him hard across the cheek. Bang, bang, bang. This scene left everyone speechless. What's going on? Why did they suddenly start attacking? But no one spoke up to dissuade or stop him. They could also see that Zhao Mo's expression was somewhat off. Although Zhao Sheng was slapped several times, he did not resist or shout. He knew better than anyone else that something was wrong with his second uncle. Considering Li Yuan's state that day, even a fool like Zhao Sheng could realize that he had been used as a pawn. Clutching his numb cheek, Zhao Sheng murmured, second uncle, is there any chance to salvage this? Call. Letting out a long breath, Zhao Mo didn't answer his question immediately. Instead, he turned to the crowd and said, everyone, I have something to discuss with you. You may leave now. Okay. Then, Lao Zhao, you go ahead with your work. We'll be going now. Okay, let's go now. Everyone readily agreed, and then they all turned and left the room. No one was foolish enough to ask what happened. The more they knew, the more dangerous it became. Anyway, none of them are the masterminds. Even if something really big happens later, something they can't handle, they can just abandon Zhu Dong and the others. For the sake of the family, anything can be sacrificed. After everyone had left, Zhao Mo turned his gaze to Zhao Sheng, his face grim as he asked again, tell me in detail what happened that day. Whether my Zhao family survives or not depends on how clearly you explain it. Zhao Sheng trembled. He hadn't expected things to get this serious. But at this moment, he had no choice but to believe it. Shen Jun's appearance has proven Zhao Mo's words true. After a long silence, Zhao Sheng finally explained with trembling lips, that day I was drinking with Zhu Dong and the others when I suddenly received a call from Li Yuan. After asking where we were, he rushed over immediately. I was incredibly excited at the time. My dad had told me to get along well with Li Yuan and to do everything in my power to meet his needs. That guy never contacts me normally. I've invited him out a few times, but he's always refused. Then I suddenly got a call from him that day, and I only had one thought in mind, to make sure he was treated well. Li Yuan rested for a while at the place where we were drinking and had some drinks with us. Later, he suggested going to a bar. I agreed without thinking at the time. You know, bars are the best place to connect with people. When we got to the bar, I found him several women to drink with, and he accepted them all. He ate, drank, and had fun with us, and he was very polite. But when I was almost drunk, he suddenly pointed at Yang Su sitting on the side table and said that the guy was staring intently at the woman in his arms. I had drunk a bit too much, and Li Yuan had been very accommodating that day, so in a moment of impulsiveness, I led Zhu Dong and the others to beat up Yang Su. When I came to my senses, Li Yuan was gone. I assumed it was because of his status that he couldn't show himself, so I didn't think much of it. Until just now, I thought I had made contact with Li Yuan. Zhao Xing said a lot in one breath, but it all boiled down to one sentence. He was outmaneuvered by Li Yuan. Of course, you could also say he deliberately walked into the trap. But none of that matters anymore. What matters is whether the Zhao family can climb out of this abyss. The Li family and the Shen family are not to be trifled with, and neither are they, especially considering the person behind Shen Jun. Zhao Mo clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and growled, "Did you tell your father about this?" I told him as soon as I came in, but he didn't take it seriously because that guy surnamed Shen didn't show up. It was just the Bai family and the Wu family, Zhao Sheng explained immediately. Zhao Mo reached out and rubbed his temples vigorously. I got so nervous that I forgot about it. He had only just met Shen Jun and had only just learned about these things. Letting out a long breath, Zhao Mo looked at Zhao Sheng with a serious expression and said, "Remember, no matter who asks you why you hit Yang Su, you must insist that it was simply because you didn't like him. There's no other reason, you just didn't like him. Do you understand?" "Understood." Zhao Sheng nodded vigorously in agreement. "Then you can stay here for now. I'll go talk to your dad and grandpa now and see if we can get you out before tomorrow morning," Zhao Mo said softly. "I see." Zhao Sheng was neither angry nor worried that he wouldn't be able to get married tomorrow. We've come to this point. Whether it's shameful or not is no longer important. Old Shen Yu. After leaving the room, Wu Mingjie finally couldn't help but ask a question. He was just so curious. But Bai Xian stopped him before he could finish speaking. At this moment, she already knew Shen Jun's background. Based on her understanding of Shen Jun, she knew that he wouldn't let Zhao Sheng and the others off so easily, but they couldn't ask. Even if the two people have a very good relationship, it won't work. Some gaps cannot be bridged simply by being friends. Shen Jun smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I'll have these people give Lao Yang an explanation, it's just." After a brief pause, Shen Jun explained, "The reason Zhao Xing and the others attacked Lao Yang is probably related to me. There's no rush, I'll investigate further first. But I can guarantee one thing, none of these people will escape." Shen Jun had already discerned something from Zhao Xing's tense expression earlier. The other party was specifically targeting Yang Su, rather than attacking him without provocation. Although he didn't understand why Zhao Xing was targeting Yang Su without recognizing him, it didn't matter. He would make the man speak. Wu Mingjie was slightly taken aback. Recalling Shen Jun's persistent questioning of Zhao Xing, he immediately realized what was going on. This means that someone within the Shen family is targeting Shen Jun, but since they don't dare to openly deal with Shen Jun, they've turned their attention to his friends. In other words, Yang Su's beating this time was not without reason, but for Yang Su, it was an undeserved misfortune. This also shows that the competition within these aristocratic families is somewhat too fierce. Thinking of this, an indescribable expression appeared on Wu Mingjie's face. I thought I'd found a powerful patron, but now it seems whether that patron will even be of any use. Who knows, one day I might get implicated myself. With a long sigh, Wu Mingjie looked at Shen Jun with a mournful face and muttered, "Old Shen, you'd better be strong. Don't let me end up like old Yang. You know, I've never suffered anything growing up, and I'm terrified of pain." "Shen Jun." Bai Xian. Before Shen Jun could speak, Bai Xian immediately smacked Wu Mingjie on the head and said irritably, "If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. Don't embarrass yourself here. I'm not making a fool of myself. I'm just giving Lao Shen a heads up so he'll remember to keep an eye on me. I don't want Lao Shen to take revenge on me after something happens. That would be really painful," Wu Mingjie said smugly. scratching his head. You rascal. Shen Jun was both amused and exasperated. Mr. Shen, have you finished dealing with your business? Just then, Fan Su appeared out of nowhere. Shen Jun shook his head and said, Not yet, Director Fan. Those people absolutely cannot be released. I need to investigate the specifics. If anyone calls you asking you to release them, pin the blame on me. I'll have Uncle Gong's secretary inform you. Remember, absolutely no one can be released without my permission. No problem, leave this to me. As long as I'm still the director here, no one can take anyone away from here. Director Fan thumped his chest loudly. All right, then I won't bother Director Fan any longer. I'll see Mr. Shen off. After leaving the detention center, Shen Jun instructed Wu Mingjie, send a few people or go keep an eye on Lao Yang yourself. Although I don't think those people would dare to continue to harm him, but I understand. Leave this to me. Wu Mingjie nodded immediately in agreement. He naturally understood what Shen Jun meant. Shen Jun wasn't afraid of anyone continuing to target Yang Su. He was afraid of Yang Su betrayed them. If, after Shen Jun stood up for Yang Su suddenly signs a settlement agreement with certain people and Zhao Xing and the others are released from detention unscathed, then Shen Jun is in trouble. This means that Shen Jun's methods are ineffective and his abilities are lacking. Although it's just a small matter, even small matters matter. Small things add up to big things. In aristocratic families, if someone lacks both methods and abilities, then their fate is predictable. It must be said that Shen Jun's opponent was indeed quite clever, but he made a foolish mistake by not rescuing Zhao Xing and the others immediately. Otherwise, that's not right either. If the other side had gotten Zhao Xing and the others out immediately, it wouldn't have affected Shen Jun at all. Shen Jun knew nothing, which meant he wasn't involved. If he wasn't involved, how could he possibly be affected? But now that Shen Jun has stepped forward, the other side should start to exert its strength. Once Zhao Xing and the others are rescued, any subsequent attempts by Shen Jun to salvage the situation will be largely futile. Failure is failure. No one cares about the reasons. The process doesn't matter, only the result matters. Although they all trusted Yang Su and knew his character well, nothing is impossible in this world. What if the other party tries to lure them with benefits? What if they threaten Yang Su using his family? Shen Jun didn't want to gamble, not because he couldn't afford to lose, but because he didn't want Yang Su to fall into trouble again. Yang Su has already suffered an undeserved misfortune. It would be unreasonable to drag him into it as well. That would make Shen Jun utterly incompetent. After Wu Mingjie and Bai Xian had all left, Shen Jun took out his phone and dialed a number. The phone was answered after ringing a few times. Uncle Lu, it's me, Shen Jun. Shen Jun spoke first. Shen Jun, is there something you need? A gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. I'd like Uncle Lu to call Director Fan's workplace again and assure him that there shouldn't be any changes to his position in the near future. Also, please give my regards to Uncle Gong, Shen Jun said softly. Okay, Uncle Lu will get it done for you right away. Yes, thank you, Uncle Lu. Please let me know when Uncle Gong and Uncle Lu go to Kyoto. I'll invite you two to the old man's place so he can personally thank you. As his own grandson, I deserve his thanks, Shen Jun joked. Upon hearing this, Lu Juming, who was in an office building in Shanghai, widened his eyes instantly. He'd already agreed to do things for this kid, so why was the kid putting him on hold? Is this something that can be said or heard? Should we let Grandpa Shen thank them in person? Are you playing? Who dares to take that responsibility? However, he immediately realized how much importance this kid placed on the detention center. Otherwise, this kid wouldn't have brought up that old man to get his attention. Thinking about the phone call he had just received, Lu Juming couldn't help but shake his head. The Shen family's family traditions are truly strict and ruthless. The fact that 3 generations of descendants would fight so ruthlessly and unscrupulously over such a trivial matter is truly. All right, since you've put it this way, Uncle Lu will also have some news for you. Lu Juming smiled and said, just now, the second son of one of your Uncle Gong's subordinates called me, wanting me to relent and release those people in the detention center. That's all I can say, Uncle Lu. The rest is up to you. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Lu. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun immediately asked Yubin to investigate the family circumstances of the top families in Shanghai. As the bodyguards personally assigned to him by the old man, Shen Jun didn't believe their duty was merely to protect him. And indeed, things turned out exactly as he had imagined. After instructing Yubin to take care of the matter, Yubin delivered the information he needed to him in less than 10 minutes. Shen Jun immediately located the person based on the information provided by Lu Juming. Li Yuan, the second son of the Li family. As for why it was him? Because among the first few families, only the Li family had 2 children. The others all had only 1 child. Once the opponent is identified, the rest becomes much easier to handle. The old man himself said that he could use the Shen family's connections at will, and later even gave him a list. Of course, Shen Jun wouldn't normally seek out those big shots. The main reason is that I'm not familiar with them, and I don't want to bother those big shots over something so trivial. For example, at the beginning, Shen Jun only contacted Lu Juming and did not dare to contact Uncle Gong, because at the beginning he simply thought it was a small matter. But now that someone has already made a move against him, and it's the son of a real big shot, he has nothing more to say. One force can overcome all laws. If you want to cause him trouble, go ahead. Shen Jun will deal with whatever comes his way, just like Meng Zhongyu did. He won Shen Yao over. But one thing is crucial. Don't lay a hand on anyone. Shen Jun made sure those people understood this. There's a limit to how ruthless you can be. Without hesitation, Shen Jun immediately dialed the number of the person in Shanghai who was on the verge of becoming a legend after finding him on his phone. Shen Jun. A gentle voice came from the other end of the line as soon as the call connected. It's me, Uncle Chen. Shen Jun greeted him cautiously. Looks like Mr. Shen didn't give me the wrong number, a gentle voice teased. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun immediately understood why the other party knew his phone number and name. The old man is really thorough in his work. It must have been after I left his residence that the old man sent my information to those people. Why did you suddenly decide to call me? Are you in trouble? Before Shen Jun could respond, a gentle voice asked. Uncle Chen, don't tease me. Don't tell me you don't know. The second young master of the Li family suddenly targeted me, so I had to respond, Shen Jun said frankly. Oh? Really? I really didn't know that. The gentle voice suddenly chuckled. Shen Jun. And he really has no temper when facing such a big shot. He was helpless when people made fun of him, and he didn't even dare to fight back. After all, this big shot's level was ridiculously high, and Shen Jun didn't dare to utter a single one of his witty remarks. With a pout, Shen Jun said helplessly, Uncle Chen, please stop teasing me. I'm really in a dire situation. It can't be that serious, can it? It's just that kid Li Yuan did something a little strange. You don't need to be so nervous, a gentle voice said calmly. Shen Jun. I don't take him seriously. It's just that I don't know who sent him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered you, Shen Jun explained, pursing his lips. You little rascal, a gentle voice chided, your methods are good, but you're a bit ruthless. You dare call me and flip the table over such a small thing. What are people going to think of you? Shen Jun. I'm impressed. This person's way of speaking is so, well, you know. But he's a true big shot. He understood his thoughts thoroughly with just one phone call. That's really impressive. Because that's what he thinks. He can mobilize the Shen family's resources now. Who the hell has the time or inclination to let the younger generation handle their affairs? When in doubt, consult the spring breeze. The spring breeze remains silent, thus you follow your heart. This is Qin Pingan's path. Shen Jun's approach is to act impulsively when in doubt, and why not utilize his readily available connections? After Qin Pingan had Jian Ma, wasn't he also? TSK. Just as Shen Jun was about to say something, the gentle voice spoke again. Since you're so decisive, Uncle Qin will enjoy the show. I also want to see why old Master Shen let you get involved, and I want to see who from the Shen family will be the last one standing. After a brief pause, the gentle voice rang out again. It was the Ming family who ordered Li Yuan to make the move. I'll give Li Yuan a warning, and I don't need to say anything more after that, right? No need, thank you, Uncle Qin, Shen Jun quickly said. He naturally knew the background of the Ming family. The family of Shen Hao, the eldest son of the third branch of the family, is a collateral branch of the Ming family. Go ahead and do what you want. According to the rules of your Shen family, you, this goo worm, entered the game a little late. I look forward to the day you triumph over the strong with the weak. Hee, then Uncle Qin, just wait and see the show. My goo worm is carrying something with it. Shen Jun said casually. Upon hearing this, a violent coughing sound came from the other end of the phone, followed by a change in the tone of the gentle voice. Young Shin, you don't need to tell me about your Shin family's internal affairs. I'm afraid Changshu and Changzhou will cause me trouble later. Look at what you're saying, are you afraid of them? Shen Jun's mood relaxed involuntarily, and he even dared to joke with this big shot. You silly child. The voice on the other end of the phone softened again. I'm not going to talk to you about this anymore. Uncle Chin, I'll just wait and see the show. All right, then you go ahead with your work. I won't bother you any longer, Shen Jun quickly said. Okay, I'll have my secretary call you in a bit. Just contact him directly if you need anything. The gentle voice said calmly. Okay, thank you, Uncle Chen. Looking at the phone that had been hung up, Shen Jun's mood brightened. It felt so good to flip the table. It feels so much better to have the eldest brother bossing the fourth brother around. Used as a chess piece? I'll make you a useless piece. A short while later, the phone rang. The caller was Mr. Chen's secretary, Rin Zong. After exchanging a few words with the other party, Shen Jun hung up the phone. Shen Jun understood what this big shot meant. From now on, no matter what big or small the problem is, he can just go to Rin Zong directly. Everything is set up, we're just waiting for those guys to come over. Of course, Zhao Sheng and his ilk also need to be dealt with. Yang Su shouldn't have gotten that beating for nothing. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Tianyun Group Office. Mr. Shin, could you please be lenient? Mr. Yang Su's situation was truly just an accident. A middle-aged man was standing in Shen Jun's office at that moment. It was Zhao Emo. At this moment, Zhao Emo looked anxious. One could even say he was nearly frantic with worry. As for why? There's a department in Daxia called the Space Administration, whose authority extends to oversee the heavens, the earth, and the atmosphere in between. To the Cosmic Bureau, no matter whether the Zhao family's business group is worth billions or tens of billions, it's just a tiny ant that they can manipulate however they want. Now that Shen Jun has already contacted Uncle Chin, he naturally won't take the favor from the Cosmic Bureau seriously anymore. He's like someone who's already got too many lice to know the itch, or someone who's already got too many debts to worry about. Since he's already flipped the table, he might as well flip it completely. Anyway, with his grandfather backing him up, what's he afraid of? The people from the Space Bureau naturally wouldn't disrespect Shen Jun, or rather, they wouldn't dare to. Upon receiving the document, the Zhao family was immediately plunged into immense panic. Being targeted by the space agency never ends well. Not to mention at this point in time, it's impossible not to be afraid. After extensive investigation and at great cost, the Zhao family finally learned the reason. The Cosmic Bureau was targeting the Zhao family because Shen Jun had intervened. This answer was within Zhao Mo's expectations, but it still shocked him for a long time. What exactly is Shen Jun's background? He was well aware of the Shen family's strength, and he had met many of their direct descendants, but Shen Jun's actions seemed a bit too ambitious and reckless. To act so recklessly over such a trivial matter, aren't you afraid of being punished by your superiors? What did Shen Jun take those departments for? My own weapons? Why would the higher authorities approve such a frivolous approach? He had thought that Shen Jun would at most keep Zhao Sheng and the others in check, and then use the Shen family's business power to target them. He never expected that this guy would play by his own rules and directly attack their weak points. This action was so outrageous that he couldn't quite understand it. Despite his confusion, he had to come and resolve this problem, no matter the cost, otherwise the Zhao family would be finished. That document from the space agency was incredibly damaging. Upon learning the news, all of Zhao Family Group's partners immediately announced on various platforms that they were severing all cooperation and transactions with Zhao Family Group, fearing that they would be targeted by the Cosmic Bureau. Under such intense pressure, Zhao Emo had no choice but to personally come to apologize. If they don't come soon, the Zhao family will cease to exist in Shanghai. Seeing the anxious look on Zhao Mo's face, Shen Jun smiled and said, President Zhao, I told you before that there was still plenty of time, and time is the last thing I lack. It's only been a few hours. Why is President Zhao suddenly so unwilling to play along? Mr. Shen, you flatter me. I was blind to your greatness back then. Please, Mr. Shen, spare my family's life. Zhao Emo quickly bowed and apologized. Leave them a way out? Shen Jun sneered before slowly saying, but it seems Mr. Zhao's words don't intend for the Zhao family to survive. Mr. Shen, what? Zhao Emo suddenly looked up, and upon seeing the playful look in Shen Jun's eyes, he immediately realized that the other party already knew everything. In other words, the things he concealed have become a death knell for the Zhao family. Thinking of this, Zhao Mo's legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Is the Li family really that vulnerable? The difference between those two isn't that big, is it? How did it turn out like this? To avoid offending the Li family, he hadn't said a word, nor had he allowed Zhao Xing and the others to speak, yet Shen Jun still found out everything. That's G ridiculous. With a long sigh, Zhao Emo said in a low voice, Mr. Shen, my Zhao family cannot afford to offend you, nor can we afford to offend the Li family. Since we have lost, my Zhao family admits defeat. We only beg Mr. Shen to spare our lives. Mr. Zhao, isn't it a bit late to say that? Shen Jun said slowly. Mr. Shen, my Zhao family is offering you 51% of our shares, just to ask that you spare our lives. Zhao Emo said in a hoarse voice. Hee. Shen Jun sneered and retorted, Mr. Zhao, you have a good plan. 51% of the shares are indeed very attractive, but the benefits of joining my team are far greater than those shares, aren't they? Are you looking for a way to survive or for a powerful backer? 80%. Zhao Emo said decisively, from now on, Mr. Shen will have complete control over everything at Chengsheng Group. If only you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Shen Jun shook his head and said softly, 90% of the shares, and the other companies have to give me 10% each. Of course, I don't want their shares. Just send them over in cash. It can be done through the stock market. Understood. I will pass on Mr. Shen's words. Zhao Emo suppressed his joy and nodded emphatically in agreement. Yes, he was extremely happy at that moment, even if it meant giving up 90% of the group's shares. Surviving a showdown between such powerful figures is already a stroke of luck. To ask for anything more would be ungrateful. He had seen countless corporations liquidated for getting involved in things they shouldn't have. Not only were the family heads imprisoned, but all the family assets were also confiscated or forcibly taken away by creditors. Therefore, from the very beginning, his only thought was to ensure the survival of the Zhao family. Nothing else mattered. He'd agree to give up 90% of the shares, or even all of them. As long as the Zhao family's assets are not confiscated, they can live comfortably on their remaining assets alone. This remaining 10% is a pleasant surprise. This is the price of making a mistake. Then Mr. Shen, please continue with your work. I'll go prepare the agreement now, Zhao Emo said, bowing. Shen Jun didn't reply, he just waved his hand at him. Zhao Emo bowed again and left the office. After he left, Shen Jun called Xiao Han over. President Shen. Xiao Han bowed slightly, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white chest. Shen Jun chuckled and raised his hand before instructing her, have Shen Yao sign an agreement with Zhao Emo later, telling him that his power has increased again. He's not only the deputy general manager of Shanghai Tianyun Group now, but also the general manager of Chengsheng Group. I understand, Mr. Shen. Xiao Han paused for a moment, then quickly replied. Go ahead. Yes. Watching Xiao Han's departing figure, Shen Jun couldn't help but laugh. Once Shen Yao signs this agreement, the three families will be divided. I wonder what Shen Hao's expression will be when he hears this news? Using the Ming family to attack him? Hee. Do they really think Shen Jun is just a pawn they can manipulate at will? That's a bit too disrespectful of him. However, after this incident, the third branch of the family should no longer resort to such childish tactics. 8 p.m. Brother Jun, if I sign this agreement, will Chengsheng Group make me the general manager? Shen Yao suddenly pushed open the office door and rushed in. Looking at Zhao Mo, Xiao Han, and several middle-aged men in uniforms following behind him, Shen Jun rubbed his temples helplessly. However, he still asked curiously, didn't you read the contents of the agreement? No, Shen Yao waved his hand dismissively. I came over right after Xiao Han told me, so I needed you to confirm it for me personally, Brother Jun. Shen Jun. Damn it, this idiot is lucky to have been born into the Shen family. If he were outside, he would definitely be ripped off and left with nothing. Only, it seems this kid has been completely swindled out of everything? Oh, it hasn't gotten to that point yet. You'll be completely ripped off after you sign the agreement. Once this agreement is signed, Shen Yao will be permanently tied to him. His Achilles heel is his share of Chengsheng Group's shares. Don't blame Shen Jun for being ruthless. After arriving at the Shen family, he trusted no one. If I don't have any leverage over him, even if Shen Yao is an idiot, I can't keep him by my side forever. With this leverage over him, Shen Yao would become his trusted subordinate. Shen Jun roused himself and tempted. That's right. As long as you sign this agreement, you'll be the general manager of Chengsheng Group. Although you'll only be the general manager, I guarantee you'll have complete control over the entire Chengsheng Group. But there's one thing, you have to generate some profit for Chengsheng Group. Not too much, just a little will do, because that way, no one will dare to gossip behind your back about your illegitimate appointment as general manager. Hiss. Shen Yao gasped, trembling as he said, Brother Jun isn't lying to me? I know the size of Chengsheng Group. Can I really call the shots there? Nonsense, would I, your brother Jun, lie to you? Shen Jun rolled his eyes and said irritably, the person behind you is Zhao Mo, the second in command of Chengsheng Group. Ask him if you can make decisions for yourself in Chengsheng Group in the future. Shen Yao immediately turned his gaze over. General Manager Shen, rest assured, from now on, Chengsheng Group will be under your command. I will do whatever you ask. Of course, if you have a more suitable candidate, I can also give up my position. In short, from now on, whatever General Manager Shen says will be the final word for Chengsheng Group. Zhao Mo immediately bowed and explained. Sign and put your fingerprint on it. Sign and put your fingerprint on it now. Shen Yao roared. Here, Mr. Shen, just sign and put your fingerprint here. Qiu Han immediately handed over a large stack of documents. Under Shen Jun's watchful eye, it took Shen Yao a good 10 minutes to sign and press his fingerprint on the thick stack of documents. The smile on Shen Jun's face hadn't faded since Shen Yao signed and pressed his fingerprint on the first document. Only after Shen Yao had signed and fingerprinted everything did Shen Jun's smile fade. He waved to Zhao Mo and the others, and after they all left, Shen Jun immediately looked at him sternly and said, Your older brother and uncle are causing trouble again. Do you want to go back again? What? Shen Yao was stunned for a moment, then said in disbelief, How dare that be *********** D Meng Zhangyu? Wasn't the lesson I taught him last time enough? It's not Meng Zhangyu, it's your elder brother's maternal uncle, Shen Jun explained. Huh? Shen Yao scratched his head and said, That shouldn't be the case. My older brother's maternal uncle is also in the political arena. Although he hasn't gone very far, he wouldn't need to interfere here, would he? Brother Jun, is my older brother targeting you? Shen Jun. Damn it, to be honest, this kid is sometimes incredibly stupid, but other times he's surprisingly smart. That's really strange. Is this B*********** de-acting? Shen Jun said seriously, targeting me is the same as targeting you, isn't it? Ever since you came to Shanghai, how much trouble has your older brother caused for us? Is it possible that your older brother doesn't want you to have too much power, or for you to become too outstanding, because with my support, he's worried that if you have too much power, it will threaten his position? Upon hearing this, Shen Yao froze on the spot. Shen Jun's words struck him like a bolt from the blue. Although he desperately didn't want to admit what Shen Jun said, but Tianyun Group has always operated on a meritocratic system, meaning that Shen Jun's words are not without merit. If he is truly exceptionally capable, and has the support of Shen Jun, the head of the main branch of the family, then it's not impossible for him to replace his elder brother. Wasn't his older brother also able to get to that position with Shen Mu's support? Why can he sit in that position but I can't? General Manager? Deputy General Manager? Compared to the position beneath his older brother's all of this is utter bullshit. Thinking of this, Shen Yao looked at Shen Jun with trembling hands and asked, Brother Jun, you support me, right? Nonsense. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Shen Jun immediately said solemnly, Why did I call you all the way from Kyoto? Isn't it because I believe you're capable? Otherwise, why would I appoint you as the Deputy General Manager here? Junji assures you, as long as you can shoulder the responsibility, there's nothing more to say. Even if you want to remove your elder brother from that position, it's no problem. Junji will definitely support you with all his might. Call. Letting out a long breath, Shen Yao said with a straight face, Brother Jun, don't worry. Although the Ming family is involved in officialdom, my maternal grandfather's family is not bad either. Since my eldest brother is restricting my advancement, I won't be polite to him. Leave this matter to me. I will have my maternal grandfather and uncle teach the Ming family a lesson. All right, then I won't interfere. After you teach the Ming family a lesson, I'll celebrate your success. If you handle things well, the general manager position of Tianyun Group in Shanghai will be yours too, Shen Jun said sincerely. Okay, then it's a deal? It's a deal, Shen Jun said decisively. Excited to receive a satisfactory answer, Shen Yao left the office. I glanced at the time. It was already past 8:30. The matter has been mostly resolved. Now it's time to visit Yang Su, the child who suffered an undeserved misfortune. To be honest, he didn't think Yang Su being beaten had anything to do with him at first, because he truly hadn't expected the third wife's methods to be so crude and despicable. It's understandable to want to target him and not want him to be the head of the Shen family for 3 generations, but using this method is unacceptable and beneath them. Although such a minor setback might affect the old man's opinion of him, in reality, it wasn't hurtful enough or particularly insulting. It's unclear who orchestrated this, but it shouldn't have been Shen Hao. Shen Jun doesn't believe Shen Hao would be so foolish and incompetent. This approach is somewhat naive. However, he didn't plan to pursue the matter any further. Shen Yao would find that person. The next day, I woke up at 10:30 in the morning. Before going home last night, Shen Jun went to the hospital again. When he arrived, in addition to Wu Mingjie and Bai Xian, there were several people from the Zhao family, Zhu family, and other families in the hospital ward. Of course, they came to apologize and offer compensation. The company compensated Yang Su a total of 10 million RMB, including medical expenses, lost wages, and damages for emotional distress. Yang Su almost burst out laughing at this. It's not that this guy is incompetent, but 10 million is indeed a lot for him. That's 10 million in cash, not real estate. With this 10 million, Yang Su could live comfortably even if he had to retire from public life. The other party also wisely avoided mentioning Zhao Sheng, Zhu Dong, and the others, because they understood that even if they obtained Yang Su's forgiveness, it would be of no use. As long as Shen Jun doesn't budge, even the Heavenly King himself wouldn't be of any use. Shen Jun, of course, wouldn't budge. Did he really want to get out of the detention center? Just wait. Let's talk about it when Yang Su's injuries are fully healed. As adults, if you make a mistake, you must pay the price. Everything else is nonsense. Shen Jun didn't stay in the ward for long. After briefly explaining the situation to them, he left. None of them paid any attention to this. They all knew that Shen Jun had other matters to attend to. And after Shen Jun's identity was revealed, Yang Su and Wu Mingjie both knew that their relationship with Shen Jun. The difference is huge. After getting up, Shen Jun ate a little something and then went downstairs. Of course, he's not going to the office. He doesn't plan to go today. He needs to rest properly because he was too tired yesterday. After arriving at his apartment building, Shen Jun stretched his body as he walked. After an unknown amount of time, just as Shen Jun was strolling leisurely, his phone suddenly rang. Shen Jun took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. A smile crept onto his lips. Hello. Hello, Mr. Jun. This is Li Yuan. A young voice came from the other end of the phone. Young Master Li? Shen Jun asked softly, does young Master Li need something from me? Young Master Jun is too kind. I, Li Yuan, am unworthy of the title of second young Master Jun. What happened before was beyond my bounds. Tonight, I would like to invite young Master Jun to dinner to express my apology, Li Yuan said politely. Okay. Shen Jun nodded in agreement. He did have some questions for this guy, like who was targeting him. Although Shen Yao will be able to find out eventually, it's better to know sooner rather than later. And Li Yuan seems like a pretty interesting person. He had no reason not to accept the invitation. 7 p.m. Huaishi Residence. A private restaurant that is not open to the public. The entire restaurant is laid out in a traditional Huxia style. Apart from lighting appliances, there isn't even a trace of other electrical appliances. The enormous wooden sofas, tables, chairs, and benches, along with various intricately carved screens and ornaments, exude grandeur and magnificence. One can only imagine how expensive these items must have been. As Shen Jun stepped into the restaurant, a young man dressed in black modern Huxia clothing stood up from the sofa. Hello, young Master Jun. I am Li Yuan. Looking at the exceptionally talented young man before him, Shen Jun realized for the first time what a true second-generation rich kid was. Some people don't need to say or do anything, just standing there, they exude excellence. After shaking his hand briefly, Shen Jun asked, "Young Master Li, is there something you need from me today?" Li Yuan didn't answer his question, but instead invited, "Young Master Jun, the food at Huaisuju is all rare and hard to come by. Why don't we eat and chat?" Shen Jun didn't mind Li Yuan changing the subject, nodded, and only sat down slowly after Li Yuan personally moved the dining chair for him. After Li Yuan sat down, several waiters came in carrying trays. Looking at the food laid out in front of him, Shen Jun chuckled. 8 dishes in total. Any one of them would be enough for an average person. Isn't that a bit too much? Li Yuan, are you offering me your pledge of allegiance? Li Yuan immediately stood up, bowed deeply, and said solemnly, "Young Master Jun, I was wrong about what happened before. I apologize to you, and I hope you will forgive my mistake." Shen Jun shook his head and scoffed, "Li Yuan, some things can't be forgiven simply by an apology." Li Yuan understands. After responding, Li Yuan straightened his posture and said solemnly, "From today onwards, wherever young Master Jun's sword points, Li Yuan will be the first to bear the brunt." Shen Jun's gaze sharpened. He looked up at Li Yuan's solemn expression and asked with some curiosity, "Why?" Li Yuan said expressionlessly, "I'd like to be young Master Mu's dog, but young Master Mu doesn't need another dog like me." "Why do you think I'd accept you?" Shen Jun's face immediately fell. Young Master Jun entered the game too late. "You need help," Li Yuan said frankly. "You could actually continue being the second young master of the Li family. With your father's status, no one would dare to make things difficult for you," Shen Jun teased. "The legacy of our ancestors will eventually fade away, and unlike the Shen family, the Li family must always have a way out for ourselves," Li Yuan explained softly. "Even if it means utter destruction?" Shen Jun's smile vanished. Li Yuan can afford to lose. A smile appeared on Li Yuan's face, "Even if it means utter ruin." Hehe. Shen Jun sneered, "Your older brother should be with Shannon now, right? Use the best cards to gamble on the lowest odds. If you win, the Li family can advance further. Use the worst cards to guarantee a minimum loss, and even if you lose, your descendants will continue to thrive," Li Yuan said sincerely. "You're really honest," Shen Jun said, somewhat speechless. "This is the fate of people like us," Li Yuan said dismissively. "But it seems you've already lost the initiative?" Shen Jun asked, somewhat embarrassed. "The best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. Before that, Li Yuan will make up for the mistakes he made before," Li Yuan said softly. "Haha, young Master Li, your performance today is a bit different from what I expected." Shen Jun laughed loudly. "I originally intended to be young Master Mu's dog, but young Master Mu doesn't lack dogs. With my older brother around, I didn't want to stand out too much, so I acted a bit foolish. But now that I want to be young Master Jun's dog, I naturally have to act smarter," Li Yuan said nonchalantly. "Tsk tisk tisk." Shen Jun softened his tone and asked, "Then what can you do for me?" Young Master Jun entered the game too late and has too few people at his disposal, but I, Li Yuan, can gather a group of people like me to fight for you," Li Yuan said with a slight rise in his voice. "It seems my appearance has caused some disagreements among your families," Shen Jun teased. "If young Master Jun can compete with young Master Mu, how can our families not have disagreements?" Li Yuan sighed. "It's nice to enjoy the shade under a big tree, but that shade isn't free. A lush tree provides shade for a place." "It's just a disagreement," Shen Jun said with a cold snort. Before this, there were indeed only disagreements, but from now on, no one will dare to underestimate young Master Jun," Li Yuan said decisively. Li Yuan wasn't making this up, he genuinely believed it. Shen Jun was simply too ruthless and decisive. Starting with Lu Juming, Shen Jun proceeded cautiously, leaving Yang Su and Zhao Sheng no chance whatsoever. In the end, he even used that half-step god-level expert to deliver the final blow. When that person called him, Li Yuan was dumbfounded. It was such a trivial matter. Why did it bother this person? Was it really necessary? Why would they call him personally? Even if Li Yuan did something heinous, shouldn't his father be contacted to warn him? So much so that he had no room to resist, and was even afraid of implicating his father. Thankfully, it turned out to be a false alarm. How could Li Yuan not admire such methods? Although Shen Jun was suspected of overturning the table, from the perspective of the other side, he did not do anything wrong. He has connections but no real power. Once he's targeted, why shouldn't he be able to overturn the table? As long as the follow-up remedial measures are in place, no one can find fault with it. However, Li Yuan was somewhat puzzled as to what method Shen Jun would use to remedy the situation. You should know that the powerful figure surnamed Shen isn't someone you can contact casually. Generally speaking, you should either not use such a powerful figure at all, or if you do, you must eliminate them decisively. But Shen Jun seemed to have no idea about the rules at all. He overturned the table over such a trivial matter, which was simply outrageous. But he didn't believe Shen Jun was a fool. Since Shen Jun dared to have that big shot reprimand him, a junior, he must have a solution otherwise. Shen Jun had no future. This is not an exaggeration. Being pragmatic and understanding people's hearts are lessons that scions of prominent families must learn. To knowingly do something impossible, without absolute certainty then. The person Elder Shen put forward to compete with Shen Mu can't be a fool. Seeing the serious expression on Li Yuan's face, Shen Jun smiled and said, "Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. I'm waiting for you to give me your true pledge of loyalty." Understood. Li Yuan nodded heavily. "I will make Meng Ainen pay the price." Shen Jun did not know Meng Ainen, but he knew that it was this Meng Ainen who gave Lu Yuan the order. The drama of characters turning against each other can actually be quite entertaining. Whether it was Shen Hao or someone else who instructed Meng Ainen to take action is no longer important. He doesn't care. Lu Yuan and Shen Yao joined forces. Wow. This is interesting. The third wife made a move to test the waters. It remains to be seen whether the second wife can hold back. Without saying anything more, Shen Jun ate a few bites of food and then left. No matter how nice the words are, it's useless if you have to get things done. You can turn against me if you want, but you can't do it without giving me some explanation. Even if Shen Jun has nothing right now, he won't just accept any trash. August 2nd. Tianyun Group Office. Tell me about it. I hope you haven't disappointed me, Shen Jun said softly. Upon hearing this, Ding Chengdong immediately straightened his back. He understood that his survival today depended on this moment. He placed the thick stack of documents in front of Shen Jun with both hands and said, "Mr. Shen, this contains all the transaction records from July 10th to August 1st. Every single transaction is recorded. Please take a look." After a quick glance, Shen Jun turned his attention to Ding Chengdong. After he handed over the $1.3 billion to Ding Chengdong, he never inquired about it again. It wasn't that he felt at ease, but rather that he was worried he might be tempted to intervene. Don't think of Shen Jun as a person of strong will. He couldn't even resist the temptations of the most basic criminal psychology, let alone control such a large amount of funds. The human heart cannot withstand tests and temptations. Didn't the bald guy fail back then because of his micromanagement skills? "I want to hear the final result," Shen Jun said calmly. Ding Chengdong's body tensed, and his voice trembled slightly as he said, "Based on the information provided by President Shen, I used 10 times leverage to buy and sell 3 stocks. Just this morning, the prices of all 3 stocks reached the highest points you mentioned, Zoetis at $203, CME Group at $198, and Google A at $133. I sold all my shares at the peak of the stock price. After deducting all transaction fees, Zoetis made a profit of $820 million, the CME Group made a profit of $715 million, and Google A, with the largest market capitalization, made the most profit, $1.35 billion. The total profit from this transaction was $2.885 billion. Upon hearing this number, Shen Jun breathed a sigh of relief. That's enough. This profit is enough to satisfy the old man. After Ding Chengdong finished speaking, he immediately lowered his head, afraid that Shen Jun would notice the worry and fear in his eyes. He had no choice but to be afraid. The information provided by Shen Jun was incredibly accurate. He was so worried he'd get hit by a car and die as soon as he left home this morning. As someone in the industry, he understood this saying all too well. The more you know, the faster you die. This is not an exaggeration, but a stark reality. Countless predecessors have already proven this with their lives. Although Shen Jun had clearly told him that he wouldn't kill him, in the face of money and secrets, the boss's promise was less useful than a fart. At least farting made him feel better. Promise? Puh. That's nearly 2.9 billion US dollars. For that money, it would be worth any number of deaths. And what is Ding Chengdong anyway? Sensing Ding Chengdong's emotions, Shen Jun smiled and said, if you're worried about your personal safety, then don't go out for a while. Staying at the company is fine. I won't rush you. You should be able to relax when I assign you tasks next time. Call. Ding Chengdong breathed a huge sigh of relief. With that statement, he now has a 50% chance of not dying. Yes, there's a 50% chance they won't die. Just now, he had prepared himself to die the moment he stepped outside. As for the other 50%, it depends on what task Shen Jun will give him. If it's the same as this time, then his life is saved. If it's different, just wait to die. No one can save him. Even the King of Heaven himself couldn't do it. A fortune of nearly 2.9 billion US dollars is enough to drive countless people crazy. Go on, get some rest, Shen Jun said, waving his hand. Yes. Ding Chengdong immediately turned and left the office. After he left, Shen Jun immediately took out his phone. It's time to take stock of what happened before. Old man. As soon as the call was connected, Shen Jun immediately greeted the caller. What? You've already taken remedial measures so quickly, the old man teased in a friendly tone. What if I say I didn't do it well? Shen Jun asked with a light laugh. It's okay if you don't do well. I'll just reduce the resources you can use by half, the old man said calmly. It's just a small matter. Isn't having the resources a bit too much? Are you really that heartless? Shen Jun chuckled, but I'm your own grandson. Shen Heng is also my grandson, but apart from being able to use the most basic resources of the Shen family, he doesn't receive any other preferential treatment. Your resources, on the other hand, were fought for by you. If your hard power is insufficient, then it can only prove that I was blind. Being blind means making a mistake, and making a mistake naturally requires remedial action. Since resources are limited, the old man said unhurriedly. Shen Jun. Is this referring to the old man or himself? The saying, old people become wiser, is no exaggeration. With a long sigh, Shen Jun said helplessly, that's why I don't like pursuing a career in politics. People who take that path are too hard-hearted and ruthless. If you're not tough on the heart, you won't go far. If you're not ruthless, you won't stand firm, the old man said dismissively. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's talk about something happier. Shen Jun changed the subject. Would you like to know what my remedy is? You little monkey, the old man sighed softly. You once said that money could move mountains, so just tell me directly what numbers you plan to use to represent those resources. Take a guess. Shen Jun said with a smile. It's only been less than a month. With the confidence you've shown, you should have made a 50% profit, right? The old man said casually. Do you think 50% profit is enough to cover my actions of flipping the table? Shen Jun countered. It's barely enough, but not good enough. If you hadn't contacted your Uncle Chin, this number would be excellent, the old man admitted. What if it's 100%? Shen Jun asked slowly. The old man paused slightly, then asked curiously, are you serious? I never joke, Shen Jun said seriously. If it's 100%. The old man paused for a moment before slowly saying, that's enough, even excellent. From today onwards, you have the ability to compete with Kamaki. Really? Shen Jun pressed on, what if it's 200%? What? Even the old man, with his composure, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The meaning behind Shen Jun's words was truly terrifying. It's not that he's ignorant. He's seen gunfire and explosions, let alone a mere sum of money. In modern society, the importance of money is self-evident. Although he is old, he is not stupid and of course understands what Shen Jun's words mean. 200% of 1.3 billion US dollars? What does this mean? I'd never dreamed I'd do that. If the timeline were extended, he wouldn't have been so shocked, or even surprised at all. But to have such gains in less than a month was simply astonishing. Letting out a long breath, the old man said solemnly, now I understand what you meant by wealth can move mountains. So, have I passed the test? Shen Jun asked with a smile. Almost there. The old man's voice regained its calm. The hearts of people won over by money are unreliable. There's still plenty of time, and I'm still young, so there's no rush, Shen Jun said nonchalantly. Youth is indeed an asset, the old man sighed before adding, use the Shen family's resources with confidence, but one thing, avoid contacting people like your Uncle Chin if possible. You can't use a cannon to kill a mosquito. Shen Jun. This old man knew perfectly well why he contacted that person, yet he still went and gave him a dressing down. Enough already. He's only halfway to godhood, not a god-level expert. But, Shen Jun teased, Grandpa, do you think Brother Mu will come looking for you after he hears this news and step down? Cough, cough, cough. The old man was immediately taken aback by Shen Jun's words. This little guy really has some wild ideas. Will Shen Mu voluntarily step down and yield the position to a more capable person? I'd never dreamed I'd do it this way. It's not that Shen Mu doesn't want to step down and give way to a more capable person, it's that he can't. Don't be fooled by his current high position. The more powerful he is, the more dangerous it becomes. If he dared to express even the slightest thought of relinquishing his position as the person in charge, not to mention anything else, the people from the second and third branches of the family would tear him apart alive. Don't want to fight for power and profit? Advisor, this boy is not fit to advise. Opponent, this kid has no ambition. He can be defeated. Brothers, the younger brother succeeds the elder brother, and the elder brother succeeds the younger brother. Subordinates, give us back our lord. You scoundrels, die. Under such intense pressure, unless Shen Mu is incredibly stupid, he has no chance of backing down. Although he knew Shen Jun was joking, the old man couldn't help but remind him, Xiao Mu is a cunning person, don't be fooled by him. Shen Jun. He believed the old man wouldn't lie to him, but was Shen Mu more cunning? This. Rubbing his temples, Shen Jun realized he had been too attached to appearances. Whether it's deep or not isn't important. What matters is the old man's attitude. That's a bit too biased. It seems that the death of Shen Jun's father, Shen Chang'ong, has caused this old man to lose his most basic principles. But this is great news for Shen Jun, a fantastic thing. Only those who are favored can act with impunity. Grandpa, that's not fair to Brother Mu. Shen Jun said sarcastically. Heh. The old man sneered and then mocked, you think you're something just because I praised you? You overturned the table just because Shen Hao made things difficult for you casually. What if he takes it seriously later? Besides, the second branch of the family hasn't even made a move yet. With your temper, just wait and see. Once Xiaomu really makes his move, let's see if you still have that confidence. Shen Jun. I'm speechless. That old man has a really sharp tongue. He just acted a little foolish, didn't he? They have absolutely no sense of affection for the younger generation. However, Shen Jun also understood something from the old man's words. That means Shen Yao and Li Yuan haven't made a move yet. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have said something like that. But Shen Jun wasn't in a hurry at all. He was actually looking forward to the day the old man would be proven wrong. He'll have to personally return to Kyoto then, and ask the old man in front of him how his retaliation against Shen Hao's casual harassment went. Since he dared to overturn the table, he must have the confidence to remedy the situation or even retaliate. The best defense is a good offense. He's not one of those idiots. As for Shen Mu, Shen Jun naturally wouldn't underestimate his second brother. Putting everything else aside, just the matter of raising assassins alone requires Shen Jun to be on his guard 200%. Given Shen Mu's current status and position, what problem is there that he can't solve? Even so, he still kept a large number of assassins, which is enough to prove one thing. That means Shen Mu is even better at flipping tables than him. And it's a violent solution at the source. Shen Jun didn't know if Shen Mu's actions would break the rules, but he understood one thing. The anti-aircraft guns were laid flat. A military tribunal was to be held, but military tribunals were for the defeated side, so what did they have to do with the victors? The victor is king, the loser is a bandit. This is an eternal truth. If we win, no one will dare to say a word against us. Just like when Shen Jun and Shen Mu talked about Shen Nan. Shen Jun was absolutely confident of winning, so he didn't take Shen Nan seriously as a bet. Even if he lost, it wouldn't matter. He had enough power to bring Shen Nan's life back on track later. And what about Shen Mu? He wouldn't have kept so many assassins if he didn't have absolute confidence. Because the purpose of raising assassins is definitely not just for one's own safety. Those who know the situation in Daxia know it all. Shen Mu will never encounter any danger in his life. Of course, it's the same even if you go abroad. How could Shen Jun not be on his toes when faced with someone who possessed absolute self-confidence and was ruthless in using any means necessary? But Shen Jun never worried about his own safety. Shen Mu's words to him about Shen Nan were enough to prove that. He still places great importance on blood ties. This shows that although this person is ruthless, he also has a bottom line and a sense of propriety. Of course, this bottom line and sense of propriety only applies to the Shen family. When speaking to outsiders, Lei Xian is a prime example. The noble have the power of life and death, while the lowly are at the mercy of others. This is the law governing the world, not any single country. Sir, I won't say too much. Just tell me if my remedial measures will satisfy you. Shen Jun brought up the original question. The old man. That son of AB ***ch is a real B ********D. Letting out a long breath, the old man regained his initial composure. He spoke gently, putting everything else aside. I'm satisfied with this explanation. If you can convert the US dollars into resources then. Although the old man didn't finish speaking, Shen Jun understood. Converting US dollars into resources? America, as a capitalist country, is truly recognized worldwide for its money-grubbing mentality. They'd even sell out God if they had money. Don't say things like, money can't buy you anything, or those technologies that are holding you back. In short, the money hasn't arrived. For some, the rewards are not proportional to the risks. Those technologies aren't something an individual can master. With enough money, anything is possible. The old man's intention was for him to focus on developing relationships with capitalist countries like America. Once you become a true big spender then. I understand, Shen Jun replied. Do you need me to provide you with some conveniences? The old man tempted. When you first join the Shen family, I can proactively provide you with domestic resources, but overseas resources will come at a price. Shen Jun. Damn it, who said the older generation considered money dirt? This old man immediately targeted him as soon as he found out he'd made money. It's outrageous. It could even be said that it completely shattered my worldview. How snobbish. Shen Jun said, somewhat amused and exasperated, Grandpa, you're eyeing my measly little bit of money? Isn't that a bit much? The old man chuckled lightly. A 200% monthly return. No one could resist it, not even me. Old man, you won't have any authority with me anymore. Shen Jun joked, since you'll lose your authority, that's a pity. I won't allow it. Fine, I was just saying. Since you won't agree, I'll wait and see what you do, the old man said nonchalantly. All right, you wait here then I'll hang up now. Good. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun did not leave the company, but sat steadily in his chair and waited for time to pass. At this point, all the information the system had foreseen had been used up, and he had also refused the old man's offer to provide resources. Let's see if that dog system will continue to become more intelligent. As time passed, it was 11:59 a.m. in the blink of an eye. Shen Jun stared at the time displayed on his phone and computer, waiting quietly. As the time changed from 11:59 to exactly 12 o'clock, the voice in Shen Jun's mind rang out again. Byte. Dell Technologies, September 1st, $66.56. Micron Technology, September 1st, $69.88. On August 13th at noon, Harry Holland was murdered. London Gold, August 14th to September 1st, 2,144.87 points. Although he was mentally prepared, he still breathed a huge sigh of relief when the system notification sounded. After relaxing, Shen Jun immediately noticed something. That is the time of this guy named Harry Holland's death and the time the system predicted the London gold price. Based on the system's past behavior, Shen Jun was certain that this Harry Holland was a top talent in investing in London gold. The only problem was that the system hadn't predicted where this guy would be murdered. But it's okay, he can find someone. Ignoring the two stocks and the man named Harry Holland, there was still plenty of time. There was no rush. Since Shen Jun didn't know much about London gold, he started by searching for information about it. London gold, officially known as International Spot Gold, is called London Gold because it originated in London. It is the world's largest spot gold trading market. Trading continues 24/7 from Monday to Saturday, with only weekends off. According to official sources, the daily trading volume of gold in London is enormous, approximately $20 trillion. Therefore, no consortium or institution can artificially manipulate such a massive market. The spot gold market has no market manipulators, is well-regulated, highly self-disciplined, and has sound legal frameworks. Of course, there is also a theory circulating online that London gold cannot be without manipulation, because those international financial giants would not let go of this lucrative opportunity. There are even rumors that central banks of various countries are colluding with major international financial groups to manipulate the market. Shen Jun could only say that opinions vary from person to person. I opened my phone and searched for the current price of gold in London. The current price is 1912.22 points, representing a gain of approximately 232 points. After briefly learning about London gold, Shen Jun called Yu Bin in from the doorway. Young Master Jun. Shen Jun didn't waste any words and directly ordered, investigate a man named Harry Holland. Start with the National Immigration Administration. I suspect he's already in the country. Of course, if there's no information about him domestically, let me know. Understood. Yu Bin didn't ask any questions. After Shen Jun finished giving his instructions, he immediately nodded and left the office. Only after Yu Bin left the office did Shen Jun have the mind to check the two stocks predicted by the system. Dell Technologies stock price was $53.35 per share at the time, with a total market capitalization of approximately $37.2 billion. According to the system's indication, the earnings per share for this stock were $13.21. Micron Technology stock price at that time was $57.63 per share, with a total market capitalization of approximately $63.9 billion and earnings per share of $12.25. Looking at the total market capitalization of the two stocks, Shen Jun fell into deep thought. Contrary to his expectations, the total market capitalization of these two stocks was somewhat low, which meant less room for maneuver. The market is only so big, even if a stock market guru came, it wouldn't make a difference, let alone Shen Jun and Ding Chengdong. Unless someone makes the plate bigger, otherwise. Previously, when the system predicted the performance of companies listed on the A-share market, the company's market capitalization was consistently higher than before, but now. I finally managed to figure out a bit of the system's rules, and now I'm back to square one. Could it be because of London gold? Shaking his head, Shen Jun stopped thinking about it. Although the system's prediction this time was somewhat unexpected, it wasn't a big deal. As long as it was still there, everything else was trivial. After a simple lunch, Shen Jun asked Qiu Han to call Ding Chengdong over again. Mr. Shen. At this moment, Ding Chengdong was extremely nervous. I just saw Shen Jun this morning and reported all my work. Now that he's summoned me here, is he planning to go back on his word? Although he wasn't afraid of death, he was terrified of his entire family being wiped out. Seeing Ding Chengdong's slightly nervous expression, Shen Jun pursed his lips and teased, "Your life is safe, and you don't need to worry for a while, because just now I received another message. Please speak, Mr. Shen. I guarantee I will maximize the benefits from the information you provide." Ding Chengdong replied excitedly. He couldn't help but be excited. If what Shen Jun said was true, then his life was indeed temporarily saved. However, things will become even more dangerous from now on since he knows more. The law of the world, the more you know, the faster you die. But compared to the anxiety he felt at that moment, Ding Chengdong would rather postpone the danger as much as possible. If you're not driven to desperation, who wouldn't want to live? Knowing what the other party was thinking, Shen Jun directly told them the information about the two stocks. According to my information, Dell Technologies stock price could reach a high of around $65 within a month, while Micron Technology stock price is expected to reach a high of around $69 within the same month. Understood, Mr. Shen. I guarantee to maximize the returns on these two stocks. Ding Chengdong became even more excited. This time it's a sure thing. By the way, I can only give you $1 billion this time. I have other uses for the rest, Shen Jun instructed. $1 billion is more than enough, Mr. Shen. I guarantee I will maximize the returns on these two stocks. Ding Chengdong said confidently. Okay, then go and prepare. Shen Jun waved his hand and said, "Clear." At 3 p.m., Yu Bin knocked on the door and entered Shen Jun's office. "Young Master Jun, we've found the Harry Holland you mentioned. He is indeed in our country," Yu Bin said to Shen Jun as soon as he entered the door. You've been searching for so long. Harry Holland probably didn't enter the country through official channels, right? Shen Jun asked softly. You guessed right. He did not enter the country through the legal channels, but smuggled himself in. Yupin nodded and explained, at first, I checked with the Immigration Bureau, but there was no record of this person on the list of entrants. I then used my connections to find the smugglers who helped smuggle people into the country. After their investigation, I finally confirmed that this person had entered the country. However, I haven't yet found out Harry Holland's exact location. I only know the general direction. But I assure you, I will bring him to you before midnight tonight. All right, I'll leave this to you. Bring the person over to me at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then organize all of this person's information and put it on my desk, Shen Jun instructed. Clear. After responding, Yubin turned and left the office. With everything resolved, Shen Jun had no intention of staying any longer and got up to leave the company. 9:30 p.m. Just as Shen Jun was lying in bed playing on his phone, Yan Zheng suddenly sent him a message. Mr. Shen, the money in your US stock account has all arrived. Would you like to transfer it to your bank card now? Upon seeing this message, Shen Jun was overjoyed. His money had finally arrived. As early as July 27th, Shen Jun had Yan Zheng sell all his shares in America Bank, JP Morgan Chase, and Berkshire Hathaway, and transfer all the profits to his account. After all, with Ding Chengdong around, Yan Zheng and the others were no longer important to him. Therefore, Shen Jun instructed them to transfer all the profits from those 3 stocks back to Daxia. Of course, it was only the profits. Shen Jun did not accept the $150 million offered by Shenmu, but instead instructed them to return it to the company once the money arrived in their accounts. Anyway, he doesn't need that little bit of money anymore. However, Shen Jun still gave them a choice. That means coming from Tianyun Group in Kyoto to Tianyun Group in Shanghai. Salary and benefits remain unchanged. Yan Zheng and the others immediately agreed. Isn't the whole point of living in this world to make money? Since Shen Jun is offering a generous amount, they can go anywhere. Besides, they're not from Kyoto, so there's nothing to hesitate about coming to Shanghai. However, withdrawing funds from the US stock account takes 2 or 3 trading days, and transferring the money back to Daxia also requires some procedures, which caused a delay of several days. Without any hesitation, Shen Jun immediately called Yan Zheng. Yan Zheng answered Shen Jun's call instantly. Mr. Shen. Shen Jun didn't waste any words with him and said directly, transfer all the money to my account, then come to Shanghai. Clear. Shortly after hanging up the phone, Shen Jun received a text message confirming the deposit had been credited to his account. Looking at the numbers displayed above, a smile appeared on Shen Jun's face. Yan Zheng transferred a total of over 2.94 billion renminbi to him. That's right, it's over 2.94 billion renminbi. Yan Zheng and others used a leverage of 5 times their initial investment of $150 million to earn him a total of over $420 million. A professional trader is a professional trader. This is far superior to Shen Jun's own management. Of course, Shen Jun wouldn't have hired them if they weren't professionals. Don't ask why such a huge sum of money arrived without any phone calls. Regardless of Shen Jun's identity, even Wu Mingjie would be willing to solve this problem for him. After all, the money was transferred to his bank account. Not long after Shen Jun hung up Yan Zheng's call, his phone rang again. Shen Jun glanced at the caller ID and a slight smile appeared on his lips. It was Wu Mingjie who called. Shen Jun knew that this guy would definitely call him. That's nearly 3 billion RMB. If Wu Mingjie doesn't maintain good relationships with this major client, he might as well quit this industry. Answer the phone casually. Brother Jun, young master Jun, Grandpa Jun, father. As soon as the call connected, Wu Mingjie's screaming voice came from the other end of the phone. Upon hearing these words, Shen Jun couldn't stop smiling. Wu Mingjie is really something else. Of course, this is only because the two have a good relationship. If it were anyone else, Wu Mingjie might have thought about calling that big client that way, but he would never actually say it out loud. He still has a modicum of self-respect. Old Wu, no, son, why don't you call out again? Shen Jun teased. Don't push your luck. Wu Mingjie snapped, breaking down in his guard. What are you saying? Didn't you say that on your own initiative? I didn't force you, Shen Jun mocked. TCH. I was just getting carried away, don't go too far. Wu Mingjie retorted. All right, so you just want to acknowledge me as your father. It's fine, after all, who wouldn't want to cling to a powerful figure? Shen Jun teased. Get lost. I have no such intention. Wu Mingjie broke down again. All right, I won't waste any more words with you. This money will stay in your bank account. Of course, daily expenses might be a bit higher, but if there are any special circumstances requiring a large sum of money, I'll let you know in advance. Are you relieved now? Shen Jun knew exactly why this guy was making the call, so after gaining enough advantage, he reassured him. Old Shen, it has to be you again. Wu Mingjie exclaimed excitedly. Of course, it would be even better if you put this money in a fixed deposit. Shen Jun. Goodness, this guy is really greedy. However, he also understood that Wu Mingjie was joking. If it's a huge sum of money, anyone who puts it in a fixed deposit is a fool. You should know that this kind of money will earn more money than if you just put it in the bank, no matter what you do with it. Don't ask why. You'll understand when you have enough money. Stop talking nonsense. Just treat me to a proper meal when you have time, Shen Jun said irritably. All right, for a big client like you, I'd treat you to meals every day, let alone just one. Wu Mingjie joked. Get lost, I need to rest. Puh. Wu Mingjie said sarcastically. You? Still sleeping? When have you ever gone to bed this early? Do you have a woman next to you? Shen Jun. Do I have to say that chatting with you is less interesting than watching short videos? Shen Jun retorted. Wu Mingjie. Old Shen, you've changed. You used to be so open and honest with me, Wu Mingjie said resentfully. Hearing this made Shen Jun's skin crawl. He knew this guy was deliberately being a jerk, but he still felt uncomfortable all over. That's so despicable. Go to hell, get lost. Shen Jun shouted angrily before hanging up the phone. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he hung up the phone, Bai Xian suddenly spoke. Honey, you haven't walked on a straight road before, have you? The next day. Because he had something on his mind, Shen Jun arrived at the company at 7:30 a.m. As soon as he entered the company, Yu Bin ran towards him. Found it? Shen Jun asked casually as Yu Bin approached. I've brought him here. He's in the company's meeting room, and all the materials you requested are on the desk, Yu Bin replied immediately. After receiving accurate information, Shen Jun waved to Qiu Han, who had been following him since he joined the company, and then walked into his office. Sitting in the chair, Shen Jun looked at Qiu Han and asked, Can you speak English? Yes. Qiu Han nodded immediately. Go and call that foreigner from the meeting room over, Shen Jun instructed. Yes. After Qiu Han left, Shen Jun picked up the documents that were on the table. After casually glancing through the pages, Shen Jun understood why Harry Holland had been murdered. Harry Holland was born in 1990 in the America slums. He entered the stock market at the age of 14 and earned his first fortune of $100,000 by betting on stock price fluctuations. At 20, he ventured onto Wall Street with all his savings of $1 million, only to lose everything. At the age of 22, he borrowed $100,000 to try his luck on Wall Street again, only to leave penniless in the end. At the age of 24, he ventured onto Wall Street for the third time and earned his first $10 million. At the age of 24, just 1 week after receiving $10 million, he was framed and not only lost the $10 million, but also incurred a $10 million debt. At the age of 26, he rose again, not only paying off his $10 million debt, but also taking the opportunity to meet a close associate of the Rockefeller Group. However, 3 days later, the two parted ways. At the age of 27, he foresaw the crash in London gold prices and made $1 billion by shorting it. At the age of 27, he was tricked again and lost all of his $1 billion. At the age of 29, he foresaw the surge in London gold prices and made $3 billion by going long. Still at 29, he was tricked again and again. This time, Harry Holland was smarter and escaped from prison after losing $2 billion. At 30, I learned in advance about the U.S. stock market circuit breaker, but due to improper handling, or rather, being targeted, I went bankrupt again. At the age of 32, he knew in advance that London gold was about to surge and made a profit of $100 million by going long. However, his secret to making money was discovered, and he has been hunted down ever since. After reading these materials, Shen Jun experienced firsthand what a bumpy and uneven life truly meant. In a capitalist country with such vast wealth, it's simply unbelievable that he's fallen to this state. This is outrageous. Even opening the door for someone else wouldn't be this outrageous. And this guy earned all his capital through London gold trading. Once he ventured into other areas, he lost everything. But how did he predict the London gold price? Could it be Rockefeller Group's direct descendants? The two parted ways 3 days later? Shen Jun's brain was working at lightning speed. Has your money-making secret been discovered? In capitalist countries, once this money-making secret is discovered, shouldn't the other party bring Harry Holland under their wing? Why would they be chasing him? But what if the people hunting him are from the Rockefeller Foundation? What if the price of gold in London could really be manipulated? If only the dead can keep secrets? Tada! Just as Shen Jun was lost in thought, a sudden knock on the door startled him awake. Enter. Seeing Chiohan walk in, and the slightly reserved brown-haired foreigner following behind her, Shen Jun immediately perked up. Although Shen Jun had never met Harry Holland before, even a fool would know that the foreigner in front of him was Harry Holland. Hello, Mr. Shen. Before Shen Jun could speak, Harry Holland greeted him in Wuxia. Although Shen Jun was somewhat surprised, he reacted immediately. It's perfectly normal that the other person can speak Wuxia. Things are different now. Wuxia has spread throughout the world. He addressed Harry Holland. Hello, Mr. Holland. Shen Jun then nodded to Chiohan, who immediately turned and left the office. After Chiohan left, Shen Jun pointed to the chair opposite the desk and said, Mr. Holland, please have a seat. Thanks. After thanking him, Holland awkwardly sat down in the chair. Although Shen Jun felt it was a bit strange that this person seemed particularly afraid of him, he didn't pay much attention. After being chased for so long, it was perfectly normal to be a little scared when suddenly invited to an unfamiliar place. After he sat down, Shen Jun asked softly with a smile, Mr. Holland, do you know why I invited you here? Holland. What is it? Please come over here. When did he invite me over? Who would come here if they weren't being held at gunpoint? This person's words are too. But remembering what the man who had pointed a gun at his head had said, Holland cautiously replied, Mr. Shen must have been interested in my ability to make money, right? Shen Jun. What's wrong with this person? How could someone who dared to earn $100,000 through betting on price fluctuations at the age of 14 and later amassed a fortune exceeding $3 billion be so timid and cowardly? This is quite different from the image of a business tycoon he had in mind. Shen Jun suddenly thought of Holland's 3 experiences of being schemed against, and an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. He looked at Harry Holland with some disbelief and asked, Mr. Holland, did you really earn the $100,000 you made when you were 14 through a betting agreement? Upon hearing this, Holland explained somewhat embarrassedly, yes, but no. Under Shen Jun's curious gaze, Holland lowered his head and whispered, I overheard someone making a phone call in a corner. He revealed some information about a stock, and later it turned out to be incredibly accurate. So I made a bet and won $100,000. Shen Jun. Letting out a long breath, Shen Jun continued to press, how did you earn that $10 million when you were 24? As Shen Jun finished speaking, Holland lowered his head even further. He explained in a low voice, I made a lot of money in the stock market because I was lucky. Since I had many accounts, I forgot about one with $50,000. I didn't remember it until I was 24. When I logged into the account again, the funds in that account had grown from $50,000 to $10 million. Shen Jun. Damn, it seems he's discovered someone incredible. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Jun asked again, how did you turn your life around when you were 26? Just like with that 10 million, after tasting the sweetness of that 10 million, I abandoned several accounts. After going bankrupt, I refrained from touching those accounts and didn't even look at the stock market. Then I made a comeback. Shen Jun. Why does that sound so awkward? Did they deliberately abandon several accounts? You're so broke you have nothing, yet you stubbornly refuse to get the money out of your account? Just what kind of person is this NM? Good luck is one thing, but how can he be so patient? Even the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are nothing special. What's the situation with the Rockefeller Group's core members? Shen Jun suppressed his churning emotions and continued to press for an answer. Mr. Shen should be familiar with America's rules, right? After glancing up at Shen Jun to make sure he understood, Holland mustered up the courage to explain. After I became rich, American Express Group contacted me and asked me to join their membership list. Then, through American Express Group's high-end banquet, I met Sean Rockefeller. At first, Sean was incredibly kind to me. Even 2 days later, after drinking too much, he said something very cryptic. But just 1 day later, Sean started hurling insults at me, calling me a liar. I haven't seen him since. Shen Jun. Shen Jun was unaware of the full picture of Sean and therefore declined to comment. But Shen Jun really wanted to curse and hit Harry Holland. Are there really people in this world with such incredible luck? Even the chosen ones of destiny aren't this good, are they? Seriously, I'm speechless. With a long sigh, Shen Jun asked somewhat helplessly, after Sean drank too much, "Did he say a few words to you about London Gold?" "That's right, he just said London Gold, and then mentioned a dozen or so numbers." After a long period of repeated verification, I finally deciphered those numbers by chance, and then I started making money in London Gold, Holland quickly replied. Was the prior knowledge of the US stock market circuit breaker alerted by someone, or was it an unexpected event? Well, there was a news story that went viral back then about how weather forecasts predicted temperature fluctuations exactly like stock market fluctuations. So I used the changes in obesity rates at our local hospitals to make a prediction, and it turned out to be incredibly accurate. And the year the US stock market crashed, the hospital obesity rate skyrocketed, so I predicted that the US stock market would also crash. Unexpectedly, the circuit breaker actually tripped. Later, I learned by chance that America's obesity rate hadn't actually collapsed that year. It was just that the data from our local hospital had been mishandled. Shen Jun. What kind of idiotic comments are these? Can this kind of person really make money? What makes someone like that think they can make money? What's wrong with this world? Seriously, I'm speechless. But Shen Jun suddenly turned serious and asked in a low voice, "Was the person chasing you Sean Rockefeller?" "I don't know," Harry Holland said, his face contorted with despair. "I really don't know who wanted to kill me. Those assassins didn't tell me." Shen Jun. What kind of outrageous and inhuman words are these? Didn't those assassins tell him? How did he manage to speak to the assassins? How could he say that so matter-of-factly? A feeling of powerlessness surged through Shen Jun's mind. This kind of person is simply God's favorite. Shen Jun once again experienced what it meant to feel utterly frustrated. This is truly frustrating. He thought the system would find him a financial expert capable of conquering the battlefield, but unexpectedly, this person is actually a chosen one? But this doesn't seem like a bad thing for him. But the chosen one thing is really infuriating. Seeing the somewhat panicked Harry Holland, Shen Jun asked in a low voice, "Do you know that someone is still hunting you down?" "I know." Harry Holland nodded heavily and explained, "The previous assassin said he couldn't bring himself to kill me, fearing divine punishment. Then he told me that the next person he would kill wouldn't show mercy, because that person has no faith and takes pleasure in killing." Shen Jun. Leaving aside why the assassin would give him this information, was an assassin afraid of divine punishment? If you're afraid of God's punishment, why the hell are you a killer? But when he thought of certain beliefs abroad, Shen Jun was speechless for a moment. Different national circumstances, so I won't comment. Shaking his head, Shen Jun changed the subject and asked softly, "If you were to manage London Gold trading right now, could you make money?" "Able." When the topic turned to his field of expertise, Harry Holland instantly raised his head confidently and declared, "Give me a sum of no more than $5 billion US, and I can double it within a year." Phew. Yubin, find 4 people to provide close protection for Mr. Holland. Remember, close protection. Shen Jun ignored Harry Holland and instead instructed Yubin, who was standing beside him. "Understood, young Master Jun." Yubin nodded heavily in agreement. After giving Yubin his instructions, Shen Jun turned his attention back to Harry Holland. "Mr. Holland, judging from the confidence in your words, is it possible that some important figure is planning to target London Gold this year?" Harry Holland nodded and explained, "That's right. According to my initial verification, the Rockefeller and other financial groups are about to make a move again, but I haven't calculated the exact date yet. What if I said that London Gold would surge by 200 points in the second half of August?" Shen Jun asked with a smile. "What?" Harry Holland was stunned by these words. He then exclaimed, "This is impossible. The Rockefeller conglomerates won't easily change their alliance strategy. Based on the information I've seen, their next move will definitely be after December." Shen Jun. Damn it, this be asterisk 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 asterisk. D just said he didn't know the exact date, and now he's blurted out, after December. How incredibly cautious. They weren't cautious enough. Shen Jun scoffed, who said that the price of London gold can only be controlled by major international financial groups. Upon hearing this, Harry Holland was visibly shaken. He realized that he had learned another crucial piece of information. But if Shen Jun could say something like that, why did they even bother to bring him here? Harry Holland's eyes widened suddenly, and he said in disbelief, "Mr. Shen, are you trying to pull a tooth from a tiger's mouth?" Shen Jun. Is this person mentally unstable? Why is everything you say just nonsense? If you don't want to be taken advantage of, why bother with him in the first place? When he's bored. Seriously. I'm speechless. It's truly a miracle that America survived. With a long sigh, Shen Jun suppressed the urge to kill the other man and said irritably, "I'll give you one chance. If you can't maximize your benefits from the information I provide, then die. I don't support idlers, and I won't take in a highly dangerous person for no reason." Harry Holland. I knew this would be the result. My life is already so full of hardships. Why does God still not want to let me off the hook? And when did I say that I asked the other party to take me in? He would have run away long ago if a gun hadn't been pointed at his head. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Harry Holland stood up respectfully and said, "I understand, Mr. Shen. I will demonstrate my worth." Then go. If you demonstrate enough value, I will allow you to return to America openly and legitimately, and I will even help you reach the top there. Shen Jun said softly. Harry Holland did not become agitated by Shen Jun's words. He had seen too many people like that. Although he did want to be at the top of America's food chain, that was for the future. Right now, what he wanted most was to save his own life. As long as you're alive, everything is negotiable. If you're dead, then nothing you say matters. After Harry Holland left, Shen Jun instructed Yubin again, keep a close eye on him, and don't let anyone know he's here. Make sure his meals and accommodations are all arranged for him. In short, make sure there's no one named Harry Holland in the Tianyun group. Understood, young Master Jun. By the way, how did you find him? Shen Jun asked curiously. Well, this guy's a bit too cautious and sensitive, so I had someone use a little trick, just point a gun at his head. Shen Jun. Go ahead and be a little more polite to him in the future. After all, he's a lucky guy. Yes. On August 4th, 2 more sums of money were deposited into Shen Jun's other bank card. One of the profits came from money earned in the A-share market. After deducting leveraged trading, the total profit was 31 million. The other sum was money he earned from U.S. stocks, totaling over 43 million US dollars, of which 5 million US dollars were loan funds. Converted to RMB, this amounted to 302.4 million. Adding the 18.35 million balance in his previous account, the total funds amounted to 351.75 million. However, after receiving the 2.94 billion yuan that Yan Zhong had previously transferred to him, this small amount of money no longer caused him any emotional fluctuation. At this moment, Shen Jun began to understand Teacher Ma's thoughts a little better. Money is just a number to him. TSK, TSK, TSK. How pretentious. August 15th. An unexpected person suddenly appeared at Tianyun Group in Shanghai. Shen Jun truly hadn't expected him to come in person. Looking at the bodyguard standing beside the man before him, Shen Jun said speechlessly, "Young Master Mu, are you afraid I'll make a move within the Tianyun Group?" That's right, the person who arrived was none other than Shen Mu, whom we hadn't seen in a long time. Although Shen Jun couldn't figure out why the other party had come to his territory, he figured he'd treat friends with good wine and wolves with hunting rifles, and just play it by ear. Shen Mu smiled and said, "I heard from the old man that you were planning to have me step down and hand over the reins. So, I came to see where the third young master of the Shen family gets his confidence from." Shen Jun. I have to say, the old man really talks a lot. He even said something about not underestimating Shen Mu, which sounded like he was doing it for his own good. But who would have thought that this old man would turn around and betray him? Is this for his own good? Isn't this making things difficult for him? If even a conversation between a grandfather and grandson can be shared with others, there's absolutely no trust between people anymore. Outrageous. However, this also proves Shenmu's status in the Shen family. Although she carried the old man's guilt towards Shen Chang'ong, it was ultimately just guilt. As the recognized head of the Shen family, Shenmu's advantages are unmatched by Shen Jun at this moment. What? Shenmu teased. You dare to tell the old man but not admit it? This isn't like the third young master of the Shen family I know. Shen Jun. Young Master Mu is getting a little too demanding, isn't he? Shen Jun retorted irritably. What do you mean by pushing your luck? Shenmu said dismissively, I was just repeating your exact words, and you think that's what I mean? I'm your second brother, after all. As the second brother, of course I wouldn't betray my third brother. Shen Jun. That's the downside of being young. You only suffer losses without gaining any advantage. Just like how he suppressed Shen Yao, the older brother can use his power to intimidate others. However, Shen Jun did not expect the boomerang to arrive so quickly. Sad face Omicron asterisk. With a long sigh, Shen Jun extended his hand and invited, Please, young Master Mu, shall we go to your office to talk? I'll listen to you. After saying that, Shen Mu stepped into the company. His bodyguards followed closely behind, including Chao Jun and others who had protected Shen Jun before. Shaking his head, Shen Jun didn't pay any attention and walked into the company as well. After witnessing the scene, employees from some companies all kept their distance, afraid of being noticed. It's obvious that another important person has arrived at the company. Of course, they need to keep their distance. Upon arriving at the office, Shenmu turned to Chiohan and teased, You sure know how to enjoy life. I didn't even arrange a secretary for you in Beijing, but you come to Shanghai and find one first. Typical man. Shen Jun. Young Master Mu, if you can't speak properly, then shut up. You can't even find fault with the secretary I hire. Shen Jun retorted. All right, youth is youth, it can't withstand the test, Shenmu chuckled. Shen Jun. Letting out a long sigh, Shen Jun said somewhat helplessly, Speak, young Master Mu, what important matter brings you here? What? Can I come see you if there's nothing wrong? Shenmu teased. I don't believe you'd be that free. Shen Jun said speechlessly. All right, you guessed right. Shenmu smiled and waved to Chao Jun and the others. After receiving the signal, Chao Jun and his men left the office without any hesitation. Shen Jun also dismissed Yu Bin and the others from the office, leaving Chio Han alone there. Shenmu didn't seem to care. He looked at Shen Jun and smiled, Guess why I came here? Cut. Shen Jun gave him the middle finger and said nonchalantly, The old man is already that old. He shouldn't be the type to gossip. The reason he said those things to you is probably because I angered him. The only thing that has angered him recently is getting Xin Yao and Lu Yuan to take action against the Meng family. If I'm not mistaken, you're here to play peacemaker, right? Clap, clap, clap. Hearing Shen Jun's explanation, Shenmu clapped and laughed. As expected of my third brother, your mind works so fast. Your actions really angered the old man quite a bit. He even swore, something he hadn't done in a long time. I almost died laughing. Shen Jun smiled and said, It's not my fault. It's just that the old man didn't quite understand me, which made me lose face. I was thinking of going to see how he would react when he heard the news, but I've been a bit busy lately and forgot about it. It's good that you're not going, Shenmu said with a smile. If you really go, then our Shen family will be in for a rough time. So, wouldn't you say I indirectly saved everyone in the Shen family? Shen Jun asked, his voice rising slightly. You caused all this trouble and you still want something in return? Shenmu said irritably. What do you mean I caused this trouble? Shen Jun said calmly, You think Shen Hao can set fires, but I can't even light a lamp? What kind of logic is that? But the lamp you lit almost caused a fight between the third branch of the family. Wasn't that a bit too much? Shenmu raised an eyebrow and said softly. Shen Jun scoffed, If we can compete, why can't they? Shen Yao is also a member of the Shen family, why can't he climb the ranks? Shen Hao is your protege, can't I cultivate a protege within the Shen family? You have a point. Shenmu suddenly asked sincerely, Do you really want to get this position from me? Shen Jun was slightly taken aback, then frowned as he looked at Shenmu's expression and said, What? You're really planning to give up the seat you're sitting on? Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Shenmu burst out laughing. As Shen Jun's brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a fly, Shenmu said sarcastically, Sure enough, You're the same kind of person as me. You don't have much desire for power, you just want to be a carefree playboy. But when things get tough, the Shen family's power must be at your disposal. Simply put, you want to reap the benefits without doing any work, right? Shen Jun. As someone who truly understands the principles of the great love celestial venerable, Shen Mu is indeed worthy of being the head of the Shen family for 3 generations. The old man and the others made the right choice. Seeing that Shen Jun didn't respond, Shen Mu continued, "Why did you lie to the old man? You should know he meant you no harm." Shen Jun shook his head and said, "My father has already blocked all the way. I have no other choice, and besides." After a brief pause, Shen Jun continued, "I don't trust anyone." "You have a very deep misunderstanding of the Shen family," Shen Mu said in a low voice. "Is there any need for misunderstanding?" Shen Jun said disdainfully, "If my father hadn't died, if I hadn't taken that step, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have been able to enter the Shen family's gate. I have nothing to say about this matter. Ultimately, it's a matter of differing stances," Shen Mu sighed. "However, the Shen family cannot be thrown into chaos. That's the bottom line. So you came here today just to test me?" Shen Jun asked casually. "Or what?" Shen Mu shrugged and said frankly, "It's one thing for that idiot Shen Yao to be used by you, but his mother, your third aunt, even got carried away and made things worse. Under these circumstances, I need to know your true thoughts, right?" Shen Jun chuckled and said, "Shen Yao is your cousin. How can you call him an idiot? Isn't that stupid enough?" Shen Mu's expression lost control for the first time. It's just a few positions, and he actually takes it for granted that he's capable of replacing Shen Hao. What is that if not stupidity? Seeing Shen Mu's sudden change in expression, Shen Jun said softly, "Shen Yao is playing me, and you're planning to play me too? I remember telling you before that you're not suited for acting. Not to mention others, you don't even have a tenth of Shen Yao's acting talent. After all, he really fooled me." "Shen Mu?" he asked incredulously, "you know." Hee. Shen Jun scoffed, "You're just like the old man, always treating me like a child, acting like you have everything under control. But what makes you think I'll follow your predetermined path? Where did Shen Yao slip up?" Shen Mu couldn't help but ask. "Just now," Shen Jun said casually. "Shen Mu. Shen Yao is just a nobody, someone who hasn't even been in contact with the core of the Shen family. How could he possibly have the ability to cause the third branch of the Shen family to fall apart? Is the third branch of the Shen family really that vulnerable? Don't even mention Shen Yao alone. Even if you add my third aunt along, it still wouldn't work. The rules of this aristocratic family are so strict. A woman who marries and doesn't have the ability." Your attention made me immediately understand one thing. You want me to value Shen Yao, even to bet on him." Shen Jun said gently. Sad face Omicron asterisk. Shen Mu shook his head and sighed. "Sure enough, the more you do, the more mistakes you make." "Not exactly," Shen Jun said with a smile. "I suspected this guy from the beginning. It seems absurd that he dared to confront Shen Hao just because he was concerned about saving face. Of course, it was just suspicion. I didn't take it too seriously. After all, I didn't have anyone useful in the Shen family. Let him think what he wants. As long as he works for me, nothing else matters." Shen Mu said with admiration, "Bringing you back to the Shen family was truly the right choice. With such wisdom and insight, what worries does the Shen family have for the future?" "So you and Grandpa have always treated me as a backup option, right?" Shen Jun asked, frowning. "That's right," Shen Mu frankly stated. "Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, let alone a family like my Shen's. Unexpected events happen from time to time, and I don't have the confidence to live forever. Not to mention emergencies. Even some diseases that are currently incurable are a risk, so the family naturally needs to prepare in advance." "Who is the backup option before me?" Shen Jun asked curiously. "Shen Heng and Shen Ling from the second wife's family," Shen Mu explained. "Only Shen from the eldest son's family is pursuing a career in government?" Shen Jun asked, puzzled. "Isn't that a bit too dangerous?" "It's all right," Shen Mu said calmly. "Xiao Heng is different from me. His path has already been arranged, and no one can find any problems on the surface. Even if something really happens to the boss, Xiao Heng will take over all his resources immediately. As long as we're still here, Xiao Heng will be fine. And as long as the boss stays in place, Xiao Heng will always be the backup option. There are only so many positions at the top. One person is enough." Shen Jun then nodded in understanding. Although it differed somewhat from what he had imagined, it wasn't far off. He knew from the beginning that a family like the Shen family couldn't possibly be without a backup plan. His appearance merely provided the Shen family with another option. All right, if there's nothing else, you can leave. I won't stop you. Having learned everything he wanted to know, Shen Jun waved his hand, dismissing him. Shen Mu pointed to his head, expressionless, and said, "Are you trying to kick me out?" "Got it." Shen Jun teased. "I'm just trying to get rid of you. You're no longer of any use to me." Shen Mu retorted angrily, "I'm your second brother. How dare you kick me out?" "So, what if I'm your second brother?" Shen Jun said dismissively, "Now, Shanghai Tianun Group is my territory. What can you do if I want to kick you out?" TSK, TSK, TSK. The old man had a lot of ideas, but you have to admit he really did give them benefits. Shen Mu. Clenching his fists, Shen Mu gritted his teeth and said, "You're really something else." "Otherwise what?" Shen Jun teased, "If I don't take this opportunity to ridicule you, I might not get another chance like this." Heh. Shen Mu sneered before threatening, "You need to understand one thing. From now on, I'm in charge of the Shen family. If you want to use the Shen family's resources, you must get my permission. Now that you've offended me, there's no turning back. Stop talking nonsense and get going." Shen Jun waved his hand again, urging them to leave. "There's always a way out. I'm only concerned with the present, not the future. I have plenty of time, I'm not afraid." Shen Mu. That kid is G infuriating. However, he really couldn't do anything about Shen Jun. The old man did indeed give Shen Jun real benefits. Yu Bin and the others were more than just bodyguards. Their abilities and strength were among the best in the world. Chao Jun and his men alone might not have been able to deal with them. Of course, that's under normal circumstances. If it comes down to a fight, the outcome is uncertain. Sighing again, Shen Mu stood up and said angrily, "Don't give me the chance. When that time comes, I'll show you what true despair is." Cut. Shen Jun gave him the middle finger and said disdainfully, "Since when has our young Master Mu started using such harsh language after school? Doesn't he know that's the most incompetent thing a weakling can do?" Shen Mu. Believe it or not, he got angry again. Shen Jun's mouth. I really want to tear him to shreds. Not wanting to continue talking to Shen Jun, Shen Mu suddenly turned around. Just as Qiu Han was about to open the door for him, he forcefully opened the door himself and slammed it out. With a loud bang, Shen Mu walked out of the office. Shen Jun naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to kick a man when he's down. He quickly ran outside and, amidst the puzzled looks of Chao Jun, Yu Bin, and the others, Shen Jun shouted, "Young Master Mu, why are you slamming the door like a child? Is it just because you can't argue with me? It's not that serious. Next time we chat, I'll just give in a little, okay?" Everyone suppressed their laughter and turned their gazes toward Shen Mu. They were also curious to see what kind of trouble these two brothers were up to. To everyone's disappointment, Shen Mu not only didn't argue with Shen Jun, but instead roared at them, "What are you still standing there for? Can't you see I've been kicked out? Get out with me. We're not coming to Third Young Master's territory again." Although Shen Jun spoke very harshly, he still personally went downstairs to see Shen Mu off. Because there is no conflict between the two. As Shen Mu was getting into his car to leave, he suddenly looked at Shen Jun and said, "I know your thoughts and abilities. I don't ask too much of you. I only hope that one day when you are truly in charge, you won't lead the Shen family astray. Some things aren't as we wish." After saying that, Shen Mu got into his car and left before Shen Jun could speak. Looking at the lights on at the rear of the car, Shen Jun couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He is both Shen Jun and not Shen Jun. If he could, he would like to actively integrate into the Shen family. After all, it's good to have a powerful backer, but he can't. Personality can change, but some things will never change. For example, hatred. If he shows an indifferent attitude, or even actively tries to integrate into the Shen family, not to mention others, even the old man will be extremely disappointed in him. But if he continues to show hostility towards the Shen family, the old man will still be disappointed. The first kind of disappointment is resentment at his lack of ambition. He doesn't even have the thought of avenging his father. He's utterly unworthy of being a son, and such a person can never achieve anything great. The second kind of disappointment is that Shen Jun can't distinguish the specific situation. With such a behemoth as the Shen family behind him, instead of thinking about how to improve himself, he is hostile. This is too foolish, and he will not achieve anything great. Therefore, Shen Jun always displayed an attitude of both hatred and desire, completely satisfying the old man's deepest desires. That's human nature. We want more than we want less. However, it's easy to take acting seriously after acting for so long. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for Shen Nan to register for school. That day, Shen Jun took a plane from Shanghai to Beijing specifically to send this girl to school. Only, not far from the entrance of Kyoto University. Oh, brother, maybe you shouldn't see me off. With so many bodyguards coming with me, I'm going to have a hard time at school. I don't want to be seen as an oddball as soon as I enter school, Shen Nan muttered, her face drooping. Shen Jun chuckled and said, all right, I'll listen to you. I won't see you off then. You can go by yourself. Shen Nan? Brother, are you even my real brother? I said I wouldn't see you off, and you really aren't going to. Shen Nan grumbled with a long face. I'm just listening to you, aren't I? What, is that wrong? You're making things too difficult for me, Shen Jun teased. You're bullying me. Shen Nan was almost in tears. All right. How about letting your brother you Ben and sister and come in with me? Shen Jun stopped teasing the little girl. It wouldn't look good if she really cried. Yay! 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 Shen Nan jumped up excitedly and then grabbed Shen Jun's arm and walked towards the school gate, while Yu Bin and Meng followed behind them with their luggage. The school's main entrance was already packed with people, mostly students and parents. The scorching sun beat down on everyone, leaving them drenched in sweat, but the dripping sweat couldn't hide the genuine smiles on their faces. This is Kyoto University, one of the most prestigious universities in the country. The students who get into this school are all exceptional individuals. How could they, as students and parents alike, not be happy? As the group approached the university gate, Song Liani, a teacher from Kyoto University, whom they had met once before, led a few people over at a brisk pace. Hello, Mr. Shen. It's great to see you again. Hello, Shen classmate too. Shen Jun smiled and replied, hello, Teacher Song. Hello, Teacher Song, Shen Nan greeted sweetly. Mr. Shen, shall I show you inside our Kyoto University? Song Liani said politely. Okay, but let's get Shen Nan to her dorm first, and then see how it goes. Shen Jun nodded in agreement. Okay, Mr. Shen, this way please. Song Liani said, extending her hand in invitation. Shen Jun didn't stand on ceremony, and led by Song Liani, the group entered the campus without being checked. Kyoto University, originally named Imperial University of the Capital, was founded in 1898 and renamed Kyoto University in 1912. Kyoto University's campus covers an area of 2,751,100 square meters, and the total building area of the university is 3,049,000 square meters. The school has 3,024 full-time teachers and 172 part-time teachers. The total number of full-time students is 42,913, including 18,054 undergraduate students and 16,762 regular undergraduate students. The university comprises 6 faculties, with 55 directly affiliated schools and departments. It offers 134 undergraduate programs, 56 doctoral programs in first-level disciplines, 56 master's programs in first-level disciplines, 49 postdoctoral research stations, 7 professional doctoral programs, 29 professional master's programs, and 41 disciplines included in the Double First Class initiative. In the 4th round of National Discipline Evaluation, Peking University had 22 disciplines rated A+ and 9 disciplines rated A. Of the university's current undergraduate programs, 87 have been selected for the National Level First Class Program Construction Project, and 24 have been selected for the Provincial Level First Class Program. Kyoto University has 6 campuses and 1 graduate school. The main campus is the Yan'an campus, which contains Shushanin and Shaoan Gardens, which were royal gardens during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Weiming Lake is a landmark of Kyoto University. It is located in Shuchun Garden in Yanqing Garden in the western suburbs of Kyoto and was the site of the Imperial Garden of the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. The lake water originates from Yuchuan Mountain. The man-made landscape system and the water boats beside the lake complement each other perfectly, forming a natural masterpiece. Together with Boya Pagoda, it creates the beautiful scenery of One Pagoda, One Lake. Shen Jun had assumed that the dormitories at Kyoto University were as dilapidated as depicted online, but he was wrong. Led by Song Lianyi, the group stepped into a single apartment, which had air conditioning, a balcony, and a private bathroom. Shen Jun glanced around casually and immediately noticed that everything in the single apartment was brand new, and it was clear at a glance that these items were not cheap. Shen Nan asked, somewhat confused, "Teacher Song, don't I live with my classmates?" Song Lianyi smiled and said, "Student Shen, everything at Kyoto University is great, except the dorms are a little lacking. That's why the school leaders personally asked me to arrange this place for you. Just relax and stay here." Huh? Shen Nan was once again completely bewildered. Shen Jun casually asked, "School leaders? Who are they?" "This." Song Lianyi hesitated. "Just tell me who notified your school leader." Shen Jun waved his hand and pressed. "It's Madam Li," Song Lianyi quickly explained. "Madam Li?" Shen Jun murmured, then immediately realized what she meant. Shen Mu's mother's surname was Li. In other words, this is the person who gave Shen Nan such good conditions to get into Kyoto University. Comments. In fact, Shen Jun had long suspected that Shen Nan had entered Kyoto University, mainly because the conditions Song Lianyi had given were too good, even for Shen Nan's grades. However, as soon as the Shen family came into his view, Shen Jun immediately noticed the problem in this regard. Now there's no doubt anymore, the case is solved, it was all arranged by the Shen family. However, Shen Jun truly had no idea that the person who arranged all of this for Shen Nan was Shen Mu's mother. This was indeed beyond Shen Jun's expectations. But this alone shows that my second aunt is no ordinary person. Shen Mu's mother took care of everything he couldn't do himself. Moreover, the gentleness of the methods was such that even Shen Jun could not find fault with them. Absolutely terrifying. No wonder the old man said that without his maternal family's influence, he would have a hard time in the Shen family. It turns out that the Shen family really doesn't support idlers, nor does it allow idlers to enter the door. Marriages between prominent families are quite interesting. Seeing Shen Nan's still dazed expression, Shen Jun reached out and patted her hair, smiling, "Don't think too much. Since Teacher Song has arranged for you to stay here, then settle in. I also think the dorms at Kyoto University aren't very good." Huh? Shen Nan muttered after regaining her senses, "But if I did that, wouldn't I become an oddball in my classmates' eyes?" So what if she's an oddball? Women of the Shen family are destined to be different from ordinary people, Shen Jun said dismissively. Upon hearing this, Song Lianyi and the others immediately lowered their heads. This was not something they should hear. I understand. Although her accommodations were better than everyone else's, Shen Nan wasn't overly happy. Seeing Shen Nan's slightly aggrieved expression, Shen Jun sighed and said, "Of course, if you really feel out of place, you can go to a regular dormitory, as long as you can accept the environment." Really? Shen Nan's eyes instantly brightened. Shen Jun. Really? Shen Jun replied curtly before turning to Song Lianyi and asking, "Teacher Song, it should be all right? Sure, Shen can move to a regular dormitory anytime she wants," Song Lianyi quickly replied. "Did you hear that?" "I heard you, thank you, brother." Shen Nan became happy. "All right, stay here for now. After you start school, go check out the common dorms. If you really want to go, then Teacher Song can arrange it for you." After saying that, Shen Jun turned and left the single-room apartment. Seeing this, Song Lianyi and the others quickly followed. After arriving outside the studio apartment, Song Lianyi finally spoke. "Mr. Shen, would you like me to show you around Kyoto University?" "No need, I'll just wander around by myself." "You should make arrangements for Xiaonan in advance." Shen Jun waved his hand and refused. "Okay." Song Lianyi immediately nodded in agreement. Shen Jun then strolled around Kyoto University for a while. Of course, we only strolled around for a short while. Kyoto University is indeed quite large, and it's impossible to see it all in such a short time. Even in that short time, Shen Jun kept looking around, his eyes never stopping. There are just so many beautiful female college students. Don't assume that all the female students who get into Kyoto University are short-haired academic geniuses. In reality, you'll see long-haired beauties everywhere you look. Their clothes were all fashionable and beautiful, and Shen Jun couldn't stop looking at them. Everyone loves beauty, and no one can resist a beautiful young woman who is youthful, attractive, and has a high level of attractiveness. But that's all. Shen Jun would only admire. As for asking him to take the initiative, forget it, I don't have that idea. After making all the arrangements for Shin Jun did not stay at Kyoto University, but instead took a car to the old man's residence. Since we're already back in Kyoto, it's time to go see the old man. When Shen Jun arrived at the old man's residence, it was already noon. At that time, only the old man was at home. The old woman had gone off to do something else. Seeing Shen Jun enter the living room, the old man said to him, "You certainly know how to pick your time. You're coming right at mealtime." "What?" Shen Jun chuckled and teased, "Can't I even have lunch here with you, sir?" The old man smiled and sighed, "It's only because of you. Xiaoan and Xiaoheng never dare to eat here." "That's because they're stupid," Shen Jun chuckled. "I'm much smarter. I have to hold on tight to your powerful backing, lest some petty scoundrels try to take advantage of me." "Haha, you really dare to say that, buddy." The old man was amused. "What's the big deal?" Shen Jun said dismissively. "Who in the entire Shen family doesn't know my current situation? If I continue to treat you like a stranger, I'll be in big trouble." "You're smart enough to know your place," the old man joked. "You know I'm your only source of confidence." "Of course." Shen Jun raised an eyebrow and said, "If you weren't here, I wouldn't even be able to get into the Shen family home." "I'm not that stupid. You're being too obvious about your purpose." "Aren't you afraid I'll turn my back on you?" the old man said slowly. "Whatever you want," Shen Jun shrugged nonchalantly. "I have a large sum of money in my account right now. Even if I can't stay in the Shen family anymore, I have countless places to go. I'm not afraid now. You seem to have a special feeling towards money." "I don't remember your parents ever wronging you in this regard," the old man said, slightly puzzled. "Look at you, so out of touch with reality again." Shen Jun teased. "Modern society is inseparable from money in every aspect, and it's not wrong for a young person like me to like money, is it?" That's right, that's right." After saying that, the old man shook his head and said, "But mentioning money so often is a bit too frequent." "Because I have nothing but money," Shen Jun admitted. The old man's gaze froze. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. "All right, let's not talk about that anymore, grandfather and grandson. Having dinner with you today is a good opportunity to strengthen our relationship, so you won't reveal my secrets to anyone again someday," Shen Jun said jokingly, waving his hand. The old man's temper flared and subsided quickly. He rolled his eyes and said irritably, "You brat, you still know I'm your grandfather? Trying to scheme against me? Aren't you disappointed that I didn't make a fool of myself?" "How could that be?" Shen Jun chuckled. "Wasn't it because you thought I was only capable of flipping tables? Since that's what you thought, can I at least give you a little trouble?" "Is it just adding to the trouble?" the old man asked casually. "Hee, as expected, nothing can be hidden from you, sir." Shen Jun shook his head and sighed. "It was just a casual test, but I didn't expect that I would actually find out. However, I really didn't expect that Shen Yao, the spy, was actually planted by Shen Mu. That was just a casual move by Xiao Mu. He didn't expect it to actually come in handy." "But your reaction wasn't slow either. You caught Xiao Yao in no time," the old man said dismissively. "It's just a small matter." Shen Mu didn't take it seriously, and neither did I. Otherwise, Shen Yao would be rolling back to Beijing from Shanghai by now, Shen Jun said gently. "Isn't it frustrating to have no one you can use?" the old man joked. "It's all right," Shen Jun said casually. "Although you don't want to hear that, I really have to say it. With money and the Shen family's background, there's nothing I can't solve right now." "You've got quite a lot on your mind," the old man chuckled. "Money isn't everything. There are some resources that money simply can't buy." "You really think so?" Shen Jun asked slowly. The old man wanted to nod, but when he thought of certain things, he was speechless. Leaving aside other families, even the Shen family itself had its third branch engage in trade, highlighting the undeniable importance of money. And, even if some people aren't directly involved in business, they have quite a few agents. Seeing that the old man was speechless again, Shen Jun's lips curled up slightly, and then he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. The old man is getting on in years, so his diet isn't too extravagant. He eats 1 meat dish and 3 vegetable dishes, along with a little bit of porridge. After eating a little something, Shen Jun prepared to get up and leave. However, the old man stopped him as soon as he made a move. Seeing Shen Jun's questioning gaze, the old man said softly, "There's a gathering coming up in a while. It'll be mostly young people. You should go." "Shen Jun, that's way too blatant, isn't it? Another party?" Let's choose a marriage partner, shall we? Although Shen Jun doesn't reject the arranged marriage, he's only been in the Shen family for a few days. That's a bit too fast. Shen Jun shook his head and refused, saying, "Grandpa, please give me some time to grow. It's not appropriate for me to attend that kind of gathering in my current state." "All right, I'll give you a little more time, but you can't refuse next time." The old man nodded in agreement. "All right, you go ahead with your work, I'll be going now." After saying that, Shen Jun didn't give the old man a chance to react before quickly walking out of the room. Watching Shen Jun's departing figure, the old man smiled. As long as it's acceptable, it's much better than his father's. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, it's already the end of August. After sending Shen Nan to school, Shen Jun returned to Shanghai to start working again. Of course, while it was called going to work, it really meant sitting in the office playing games or looking at his phone. If he got bored, Shen Jun would go out for a walk and had a few meals with Wu Mingjie during that time. After all, this is Shanghai, and he's currently Wu Mingjie's biggest client, so he has plenty of entertainment options. Life was uneventful and peaceful. Since Shen Mu personally visited Shen Jun, the Shen family has not caused any further trouble. Since they both understood each other's thoughts, there was nothing more to say. "I won't fight." "I won't fight either." Everything shall be decided by the two of them themselves. No other members of the Shen family are allowed to interfere. Shen Mu wanted to leave the Shen family with another backup plan, while Shen Jun needed time to grow. There is no conflict between the two. As for whether Shen Jun will turn his back on people after he grows up, that's a different story. That day, just as Shen Jun was feeling bored, the office door was suddenly pushed open. As Shen Jun's face darkened, Harry Holland dashed up to him and shouted, Mr. Shen, I haven't let you down. I haven't let you down." Upon hearing this, Shen Jun's unpleasant expression instantly returned to normal. If there is good news, he may forgive Harry Holland's reckless and impulsive behavior. Everything revolves around money. He turned to Chiu Han, who was following closely behind him, and said, "Pour Mr. Holland a glass of water." "Yes, Mr. Shen." Then Shen Jun turned his gaze to Harry Holland and smiled. "Mr. Holland, don't rush. Good news should be told slowly to make people feel more surprised." Harry Holland immediately nodded and said, "Mr. Shen is right. I was rash." After drinking the water, Harry Holland calmed down. He then turned to Shen Jun and said, "Mr. Shen, according to the information you provided, I used the $3.175 billion you gave me, leveraged 50 times, to enter the London gold market during this period. Although the price fluctuations in London gold were relatively small, my leverage was too high, so I never went all in and at most only half positioned. Even so, I still managed to earn you $8.3 billion in this market move." Although he was mentally prepared, Shen Jun still couldn't help but get excited when he heard the numbers from Holland. That's a whopping $8.3 billion US dollars. US dollars. Converted to RMB, that's nearly 60 billion. 60 billion renminbi. To be honest, this is a number that most people could never even dream of. Letting out a long breath, Shen Jun's expression turned serious as he looked at Harry Holland. "Is it possible to get this money out of there?" Harry Holland immediately replied confidently, "Mr. Shen, rest assured, I was prepared the moment the profits appeared in my account. Although I was hunted down and came to your country, I'm not without friends outside. You know, capitalist countries only recognize money, not people." Shen Jun chuckled lightly and casually asked, "Mr. Holland, are you already preparing to return to America?" Harry Holland quickly replied, "I sense that Mr. Shen requires me to return to America to continue serving you." Shen Jun gestured for the other person to continue. "After you described the extent of the rise in London gold prices, I knew that you had contacted me for more than just making money. The information you provided showed that whoever was controlling the funds today could have achieved the same returns as me, yet you still contacted me. This proves you have ulterior motives. While I've been driven to a dead end, if I ever rise again, America will still have a place for me. That's the nature of capitalist countries. Therefore, I conclude that what you want is my status, not my abilities." Hearing this, Shen Jun smiled and said, "Then, Mr. Harry Holland, can you still return to America? After all, where you are now is a forbidden zone in America. Nothing is impossible in this world." Harry Holland seemed to have regained the aura he possessed at the height of his power in America. He declared decisively, "If you can grant me access to $1 billion, then America will definitely have a place for me." Shen Jun smiled and said, "How can Mr. Holland guarantee that he will still serve me after returning to America? Didn't Mr. Shen already prepare for this?" Harry Holland looked up at the surveillance camera directly opposite him and said softly, "Haha, Mr. Holland is really interesting," Shen Jun chuckled. "There's nothing I can do. I need to survive." "God will forgive me," Harry Holland said nonchalantly. "Would Mr. Holland like to show his sincerity?" Shen Jun asked casually. Harry Holland immediately cleared his throat and then solemnly said to the surveillance camera, "Black people should not exist in this world. It is a tragedy for America that a group of cotton-picking farm tools can become citizens of America. If I ever come to power, my first decision will be to deport all Black people. America can only exist in two genders, men and women." "What bullshit, LGBT? You're not even as good as those Black farm tools. All J*WS should die. The time of your destruction will come when the Holy War begins." Hearing these words, Shen Jun nodded in satisfaction. Harry Holland was so sensible that even he couldn't find a single fault with him. If such remarks were leaked, Harry Holland would have no option but death. Even God couldn't save him. "Mr. Holland, you can make your preparations now. I will personally arrange for someone to send you back to America in a few days. Of course, you can also choose to return openly and honestly, as long as you can guarantee your safety." Shen Jun said what Harry Holland most wanted to hear at that moment. "Thank you, Mr. Shen. I choose to have you arrange for me to return to America. The people chasing me haven't been completely dealt with yet, and my safety isn't guaranteed for the time being. However, once I'm back in America, I'll use money to resolve this matter," Harry Holland said confidently. Shen Jun, to be honest, he really didn't believe this guy could solve the assassin problem. You know, this guy was already on the run when he had 100 million, so what good is 1 billion now? If you can't change your mindset, no amount of money will help. This isn't about whether or not to hire bodyguards, it's that he doesn't even know who his opponent is. How's he supposed to solve this? And this guy was an assistant the system found for him, so Shen Jun couldn't just ignore him. If he really died one day, he'd have nowhere to turn for help. As for forcing him to reveal his secret, Shen Jun had considered it, but ultimately gave up on the idea. There's no need to cripple someone who's practically a chosen one. It would be a shame. Keeping him around might yield unexpected benefits someday. But then, Mr. Holland, please make your preparations. "Once I've arranged everything, I'll send someone to take you back to America," Shen Jun said, waving his hand. "Thank you, Mr. Shen. I'll go prepare right away." After saying that, Harry Holland happily left the office. Not long after Harry Holland left the office, Ding Chengdong knocked on the office door again. "Mr. Shen, all the profits have been received. What do you think?" Ding Chengdong stated the purpose of his visit as soon as he entered the office. "How much profit did you make this time?" Shen Jun asked casually. "Based on the information you provided, I bought and sold with a leverage of 5 times, amounting to $1 billion. Mr. Shen, it's not that I didn't want to use more leverage, but the market capitalization of Dell Technologies and Micron Technology is too small to accommodate that much capital. Even with 5 times leverage, I only used half of the position, and the final profit was $450 million. Ding Chengdong explained cautiously. If it were him, this rate of return would be enough to place him among the top circles in the country. Unfortunately, this rate of return is based on the information provided by Shen Jun. That's why he was a little worried. Upon hearing that they had earned $450 million, Shen Jun wasn't overly excited. The surprise Harry Holland had given him was so great that Shen Jun now felt that $450 million wasn't much at all. That's only a fraction of the wealth Harry Holland earned for him. "I understand. Go and rest for a bit. I'll assign you tasks later." After receiving the specific numbers, Shen Jun waved his hand and said, "It's President Shen." Without the slightest hesitation, Ding Chengdong immediately got up and left the office. After he left, Shen Jun instructed Yu Bin, "Send a few people to bring Ding Chengdong's family together, then arrange a decent place for them to stay. Tell them they can do whatever they want without any restrictions, but they cannot leave the country." "Understood." Yu Bin nodded immediately and went to carry out the task. Only after the office quieted down did Shen Jun finally smile. After deducting the $1.3 billion provided by the company, Shen Jun now has a staggering $11.635 billion in funds at his disposal. This is all his money. Now we'll see if the dog system will provide the information it expects. September 2nd, 9:30 a.m. Since waking up, Shen Jun has been sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Although he had verified the system's appearance time countless times, Shen Jun's emotions would still fluctuate involuntarily every time this B** D was about to provide new information. Everything he has comes from the system. Even if the system never reappears, the funds he currently possesses are enough for him to live comfortably. But who would complain about having too much money? And he needs more than just money. As time slowly passed, Shen Jun kept drinking cup after cup of tea. Ring ring. Suddenly, the cell phone rang loudly. After glancing at the caller ID, Shen Jun was immediately speechless. Why would Wu Mengjie call him at this time? At this moment, Shen Jun really didn't want to talk to this guy, but he was also curious as to why Wu Mengjie had called him. Answer the phone casually. Old Shen, there's a luxury car exhibition in Shanghai today. How about we go check it out? Wu Mengjie's excited voice came through the phone as soon as the call connected. Let's talk about it this afternoon. I have other things to do right now, Shen Jun refused. Oh, I understand. You go ahead and get busy, then call me when you're done, Wu Mengjie quickly replied. Good. After receiving a response, Wu Mengjie immediately hung up the phone, afraid of further delaying Shen Jun's time. Shen Jun didn't take this little incident seriously. He just wanted time to pass quickly. As soon as midnight struck, unsurprisingly, a voice immediately echoed in Shen Jun's mind. Byte. Novartis, October 1st, $98.88. UBS Group, October 1st, $29.65. September 13th, America, New York, Langdon Morgan, the illegitimate son of the Morgan family, committed suicide due to investment failures. On September 15th, in Texas, America, Ethan Holler, the illegitimate son of the Holler family, committed suicide after his ranch was destroyed. Shen Jun. Good heavens! He exclaimed, wow! The Morgan family? Who doesn't know America's Morgan Financial Group? Oh, the Morgan family are the pioneers of America's financial industry, and even now, they control assets exceeding $3 trillion. That's $3 trillion. Although Langdon Morgan was an illegitimate child, in America today, children born out of wedlock enjoy the same rights as children born in wedlock. Moreover, as long as this illegitimate child has the ability, those families will immediately bring him back to their families to provide fresh blood for their families. It's just unclear why Langdon Morgan committed suicide simply because of a failed investment. It's possible that the competition within the Morgan family was too intense. Shen Jun had never heard of the Holler family, but he had heard of the Texas rednecks. Texas is a land of outstanding people and resources. The average person could pull out 3 or 5 guns from their basement. America's militant spirit is absolutely unmatched. Their simple and honest folk customs are also widely known. That's a place comparable to Gotham. Those who can be called a family in Texas are certainly not ordinary people. Just as he expected, the system is guiding him to make a plan. 2 illegitimate children, one committed suicide after an investment failure, the other committed suicide after his farm was destroyed. The plan was for him to save them and then use them to plot against America. Thinking of Harry Holland, the chosen one, Shen Jun couldn't help but laugh. What are resources? This is the resource. These are resources I personally cultivated. No wonder the system prompted him to find Harry Holland first. Now I understand. Everything is ready now, except for the final push. Shen Jun then had Xiao Han call Harry Holland over. Mr. Shen, what can I do for you? Harry Holland asked eagerly as soon as he entered the office. Shen Jun didn't reply immediately. Instead, he waved Xiao Han out of the office before saying to him, there are 2 things. You said. Harry Holland immediately stood up straight and said solemnly. You can go back to America today, Shen Jun told him, offering the good news first. Upon hearing this, Harry Holland immediately smiled. Although the land beneath his feet was indeed very safe, as a Native American, he still felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. If he hadn't been forced into this situation, he truly wouldn't want to stay here. Some things can't be mastered simply by being fluent in another language. Thankfully, his suffering is finally over. Before Harry Holland could speak, Shen Jun continued, "Once you return to America, I want you to find two people as quickly as possible. One is Langdon Morgan, the illegitimate son of the Morgan family, and the other is Ethan Holler, the illegitimate son of the Holler family in Texas." Understood. As soon as I get back to America, I'll have people search for those two people immediately. Harry Holland didn't ask Shen Jun why he needed to find them. He believed Shen Jun would tell him, because his life was now in Shen Jun's hands, and Shen Jun would trust him. As it turned out, he was right. Shen Jun did indeed trust him quite a bit. After you find these two people, don't contact them immediately. Wait until they're desperate before you appear. You should understand what I mean, right? Understood. Harry Holland nodded emphatically in agreement. He understood perfectly. Or rather, no one understood the meaning behind Shen Jun's words better than him. No way out? Wasn't he invited by Shen Jun back then because he was desperate and had nowhere else to turn? Although something unpleasant happened when I invited him over, none of that matters anymore. The important thing is that he, Harry Holland, can return to America, to a place he knows well. And they'll go back as winners. When you get back, you must contact me via the dark web. Yubin will tell you the secret code later. Remember, no matter what happens in the future, you must contact me via the dark web, unless you are about to die. Shen Jun said softly. Yes, I promise I won't let Mr. Shen down. Harry Holland immediately replied loudly. Then go ahead. I'll wait for someone named Harry Holland to appear in America's upper echelons, Shen Jun said, waving his hand. Please rest assured, Mr. Shen, it won't be long before Harry Holland's name resounds throughout America. With that, Harry Holland turned and left the office. Shen Jun didn't take Harry Holland's confidence seriously, because he never imagined that this guy could reach the upper echelons of America. Saying nice things doesn't cost anything, and giving the other person a pep talk is just a casual thing to do. After all, a child of destiny is just a child of destiny. Once they reach a certain point, the influence of destiny diminishes. Otherwise, Harry Holland wouldn't have ended up in this situation. However, it was Ethan Holler who caught Shen Jun's attention. Yes, it was Ethan Holler, not Langdon Morgan. Those are Texas rednecks. Those fearless Texas rednecks. As the office quieted down, Shen Jun opened the stock trading platform to check the two stocks predicted by the system. UBS Group's stock price is currently $24.32 per share, with a total market capitalization of $73 billion. According to the information provided by the system, this stock could earn him a maximum of $5.33 per share. Novartis stock price is currently $85.56 per share, with a total market capitalization of $173.2 billion. According to the information provided by the system, he could earn up to $13.32 per share from this stock. Although the returns from stocks cannot be compared to those from gold in London, Shen Jun is quite content with having Langdon Morgan and Ethan Holler by his side. Moreover, based on his understanding of the system, these two people are definitely worth much more than some of the profits. That's a native-born American citizen with official status. TSK, TSK, TSK. To be honest, he was actually looking forward to seeing what would happen after Harry Holland made contact with those two. Money, he'll make Harry Holland lots and lots of money. And with Langdon Morgan and Ethan Holler's connections, the combination of the two in America. Can't wait. Ding Chengdong was summoned to the office again. With Ding Chengdong looking on expectantly, Shen Jun delivered the news he most wanted to hear. Breaking news, UBS Group's highest share price was around $29, and Novartis's highest share price was around $98. I won't say anything more. You should know what to do. Please rest assured, Mr. Shen, I will never let you down. Ding Chengdong shouted excitedly. Then go ahead, I'll be waiting for your good news. Shen Jun waved his hand casually. Yes. Ding Chengdong left the office with a happy expression. Great, I can live for another month. The only downside was that his family had been brought to live with him, but he understood what Shen Jun meant. Let alone Shen Jun, even he himself had tried to put himself in Shen Jun's shoes, and after thinking about it, he even thought that Shen Jun hadn't been ruthless enough. That's right, it wasn't ruthless enough. If it were him, he would imprison the entire family, and then, Once he no longer needed the person manipulating things, immediately make that person disappear from the world. Then just give the family some money. Such a secretive matter cannot be allowed to go unpunished. No one can bear the consequences of leaking secrets. Some even go so far as to eliminate the family members of the traitor. We must eliminate all possible future problems. What if the traitor leaks the secret to the family? For those who are even more ruthless, this is the potential future trouble. Fortunately, Shen Jun did not go too far, and his family was still able to go to school, work, and even go shopping and traveling without any hindrance. This alone shows how tolerant Shen Jun was of him. Only after resolving this matter did Shen Jun feel relieved. Really relax. The path ahead gradually became clear. As long as he followed the plan step by step, his future was limitless. After a quick lunch, Shen Jun called Wu Mingjie. The National Exhibition and Convention Center, NECC, has a total construction area of 1.47 million square meters, with 1.27 million square meters above ground. The total investment was approximately 16 billion renminbi. It is invested, constructed, and operated by the National Exhibition and Convention Center Company, Ltd. The National Exhibition and Convention Center is currently the world's largest single building and convention complex. It consists of 4 parts: exhibition halls, business center, office buildings, and hotel, all connected by an 8-meter-high convention avenue, allowing people to easily move through it. The exhibition area is 500,000 square meters, including 400,000 square meters of indoor exhibition halls and 100,000 square meters of outdoor exhibition space. The indoor exhibition halls consist of 13 large exhibition halls with an area of 30,000 square meters each and 3 small exhibition halls with an area of 10,000 square meters each. Trucks can directly access the exhibition halls. Each exhibition hall is surrounded by ample conference facilities, consisting of more than 60 conference rooms of varying sizes. The luxury car exhibition that Wu Mingjie mentioned was held here. 2 p.m. Old Shen, you've finally arrived. Seeing Shen Jun leisurely arrive at the entrance of the convention center with several bodyguards, Wu Mingjie immediately came to greet him. Shen Jun smiled and said, "What's the rush? It's just a car show, we can just take a look. There's no point in coming so early." He then asked, "Why didn't you bring your wife? Why bring her along?" Wu Mingjie rolled her eyes and said irritably, "This is a luxury car exhibition. There are so many beautiful car models and saleswomen. What's the point of me even looking at anything if I bring her? I'm not stupid. I'm not looking for trouble." Shen Jun. These words left him speechless. Men, you know. Those who know, know. No matter how old or married, who doesn't want to look at beautiful women? Of course, given the opportunity, who wouldn't want to keep one or more sugar daddies/sugar babies, you know? There's a rumor that a certain tycoon even rented an entire building to keep a mistress. However, none of this concerns Wu Mingjie anymore. Even Shen Jun admires Bai Xian. Wu Mingjie will definitely be completely dominated by her for the rest of his life. That is, he came out with Shen Jun. If it were anyone else, Wu Mingjie probably wouldn't have come here to look at the beautiful women. After all, nobody's a fool. Anyone who knows what's going on at a car show understands, especially a smart woman like Bai Xian. Let's go, let's go. This auto show was really hard to get into. A lot of big automotive live streamers wanted to come in and get some traffic, but they were all turned away. It's only because of me that I was turned away. Anyone else wouldn't even be able to get through the gate. Wu Mingjie said smugly as he pulled Shen Jun's arm. Shen Jun smiled and said, "Trying to show off in front of me isn't a good choice." Wu Mingjie. The slap in the face came so quickly that it was hard to accept for a while. Seeing Wu Mingjie covering his face, Shen Jun teased, "What kind of crap is in your head? Even shit wouldn't be this stupid. Stop talking, stop talking." "I was just excited for a moment, just excited for a moment," Wu Mingjie said, embarrassed and annoyed. All right, since you're thinking of me when you have something good to do, I'll let you off this time," Shen Jun chuckled. Hey. After chuckling, Wu Mingjie led Shen Jun into the convention center. After glancing at the various brand exhibition areas on the signboard, Shen Jun immediately understood why Wu Mingjie had called this auto show a luxury car exhibition. Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Shelby, Pagani, Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, Aston Martin, Porsche, Maybach, Maserati, and other famous supercars and luxury cars were all present at this auto show. In the country, it's quite rare to see all these luxury car brands gathered together like this. It's no wonder the organizers rejected those live streamers who came to gain traffic. This kind of auto show isn't aimed at the general public, so there's no need for live streamers to promote it. They don't care. Although there were many requirements to get into this luxury car exhibition, the convention center was still packed with people. However, one thing can be seen from their clothing and appearance. Without exception, they are all people of high social standing and wealth. Although Shen Jun didn't know much about luxury brands, he did recognize some. After entering the convention center, Wu Mingjia immediately led him on a stroll. While strolling around, he said to Shen Jun, "Just tell us which car you like, and we can go straight into the booth to see and test drive it." Shen Jun joked, "Young Master Wu's status seems to have risen quite a bit lately. Thanks to young Master Jun, your status and savings led my second uncle to make an exception and promote me. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to say such a thing," Wu Mingjia said smugly. Shen Jun pointed at this shameless guy and laughed. "What gives you the right to show off in front of me when you've climbed the ladder by using my resources?" "Of course," Wu Mingjia said even more smugly. "That's precisely why I'm showing off to you. What's the point of showing off to others?" Shen Jun. Shamelessness knows no bounds. Only then did he truly understand the meaning of those words. That's absolutely shameless. This made Shen Jun not want to deal with this guy anymore. How embarrassing. I casually strolled around a few luxury car and supercar booths, and to be honest, the supercars were definitely the most eye-catching. Shen Jun's gaze was indeed drawn to it. Upon noticing Shen Jun staring at the supercars, Wu Mingjia smiled and said, "Shall we go in and take a look?" "Let's go take a look." Shen Jun nodded in agreement. Having received a clear answer, Wu Mingjia immediately led Shen Jun toward the nearest booth. "Hello, welcome to the Bugatti booth. Do you have an appointment?" As soon as I approached the booth, a long-haired young woman in a short-skirt uniform quickly came to greet me. "I have an appointment. My surname is Wu, and my name is Wu Mingjia," Wu Mingjia said calmly. "Okay, Mr. Wu and these gentlemen, please come in." Upon hearing Wu Mingjia's words, the long-haired young lady in the short skirt and uniform immediately extended her hand to invite them in. As a staff member at the booth, she knew very well how many customers had booked car viewing and test drive services for this exhibition, and Wu Mingjia was one of the most important customers at this exhibition. So no matter how many people the other person brought, she insisted on letting them in. "Let's go, young Master Jun, look at whatever you want, but you probably can't buy anything. All the supercars at this exhibition are already taken," Wu Mingjia said, turning to Shen Jun. Shen Jun nodded, not taking it seriously. "If I can't buy it, I can't buy it. At worst, I'll find something I like later and buy it when I get back." There were 3 supercars on display at the Bugatti booth. Shen Jun ignored the one in the middle and the one on the left, and instead walked to the one on the far right. "Hello, sir. May I introduce this car to you?" The young woman in the short skirt and uniform asked immediately when she saw that Shen Jun was interested. Shen Jun nodded. "This is a Bugatti Fire Meteor. It is 7.75 meters long and 1.99 meters wide. Its overall shape is dominated by aerodynamic design, completely breaking away from Bugatti's traditional rounded design. The body is covered with holes, and the rear is like a huge X shape, with huge spoilers and diffusers at the top and bottom. The entire vehicle is constructed from carbon fiber, resulting in a total weight of only 1,240 kilograms. It is equipped with an 8.0-liter W16 quad-turbocharged engine that can unleash a powerful 1,825 horsepower, accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 2.17 seconds and reaching a top speed of 490 kilometers per hour. The vehicle's design prioritizes aerodynamics and downforce to enhance stability at high speeds, providing a maximum downforce of 1,800 kilograms at 320 kilometers per hour. Only 40 of these cars were ever produced worldwide. The long-haired young woman in a short skirt and uniform quickly recounted all the information about the car. Shen Jun casually asked, "What's the price?" "This." The long-haired woman in the short skirt and uniform hesitated, saying, "The market price is 30 million renminbi, but based on previous transactions, that market price isn't very accurate." Shen Jun nodded in understanding. Supercars are a tricky thing. They don't hold their value well, and they don't. For enthusiasts, they're worth any price, but once they lose interest, the price. What? Young Master Jun has taken a fancy to this car. Wu Mingjie teased. It's all right. We don't have a supercar at home yet, but we're planning to buy a few, Shen Jun said casually. Even if you buy it, you won't be able to drive it, right? Wu Mingjie gestured to Yu Bin and the others behind him. Just leave it as a decoration. It's quite nice, Shen Jun said casually. Well, it has to be young Master Jun. Even if I sold myself, I couldn't afford this car, Wu Mingjie lamented. If you can't afford it, just beg your wife. If she opens her mouth, you can buy it, Shen Jun joked. Come on, Wu Mingjie immediately shook his head. With my wife's greed, she would never buy me a supercar. Then just drive your Mercedes G-Class, it's fine. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk. Sigh, married men have no status, Wu Mingjie sighed. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Shen Jun turned to the long-haired woman in the short skirt and uniform and asked, "Are you selling this car?" Although Wu Mingjie had already mentioned it, Shen Jun still couldn't help but ask. Excuse me, sir, all the cars on display have been sold and will be handed over to their owners after this exhibition, the long-haired woman in a short skirt and uniform replied immediately. Fine, then forget it. Shen Jun didn't take it seriously, it was just a casual question. It would be best if they could sell it, but it wouldn't matter if they didn't. Let's go check out the other booths. With that, Shen Jun strode away from the Bugatti booth, and Wu Mingjie immediately followed. Only after Shen Jun and the others left did the long-haired girl in the short skirt and uniform withdraw her gaze. Shen Jun then took Wu Mingjie to visit all the supercar and luxury car booths. There were quite a few supercars that Shen Jun found attractive. Koenigsegg 11, Lamborghini Veneno, Hennessy Veneno F5, Pagani Zonda R, Silby Tuatara, Fenrir Super Sport, Apollo Evo, Ferrari FXXK. The price isn't much. It won't even cost 600 million renminbi in total. However, there weren't any of these cars in stock at the moment. That's right, there wasn't a single luxury car in stock at the entire exhibition. That's just outrageous. Shen Jun doesn't have much passion for supercars. He simply likes them because he thinks they look good. As Wu Mingjie said, even if he bought them, he basically wouldn't be able to drive them, so his main purpose in buying these cars was to appreciate them. But he wasn't in a hurry at all. It's just a supercar. If he wants one, does he lack the means to buy it? After memorizing the name of the supercar he wanted, Shen Jun planned to leave. Whether it's supercars, luxury cars, or beautiful car models, I've seen it all. There's no need to stay any longer. Just as Shen Jun was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out beside him. Brother Jun. Turning his head, he saw a familiar yet unfamiliar young man staring at him. Recalling the photos he had seen earlier, Shen Jun immediately realized who the other person was. Shen Jing is a member of the third branch of the Shen family. It really is Brother Jun. Seeing Shen Jun turn to look at him, Shen Jing immediately walked over quickly. The young men following behind him also stepped forward. Although it was Shen Jun's first time meeting Shen Jing, one shouldn't be rude to a smiling face, since the other person had called him brother. You're here to buy a supercar too? Shen Jun asked casually. Yes, I have some spare cash that I plan to spend, Shen Jing nodded. Did you buy it? Shen Jun asked again. I bought it. I bought a Ferrari 812, Shen Jing answered truthfully. TSK, you have way more money than Shen Yao, Shen Jun laughed. Shen Jing scratched his head and said, my third uncle and aunt are too strict with Yao Ji. They hardly ever give him any money. Plus, Yao Ji likes to put on an act, so my third uncle and aunt are even less likely to let him have much money. Shen Jun. Although Shen Yao played him, it has to be said that this guy really likes to show off, both internally and externally. What a vain guy. But this guy in front of me probably isn't any good either. Too young, and his acting is terrible. Can you pretend to be stupid by just scratching your head? They really didn't take him seriously. You really shouldn't associate with people from the third branch of the family. That's a bit too cunning. Don't ask Shen Jun how he knew. It was intuition, a man's intuition. You guys go ahead and look around. I've already finished, so I'm leaving now. Whatever Shen Jing is thinking, it has nothing to do with Shen Jun. As long as there is no contact, there will be no accidents. He dislikes trouble the most. Although he was sure the other party wouldn't cause him any major trouble, even small troubles are still trouble. Huh? Shen Jing exclaimed in surprise. Brother Jun, you're leaving now? Aren't you going to buy a few cars? If you don't have the money, I can lend you some. You can pay me back anytime. Anyway, Brother Jun should have the money later. Shen Jun, the little fox isn't cunning enough. Should I lend him money? Shen Jun shook his head and smiled. I originally planned to buy a few, but there aren't any available. I'll have Shen Hung help me find a way when I get back. Shen Jing. As a supercar enthusiast, he naturally understood the meaning behind Shen Jun's words. Supercars that aren't readily available are usually worth tens of millions, while supercars like the ones he bought, which cost several million, are always available at exhibitions. That's just a bit pretentious. He's even more pretentious than Shen Yao. After a moment's thought, Shen Jing said softly, if you really want to buy it, Brother Jun, you don't need to ask Brother Hung. I can handle this small matter for you, as long as you have enough money. Uh-huh. Shen Jun asked with some curiosity, what? Do you have connections? One thing is certain, my friends all have connections. As long as the supercar Brother Jun wants isn't one of those limited to only one in the world, we can basically buy it for him, Shen Jing said confidently. Okay, then you guys find them for me. I want a Bugatti Meteor, a Koenigsegg 1-1, a Lamborghini Veneno, a Hennessy Venom F5, a Pagani Zonda R, a Shelby Tuatara, a Finnair Super Sport, an Apollo EVO, and a Ferrari FXXK. Shen Jun bluntly stated the supercars he wanted. Shen Jing. Others. Are you playing? Are they ordering food or buying a car? Isn't that a bit too pretentious? Do you have that money? Does he intend to use the funds given to him by Tianyun Group to buy a car? That can't be right, can it? Shen Jing tentatively asked, Brother Jun, these cars add up to quite a bit of money. Why don't you buy one or two to drive around with? It's nothing, Shen Jun waved his hand and said, I'm not short of money. I may lack something. Glancing at the four young men behind Shen Jun continued, if you can gather all these cars for me, I'll give each of you 1 million. Everyone. Brother Jun, you're not kidding us, are you? Shen Jing asked incredulously. I never joke with people, Shen Jun said dismissively. Brother Jun, please wait a moment. We'll contact our friends right now, and we'll definitely have all the cars you need by 6 p.m. tonight. Shen Jing patted his chest confidently. He didn't care about the million, but he really didn't believe Shen Jun could come up with that much money. He's just a newcomer to the Shen family. Even if his great-grandfather tried to compensate him, he couldn't possibly give him that much money. Do they really not value money? They, the third wife, don't work very hard to earn money, okay? Otherwise, he wouldn't have bought a supercar costing $1 million. Wouldn't a supercar costing tens of millions be more appealing? Of course, this doesn't include purchases made before. Okay, then leave me your phone number. When the car arrives, just take me directly to Tan Palace. My current place doesn't have enough parking spaces to accommodate so many cars, Shen Jun said with a smile. Shen Jing. Others. Wu Mengjie. That sounds a bit pretentious. No, it's not just a few, it's way too pretentious. Is there no parking space where we're staying? And they're taking us all the way to Dangong. Is this something a human being could say? Shen Jing swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, My older brother gave you that villa in Tan Palace? That villa cost 1.6 billion. What big brother? What does this have to do with him? Shen Jun said dismissively, Tan Palace was given to me by your brother Mu, and not only Tan Palace, but he also gave me Jingyuan, Jujiantang, and villas in the western suburbs. Shen Jing. Others. Wu Mengjie. Gulp. After swallowing hard again, Shen Jing said with a mournful face, Brother Jun, we don't need that million. We'll deliver the car to you at 6 o'clock. You only need to pay 30% of the total price yourself, and the group can pay the rest gradually. My older brother will definitely agree. What do you think? Hee hee. Shen Jun sneered and said calmly, I'll let it go this time. But when you get back, make it clear to your older brothers, sisters, and younger brothers and sisters that they should stay away from me from now on. Didn't you see that your elders and seniors don't dare to cause me any trouble? Understood. I'll tell them now. Shen Jing shuddered in fright. Get lost, Shen Jun waved his hand, telling him to leave. Okay, then you go ahead with your work, Brother Jun. We'll be going now. With that, Shen Jing immediately turned and ran out with the four young men. They were running so fast they were almost pushing their limits, as if they were afraid Shen Jun would call them back again. We can't afford to mess with them. We really can't afford to mess with them. Seeing this, Wu Mingjie couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, Old Shen, what's going on with your Shen family? It's nothing, just a bunch of kids who are not convinced. It's not a big deal, Shen Jun waved his hand dismissively. Wu Mingjie, are they treating him like an idiot? However, Wu Mingjie didn't dare to ask any further questions. He didn't want to know about the internal conflicts within the Shen family, after all. The more you know, the more dangerous it is. Tan Palace is a luxury villa located at number 555 Qingxi Road, Shanghai. Specifically, it is located west of the Shijiao Hotel on Hongqiao Road, Shanghai, bordered by Qingxi Road to the east, Keilei Road to the south, Linquan Road to the west, and Huayin Road to the north, making it easily accessible. The total building area of Tan Palace is 31,200 square meters, which includes 18 villas. The residential complex was completed in 2005 with a 70-year property right and low-rise buildings. The community boasts a greening rate of 40% and a plot ratio of 0.30. The architectural style of the Dan Palace is based on classic architecture from Britain, France, Italy, and Spain, and was designed overseas by a world-leading architectural design firm. The villa has 4 floors, each with its own theme: leisure, entertainment, socializing, and living. When Tan Palace opened for sale in 2004, the price per square meter reached as high as 60,000 yuan, and the lowest total price for a single unit exceeded 90 million yuan. Its positioning is clear, with extremely high thresholds for home purchase. Viewing the property requires providing proof of assets, and a deposit of 10 million yuan is required before purchase. Furthermore, the interior decoration details of the villa must be discussed with the developer. Furthermore, the 2 villas near the West Suburbs Hotel are only available for purchase by domestic citizens, and owners must also register with the Public Security Bureau. Therefore, the purchase procedures for the Tan Palace are extremely complicated, making it very difficult to sell successfully. Even so, all 18 villas were sold. This shows that there are indeed too many top-tier billionaires in Daxia. Upon arriving at the Tan Palace villa, Shen Jun discovered that the villa had always been inhabited. Of course, they weren't from the Shen family, but rather some service staff. 3 cooks and 5 cleaners. There used to be a butler, but I don't know if it was because Shen Mu handed the villa over to Shen Jun or something else. That butler was transferred away. After exchanging a few words with the 8 women, Shen Jun settled in. I can choose whether or not to go to the company, and it doesn't matter if I live a little far away. Actually, Tenglong is not too far from Tianyun Group. As long as you don't travel during rush hour, it can definitely be reached in half an hour. As the boss, Shen Jun wouldn't need to rush like those employees when he goes to the company. 5:30 p.m. Shen Jing called Shen Jun, saying they had arrived at the main gate of the Tan Palace, but couldn't get in. Shen Jun naturally wouldn't personally greet them. Instead, he sent an auntie over instead. Led by his aunt, Shen Jing and several other young men drove their supercars to the villa. Following them were 9 tightly sealed box trucks. Brother Jun, these boxes are all filled with the cars you wanted. I had to pull a lot of strings to get them. Shen Jing explained excitedly as soon as they met. Shen Jun nodded and ordered, unload it. Clear. Shen Jing immediately waved his hand to signal, and the truck drivers sprang into action upon receiving the instruction. Although there were only 9 supercars, it took the drivers a full hour to unload them all. Brother Jun, let me introduce them to you. When the 9 supercars were lined up in front of the villa, Shen Jing was so excited that he could hardly control his emotions. The other young men who came with him were in the same situation. If Shen Jun hadn't been standing there, they would have really wanted to get inside and experience these supercars. Although all of them are very wealthy, they simply cannot afford so many supercars, and their families would never agree to it. Not everyone earns money as easily as Shen Jun. Tell me about it, Shen Jun said casually. Hee, then I'll introduce this Koenigsegg 1-1 to Brother Jun first. As he spoke, Shen Jing took out the car keys, opened the car door, and let Shen Jun sit inside to experience it. The Koenigsegg 11 is the world's first road-legal car with a power-to-weight ratio of 1:1 kg/HP, and also the world's first supercar with a power output of 1 megawatt, 1,000 kilowatts, that is road-legal. It also achieves a maximum cornering G-force of 2G when using road-legal tires. The new car features 19-inch front and 20-inch rear carbon fiber wheels with Michelin tires. The front wheels have 397mm brake discs with 6-piston calipers, while the rear wheels have 380mm brake discs with 4-piston calipers. The entire vehicle has been custom-built. The active rear spoiler provides ample downforce at high speeds. In addition, Koenigsegg has upgraded the rear suspension, adding carbon fiber components and active dampers. The car has a top speed of over 450 km per hour and accelerates from 0 to 400 km per hour in an astonishing 20 seconds. And only 6 units will be produced worldwide. How much? Shen Jun asked casually after Shen Jing finished speaking. The market price is 100 million, but I got 98 million, Shen Jing replied immediately. Is your pride that valuable? Shen Jun teased. I only managed to get all these cars by using my older brother's connections. They gave me a discount because of my brother's influence, Shen Jing said embarrassedly. I thought these cars were really obtained by Shen Jing and his group, but I didn't expect that Shen Hao was involved as well. That's normal, though. As the current head of the Shen family's Tianun group, the members of the third branch of the Shen family do indeed need Shen Hao's help when they encounter problems. This is perfectly understandable. What about the prices of the other cars? Shen Jun asked again. The Bugatti Meteor, with 1825 horsepower and a top speed of 531 km per hour, is priced at 31 million. The Lamborghini Veneno, also known as the Venom, is equipped with a 6.5L V12 engine, producing a maximum power of 750 horsepower. This car can accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.8 seconds, and its top speed can reach 355 km per hour. The price is 85 million. The Hennessy Venom F5 is equipped with a 6.6 LV8 twin-turbo engine, producing 1817 horsepower and 1,617 Nm of torque. This car can accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.6 seconds and is priced at 26 million. The Pagani Zonda R is equipped with a 6.0 LV12 naturally aspirated engine from the Mercedes-Benz CL-Cage TR race car, which can output a maximum power of 750 horsepower at 7,500 revolutions per minute and a peak torque of 710 Nm. The price is 48 million. The SSC Tuatara is equipped with a 7.0-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine developed in-house by SSC with a maximum power output of 1,750 horsepower. It is paired with a 7-speed SMG sequential or 7-speed manual H-type transmission and is priced at 70 million. The Fenrir Super Sport accelerates from 0 to 100 km per hour in 2.7 seconds, has a top speed exceeding 395 km per hour, and is priced at 55 million. The Apollo EVO is equipped with a 6.3L V12 engine, producing 788 horsepower and 760 Nm of torque. This car can accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.7 seconds and is priced at 30 million. The Ferrari FXXK is equipped with a 6.3-liter B12 naturally aspirated engine, producing a maximum power of 1050 horsepower and is priced at 40 million. The total price of these 9 cars is 398 million. Brother Jun. Before Shen Jun could speak, Shen Jing continued, "My older brother said he'll cover the 398 million yuan for your car purchase as an apology for what happened before. He hopes you can understand, Brother Jun." Shen Jun chuckled. "Nearly 400 million yuan just like that? Your brother's apology was certainly sincere, but is he really willing to spend that much?" Upon hearing this, Shen Jing didn't dare to reply. He didn't understand why Shen Hao would pay for Shen Jun's expenses or even apologize. Isn't this a complete disgrace to the third wife's family? He's just a newcomer to the Shen family. Is it really that big of a deal? Are the people from the first wife's family really that scary? But one thing he was very clear about was that Shen Hao wasn't stupid. The other party must have had his reasons for doing this. Otherwise, Shen Hao wouldn't have paid this money for Shen Jun. Even if Tianyun Group is rich, they wouldn't spend money like that. That's nearly 400 million yuan. How many things can you do with such a large sum of money? Alright, drive the car to the garage for me and then leave. When you get back, tell Shen Hao that I've received his sincerity, but this is a one-time thing, and there won't be any more. Otherwise, even Shen Mu's intervention won't be effective, Shen Jun said, waving his hand to shoo him away. Understood, Brother Jun. Although he didn't understand what Shen Jun meant, Shen Jing nodded heavily and then led a few friends to move Shen Jun's car. Shen Jun ignored them and turned back into the villa. After Shen Jun entered the villa, a young man following behind Shen Jing asked with a puzzled look, Brother Jing, who exactly is this Brother Jun? Even a big shot like Brother Hao has to apologize to him. Several other young people also cast curious glances at them. As Shen Jing's friends, they knew his identity all too well. Yet, this person of such status was extremely respectful to another member of the Shen family, even apologizing to Brother Hao, who controlled the Tianyun group. How could this not arouse curiosity? Well, Shen Jing sighed and explained, don't ask so many questions, because I can't say what I know. This person is someone we can't afford to offend, and they're not even on the same level. The group was immediately dumbfounded. The fact that Shen Jing was saying things that suggested they were on completely different levels was utterly absurd. Is the Shen family really that terrifying? Shen Jun wasn't short of money to buy a car, nor was he reluctant to spend it. The only reason he accepted Shen Hao's offer was because of Shen Mu. The two have reached a consensus, so there's nothing more to say. Shen Hao must have understood this, which is why he seized this opportunity to give him a way out. As long as there are no internal conflicts within the 3 generations of the Shen family, then the affairs of the previous generation can be left to chance. Even if Shen Jun wants to uphold justice for his father, he should look to the older generation for his own benefit. After all, it was the elders who drove his father away back then. What's this called? This is called not extending the blame to family members. As for Shen Jun and Shen Nan, they were also implicated, which resulted in their living conditions not being very affluent. But there's not much to say about that, since Shen Chang'ong was all alone when he was driven away, and everything still rests on his shoulders. The old man's attitude towards Shen Jun has already proven everything, although the previous timeline was a little longer. September 10th. That day, Wu Mingjie and Yang Su arrived at Shen Jun's villa in the Tan Palace early in the morning. That's right, Yang Su has been discharged from the hospital. He just left today. Sure enough, this guy couldn't wait to come find Shen Jun as soon as he was discharged from the hospital. Shen Jun immediately instructed the cook to start preparing lunch. Old Shen, this place is a bit extravagant, isn't it? Yang Su said excitedly after taking a tour of the villa's interior. Nonsense, not to mention how much the renovation cost. This villa alone must have cost at least 700 or 800 million. How could it not be extravagant? Wu Mingjie mocked. What's it to you? Why are you making it sound so obvious? Yang Su retorted immediately. Hey, damn it, your injury isn't fully healed yet, is it? Don't push me too far or I'll send you back to the hospital. Wu Mingjie teased. Screw you. Although he knew Wu Mingjie was joking, Yang Su couldn't help but take a few steps back. Clearly, he was afraid that this fool would hurt him again. He'd had enough of that awful hospital place. If he could, he wouldn't want to go there again for the next few years. Look at you, all scared out of your wits, so embarrassing. Seeing Yang Su's reaction, Wu Mingjie immediately pressed his advantage. You. Yang Su was furious and was about to retort when Shen Jun interrupted him. Alright, you two, quiet down. Shen Jun grabbed Yang Su's arm, then turned to Wu Mingjie and said, Old Wu, don't you know old Yang just got out of the hospital? If you really upset him and cause him serious harm, can you take responsibility? TCH. Wu Mingjie gave Shen Jun the middle finger before continuing to stroll around the villa. Yang Su followed behind him, casually strolling around. Even though I've already seen it once, I feel like I can never get enough of this kind of place. Shen Jun smiled and then ignored the two of them. It wasn't until lunchtime that the two returned to the living room from the garden outside the villa. It has to be young Master Shen. This place is truly enviable. Yang Su exclaimed. If you want to stay, just move in. I won't kick you out, Shen Jun said casually. Forget it, Yang Su waved his hand and said, I don't like Shanghai. I'll go back to Nanjing after this meal. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun and Wu Mingjie were slightly taken aback, but then they nodded in understanding. Anyone who gets beaten up in a city for no reason is unlikely to develop any goodwill towards that city. All right then, this meal will be your farewell meal. After saying that, Shen Jun got up and walked towards the wine cellar inside the villa. This wine cellar has always existed, and the wines stored inside were also stored by Shen Mu. This is a perfect opportunity for Shen Jun. He took a bottle of Romani Conti and a bottle of Petrus from the cellar and then came out. Wu Mingjie's eyes widened immediately upon seeing the 2 bottles of wine. Holy crap, Lao Shen, you're really letting us drink this? It's worth hundreds of thousands a bottle. What the hell? Yang Su was shocked by Wu Mingjie's words. He quickly took the wine from Shen Jun and said, this thing is worth hundreds of thousands? Nonsense, these are Romani Conti and Petrus, top-tier brands in the wine world. Wu Mingjie rolled his eyes and said irritably, awesome. Yang Su gave Shen Jun a thumbs up and said, old Shen is a true friend. It's time for me, Yang Su, to enjoy the good life. Come on, it's just 2 bottles of wine. It's not that exaggerated, Shen Jun chuckled. Enough with the chit-chat, drink. Okay, drink.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.